I played 300 days of Stardew Valley Expanded as a thief. Ember is back, though if you see my other videos, you'll know I'll already be taking you along for Ember's 3 full years on the new Empire farm in one big mega movie. Hasn't Ember done all of this before? Well, yes, but there's been a little bit of a situation, which I'll catch you up on before we enter our first year. We've got loads of brand new twists coming up, which I'm not going to spoil just yet. Trust me, it'll be worth it. But anyways, as always, all the mods I use will be linked in the description. Let me know in the comments what you're up to whilst you got these movies on. I tend to watch longer videos whilst I work and play games myself. Hit the like button to bring Ember some good luck, she's gonna need it. And now, let's get into it. My evil twin Ember is back. I played 100 days of Stardew Valley Expanded as a thief. Well, actually a whole year. And yes, I said expanded. There's no mistaking that Ember's last misadventures were a favourite amongst many of you, but this time, Ember isn't the only thief in town. I think Mr. Key and Grandpa had a fight or something. Key was willing to turn a blind eye to all that mischief we caused because they used to be besties. I don't know what happened out there, but Mr. Key is done with these antics and has decided to punish Ember by turning back time to the day she moved into the farm. Except he's changed a few details. No fancy villa anymore, we're on this frontier farm. And he's also stolen my sunglasses, so now I have to endure eye contact. He was really hoping she might use this fresh start to do things better, but will Ember learn? No, she will not. Mr. Key had a feeling that that would be the case, so he's upped the ante. More villagers around to potentially catch her red-handed, and you know when I said she wasn't the only thief in town? Crows. Crows everywhere. Nothing is safe. It's not just the crops. They can take animals, furniture, hats, and they can even pickpocket from your backpack. Almost anything is fair game to the feathered foes. Oh. We also have taxes and bills to deal with now too, so Lewis can steal my cash towards his golden statue obsession. The rules are going to be pretty similar to last time. I can't purchase anything from the shops unless I need them for perfection and can't obtain them any other way. I can trade for items using items, but no spending cash, with a few exceptions. I can still use the travelling cart. She's our favourite smuggler, and her stuff doesn't come cheap. I'm also allowing myself to buy one of each non-egg laying animal. Birds and dinos I'll need to incubate myself, and I can pay for services like buildings, tool upgrades, and geode opening. I can also buy backpack upgrades. Listen, Ember is just as much of a loot goblin. Let her have this. Where's she going to put all her steals otherwise? Though this time, there are 2 major rule changes. Firstly, I won't be allowing fishing rod upgrades now that we can get the advanced one for free from the masteries, and secondly, I can only hand out loved gifts. Only the best will fall these wonderful lovely citizen friends. Yes. I'll be completing the community centre again, this time with custom Stardew Valley Expanded bundles too. I'm not paying money to Joja, and I can't exactly steal the development projects. And we have some other fun twists with some extra mods which I'll get into as we encounter them. And as always, all of the mods I use will be linked in the description. My main goals for the year will be to complete the community centre, or as much of it as I can, and to get the fishing mastery which needs level 10 in all 5 skills, plus a mastery level. I want to get my hands on a rod better than the bamboo pole. So, let's see how far I can get on my first year on the new Empire farm. Waking up in the new smaller house is looking quite a bit fancier than I was expecting, and that's because Ember is now a resident of the new expanded farm, the Frontier Farm. No parsnip seeds here though, it's a nectarine sapling. This is actually a little heartbreaking. I have a 10-day grace period before the extra crows will begin to invade, so in that time I need to find or steal enough seeds to reach level 1 farming to unlock the scarecrow recipe. 10 days might sound like a long time, but I won't get to pick exactly which crops I steal, and without those guaranteed parsnip seeds? Well, you'll see how this goes. I cleared out some of the space surrounding the house when I noticed a pear tree bearing fruit. Here's an initial screenshot of the whole place actually. It's a really cool farm. There are several fruit trees dotted around the place, some blocked by rocks and logs which need upgraded tools. And is that a money tree? I need to get to that one. My first mixed seed hunt did not prove to be too helpful. I only scrounged up 5 of them, but at least that'll grow in time. I left the farm to try and meet the townies again. The new regular trees in Stardew Expanded are cool by the way, and I can't help trying to pinch some items from the trash. That can isn't usually there. It's from the binning skill mod. Wow, Mr. Key, if you didn't want me to keep piling up the freebies, why'd you give me so many opportunities, huh? I had to make sure I started befriending all the local shop staff so they don't suspect me. What? That delightful new farmer? Oh no, it can't be her. We all know how it is with small town gossip, especially now that there are more gossipers about. Gotta set the tone that the worst thing I do is rummage in the trash. Disappointed to find the forest completely void of spring onions, but that didn't stop me gaining my first level in foraging from this dig spot outside Blue Moon Vineyard. After pushing through more greetings, I rushed into Pierre's before he locked the doors so I could commit my first crime. Nothing's gonna stop Ember. No seeds, but I wasn't expecting to find the dehydrator recipe. That saved me 10 grand. As time goes on, you'll see that the recipes are very few and far between though, so I will still allow myself to buy them. Ember wasn't quite as sharp as she used to be though. Forgot that we need to keep some backpack space free for the stolen goods. I can only shoplift once per day, and you can't go back for them either, so the sugar is well and truly lost for the day. I met Sebastian and Linus after dark that night, got that apple tree sold for the free money, and headed to bed. Think I'm intending to fund a new backpack as soon as possible. I rearranged my house when I woke up to have my usual bed next to door set up because sometimes the extra second is the difference between passing out or not. I did a bit more farm clearance, finding just one more seed, then dumpster dive through town on my way to the beach to meet Willie for my free fishing rod. Took it and left without saying a word, and used the opportunity of this bubble spot here to catch my first fish, a herring. I was going to try to get more, but I took this piece of trash as a sign to stop and sold my first fish directly to Willie. I made my first donations to the museum with some artifacts I dug up. Yes, the previous collection was stolen, and no, it wasn't me. Look, I'm restoring it. Well, really I just want the rewards. Though, speaking of stealing, this day's target was the Joja Mart. In vanilla Stardew, this place is never unattended, so it's one of the locations you can't be banned from in the shoplift mod. Did I even explain this? There's about a 5-tile radius where you can get caught shoplifting. If that happens, you lose the items, a bunch of friendship, you get fined, and if you're caught 3 times, you'll be banned from that store for a few days. Joja employees do have a schedule in Expanded, but whether or not you use Stardew Expanded, you need to steal from counter number 1 right in the corner, and today they had more seeds than I could carry. I wasn't expecting to need more than 3 backpack slots. As I passed by Pierre's, I sold off a couple of bits to get my hands on that backpack, so I can stop leaving behind potential steals. Then made my last introduction to Elliot that afternoon. Now I just need to hand out a gift for another reward. Good thing I'm carrying a leek for George. For most of the townies, the big benefit of Mr. Key turning back time on us is that we kept memories like this, and Ember is going to use it to her advantage. Got my seeds planted back at the farm, then went for an evening foraging walk in West Cindersap. Got about the ancient swords out here. Glad I got to them first, and there's a decent starting weapon too, the forest sword. Gonna need that, we have monsters spawning on the farm. I hit level 1 binning today. Grilled cheese could be fun when we have a kitchen, the early recycling machines will be even better. On day 3, I dug up another whole nectarine sapling, hello? We already have one growing, so I sold this one for the extra 1500 gold. I like using rainy days to get a bit more farm clearance done. Gonna need so many materials for all the future scarecrows, and I gotta get to them all before the crows eat them. Still having terrible luck on the mixed seeds though. Pierre is extra annoying on a Wednesday because he locks his doors. Good thing Joja Mart is still open for now, and given that Morris's employees are always falling asleep on the job, it's a pretty safe place to grab some goodies. I was gonna save myself a few steps and just pinch from Claire's counter while she was snoozing, but she woke up. Thankfully, she didn't suspect a thing. Better stick to using the far counter, I guess. You might notice that there are a few crows hanging around the valley. The Crowcalypse mod also spawns ambient crows who might not be snacking just yet, just hanging out. The town's still safe till the 11th. Pretty much just foraged and opened trash cans for the rest of the day. Carrying on with that again the next morning, I found a whole gold bar in Victor and Olivia's trash. Imagine being so rich that you can just throw that out. Don't mind if I do. I will eventually be shoplifting from other locations, but I'm having such good luck with the seeds at Joja Mart and I need to prioritize this at least till I get level 1 farming. I accidentally startled Sophia when I stopped by to say hi, but she felt a bit better realizing it was just me. Even better, she had an amazing gift to welcome me to the valley. A whole quality sprinkler. Now that I'm actually getting seeds to plant, this is going to be a huge help. Sophia does have a ledger in her house to order more sprinklers, but sadly you can't steal from there. Passing by Andy's, he wanted to give me something too. Some strawberry seeds which he'll pop in the mail. I'm grabbing all the freebies, and all the freebies are coming to me. I scored a whole vegetable medley from Leah's trash on the way home to plant all those Joja seeds and set up my new sprinkler, then I used any remaining energy on gathering farm materials again. I might not tell you every time I do this. It happens pretty often, so if we skip a bunch of time here and there, that's why. Marnie showed up with a stray cat the next day. You know what? This could come in useful. We could train him to steal too. The crows are already going to be doing a lot of that, so why not another bird thief name? I named our new kitty Seagull. I can blame it on a seagull and nobody would think twice. I could harvest my parsnip for my first nugget of farming XP and an extra 100 gold, but instead of selling it, I'll be giving it to Sophia for a quest. My 3 strawberry seeds arrived from Andy too. I got those planted immediately. This is a huge deal because without this, I'd have had to rely on the travelling cart to bring one, since they're only sold by Pierre at the Egg Festival, and I'm not buying those. Speaking of the travelling cart, I could visit her for the first time. I still don't know most of my community centre bundles yet, so I used Look Up Anything to help me find out if she had anything useful. I couldn't see myself being able to catch a catfish for ages at my skill level, so I paid a whole grand for one. Shame it meant I couldn't then afford an early garlic. Ember loves garlic just as much as me, okay? I think it's in the genes. Something came over her after seeing that. I gathered up some hoarded items from my storage and rushed it into town. I didn't care what Lewis had to say about this dilapidated old building, we'll check it out later. I wanted to catch Sophia in town to hand over the parsnip for the extra 100 gold, then it was over to Pierre's. Not to steal obviously, he's still right there, but to take his money in exchange for my stuff to fund that garlic. It was worth every penny of that 1000 gold. Not much I can do with it right now though till I get a seed maker, but it's my good luck garlic, okay? My next stop today was the newly accessible mines. I don't need that rusty sword from Marlon, I've got my forest sword. Until I get access to scarecrows, this is probably the main place that I can make some meaningful general progress. My sword didn't last long today though. I found a wooden club in a crate, plus this club has the Slime Slayer enchantment on it. I then called it a day after reaching floor 10 for my first pair of boots. On day 6 I realised I was so consumed by my garlic vision yesterday that I forgot to read the plaque in the community centre. I handled that, then it was back to the mines for half the day. I was hoping to make it to the floor 20 reward today, but I took my leave on floor 17 so I could just hang out with Clint. Well, that's what he thought. I just needed to be in the building before he locked the door for the day. It was a pleasant surprise that he left at 5 instead of 7. Didn't waste a second once the shop was left unattended, so I can remove him of a few ores and 10 lockpicks. The lockpicks are their own mod. You can craft them too, but they cost 2 iron bars each. They're not single use either. They just have a chance to break sometimes. You will see this in action soon, but for the most part, locked doors don't matter to us anymore. I should mention, I'm not going to make a habit of using these in front of everyone, even if they don't technically care. Very satisfied with my finds today, and now I have more than enough ores and such to get my first couple of furnaces going on the farm. Several veggies were peeping out of the soil on day 7. Sadly, still not enough XP for level 1 farming. Then I headed out to the forest to check the travelling cart. She didn't have anything useful for me today, and I won't bother mentioning her going forward when I'm just met with a disappointment. That was on my way to the wizards. No weird hallucinations today, just came to be reminded of the Junimo language. Don't know how Mr. Key just got rid of that memory. Anyway, that meant I could go drop off my first donations to the community centre where I completed the spring foraging bundle. A little different to its vanilla version, it needed this conch shell which is part of the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. No spring seed reward either. I got basic fertilizer. You'll soon see that a lot of the rewards aren't what you expect. I checked the newly unlocked pantry bundles to immediately panic at these Salau berries, because to get them I'm gonna need to dig up seeds in the secret woods. I need the axe upgrade ASAP. Most of the rest was as expected, but the quality crops might be a problem with our lack of seeds and farming experience. We do also have the fish tank unlocked, and there are expanded fish in here too. The puppy fish and butterfish I remembered you can catch at Shearwater Bridge, but I also know they're a pain to catch. The rest I wasn't too worried about. In fact, I knew I could go handle some of the ocean fish today, and I needed to work on my fishing level if I wanted any hope of catching the more difficult ones this year. I got my first fishing level after a few catches, and it wasn't long after that I caught the Dove seaweed for the community centre, but stuck around for a while till the bubble spot was over, only to fish at another one in town for a bit. I had to dump a load of fish and stuff onto the ground to make room for the day's steals, which were to be coming from Pierre this evening. A bit risky with Pierre just on the shelf next to us, but I was still out of his radius. Got some free seeds and ingredients, and he often seems to have multiple saplings up for grabs. I'd like to keep one of each to plant, but the rest will be shipped for the cash boost for the foreseeable future. 4.5 grand for 3 saplings? So worth it to me. Stepping out on day 8, I realised I've been so panicked about the modded crow raids that I completely forgot about the vanilla Stardew crows, so one of my kale got stolen. That one is definitely about to tell all of its friends about the farm. Thankfully, the next 3 harvestable crops leveled up my farming skill. I'll get that scarecrow recipe tonight. I was feeling good. I found a perfectly good fish taxi. What? I rescued this perfectly good fish taco from Gus's trash, and used last night's sapling profits to fund my first axe upgrade. Then on my stroll up to the mines, I dug up a couple of artifacts for the museum, including a unique one from Stardew Valley Expanded. They've added several new artifacts. Love to see more loot. I progressed down through the floors on the hunt for copper and coal, getting a magnet ring as I passed floor 20, and calling it a day after unlocking the floor 25 elevator. I did leave a couple of bits on the floor for now, but I didn't want to place a chest like I usually would until I was sure I could protect it, and this location was not really a priority for me. I did come back for my stuff that night, and since Marlon has a schedule in Stardew Valley Expanded, I wanted to test shoplifting from the Adventurers Guild. Gil is always keeping watch though, so you can't steal stuff, but you can still use the counter when Marlon isn't here, and that meant I could make my sales. I used a lockpick to gain entry to Robin's instead, and just made away with a handful of materials. There's our all-important scarecrow recipe unlock overnight, and I also hit level 3 foraging and level 3 mining. With what I had, I could make 5 scarecrows on day 9, and thought very carefully about how to best protect the area. Technically, the crows do have a chance to chow down on the scarecrows themselves, so to give them their best chance, I made sure my anti-bird theft devices were always in range of at least one more. UI InfoSuite showing me the range was nothing less than necessity, and it did take several attempts to get an initial layout I was happy with. I can only put 3 outside, because the other 2 have to go inside my house to guard all of my furniture. With the most important belongings now safe, I could drop off my next 3 museum donations for some free and legal cauliflower seeds. I gotta balance that out with my daily thefted seeds from JojaMart. Got a cucumber seed in here. Didn't realise Stardew Expanded now added crops. Olivia's trash is the gift that keeps on giving. A bottle of wine this time. I need that for the community centre in the future, and any extras later on could be good for gifts. I took the long way home so I could root through more trash cans, then planted all the day's seeds, smashed a bunch of rocks, and headed to bed reaching level 2 binning. Day 10 is the last before the crows begin to attack. I did a bit of fishing whilst waiting for Clint's to open so I could collect my copper axe. I took it for a test drive in Cindersap Forest, the wood going into 6 more scarecrows. To cover more ground, I didn't chain every single scarecrow together, rather I had multiple zones with multiple scarecrows in each, if that makes any sense, but I wanted to cover as much of the farm in this batch as possible. Having noticed that there were several fruit trees dotted around the farm, I scrambled for more materials to try and at least protect some of those too, mainly a peach tree by the greenhouse and a cherry tree towards the middle of the farm, neither of which I'll be able to get to till I upgrade my tools some more. All that chopping got us to level 4 foraging. Once I have some spare materials, tappers will be on the horizon. Andy was on my doorstep on day 11 to warn me about the crows. This is naturally in the expanded mod, but being the first day of the crowcalypse from that mod, it was just the funniest timing. If you do decide to give the crowcalypse mod a go, you should know that I did adjust some settings in the config. First being the grace period, which I've mentioned, there was just no way I have it done in 5 days. And secondly, I adjusted the number of crows to 50. That's 50 per day from what I understand, but I'm pretty sure the default was something wild like 1,000. Even though I turned it down quite a lot, you'll soon see that this did not cause a shortage of absolute havoc, and they will develop and multiply over time. I did also make Grandpa Shed immune too, because I wasn't sure if that could get stolen, and I wasn't taking any chances. I brought a few more crops to the community centre to do a good deed before heading into JojaMart right when it opened for my free seeds. Most of the time I do just go straight home to plant them, so I might not even mention it every single time. I think that's just mostly a given, especially in these early days. Whilst I was off to Clint's, I saved an iron bar from his trash, but I was really there to hand in my pickaxe for upgrade, then burned all of my energy chopping forest trees. I was in desperate need of another chest. I made one more scarecrow here and crafted as many tappers as I could with the rest of the wood so I can get the resins going early. I can't remember why I did this, but I spent most of my gold on a fairy rose on day 12. I collected Robin's lost axe on my walk through the forest to get to the pier. Willie was so focused on his morning fishing sesh that he didn't even notice me breaking into the shop to steal back the herring I sold to him last week. Did some fishing of my own in town, reached level 2 in that skill. I really need to catch the rainy fish for the community centre, but I was not having a good time with the catfish. I didn't give up though, might as well get the XP as I keep trying, and surprisingly I managed to succeed. Then I had a thought, I wonder if I can get into the sewers early. My first couple of lockpicks broke, and one thing I noticed with these is that if a couple break in a row, I can just wait outside for a few seconds and it'll usually work again afterwards. If I were to keep spamming though, I'd burn through my whole supply, and we're in. I can meet Krobus early, and give them a gift, but I can't buy most of what's for sale here, other than the recipes and the star drop since I need them for perfection. Krobus is always here, so I can't exactly shoplift from them, and it's not like I'd want to anyway. Turns out that fairy rose was a very expensive gift for Sophia since she loves them. I remember now. I wanted to prioritise Sophia's friendship so I can meet Scarlet, who becomes friendable after 8 hearts with Sophia, so I better get to work, even if she called me stinky. My fishing break was over, getting back to it with this herring frenzy. Then I was back on the pier once that was over to catch even more herring? I actually wanted to catch an eel for the community centre, which didn't appear for hours. At least it turned to nighttime by then so I could catch the bream and donated everything I needed so I had less fish to store before bed. Day 13 saw my first strawberry harvest. Kinda funny on the day of the egg festival since I can't buy any more seeds from there. I conveniently handed Robin's axe back as I greeted everyone at the festival to make a good impression, and I'm not sure how wise it was to show everyone how quick on my feet I am, but I raced around the town to sniff out 10 eggs. Shame we can't keep them, but that was more than enough for the win, and I got a free straw hat I didn't even have to steal. I'm here as a farmer again, so I might as well look the part. I was walking into town even though it was late when George could hear a Linus-shaped raccoon searching through his trash. He asked me to go scare off the raccoon. This is my trash. He's taking my goods. None of these options fit the vibe of what I was really feeling, aside from agreeing that those trash goodies would otherwise go to waste, and I had to say this to be on everyone's good side. Anyway, back to my night mission. The doors are locked and lockpick proof before and during festivals, but afterwards, I can get in. I wanted to pocket some stuff at Pierre's while he was asleep, but I was surprised to find him still at his counter. It was kind of eerie. He was literally just like frozen, staring at the wall. He didn't even notice me. Turns out the villagers don't follow a proper schedule on festival days, so I stole from the ice cream stand instead and grabbed 5 vegan cones. This worked out perfectly. They're a loved gift for Sophia. On day 14, the merchant brought me a cockle for the crab pot bundle and an early starfruit seed to buy. I gave Dusty many pets as I walked through town to collect my pickaxe upgrade from Clint so I could spend the day progressing through the mines. I got out of there from floor 35 having run out of energy, and dumped out a load of my backpack contents outside Pierre's so I could steal from him. I didn't need that much space though. There were only 3 potato seeds. The museum gained a bunch more donations from my mines adventures the next day. Don't think I noticed I unlocked a new reward because I left it behind. I brought Sophia one of the vegan cones, and I wanted to go to the mines again, but took a long walk over to gather a handful of salmon berries. I'm so low on food. I was met with confusion when I eventually did make it to the mines though. Of all the things the crows could snack on, one of them was the rock that blocks us entry from the dwarf. I still can't speak the language, but I just thought this was hilarious. I spent much of my afternoon stuck on floor 36 here. Whilst I did hit level 4 mining, I also destroyed every single rock and couldn't find the way down for ages. That ladder was so hidden in the dark. I somehow still scrambled my way down to floor 40 that evening, receiving the basic slingshot I'll probably never use, but I kept on going because I really needed the iron to upgrade my tools and access the fruit trees dotted around the farm. Not 100% sure why I left the mines on floor 44, considering I still had food, energy, and resources for bombs. I think I forgot that the Adventurers Guild stays open later now, and passing Marlon to get into the door, he somehow teleported inside to be able to initiate me into the guild as its 23rd member. Not that I can actually buy any of the weapons for sale here, but the title's cool. Ember can't be the town thief if she's a proven member of a well-reputed organisation, right? I just wanted to sell off the flimsy slingshot, except it wasn't even worth anything. Breaking into Clint's for a few more resources kinda made up for it, and I could go home and plant the coffee bean I got from the mines today. I picked my first cauliflowers on day 16, which meant it was time for my next mass community centre drop-off. Walking through the bus stop, notice how it's missing all the trees and stuff? Crows. It was the crows. Thankfully, they can't seem to eat the entire trash can or the bus. I had loads of donations in my backpack today, but I couldn't complete a single bundle. I wanted to push on more with the museum donations as well, so I spent all of my money opening geodes at Clint's, selling off spares directly to him so I could get them all open. That led to several new rewards at the museum, though I was mainly just interested in the seeds. I checked the beach for crab pot fish, but the crows got to them all first, so I'm gonna have to come back with scarecrows for this area at some point. So with scarecrows on my mind, I headed back to the farm to chop more trees whilst they've not been eaten yet. That was until I started prioritising the hardwood stumps, a much more limited resource. I needed some of that for the construction bundle. I headed back into town with the hardwood in the evening and wanted to pick up some stuff for myself from Pierre's counter. Just as I got back there, Pierre was on the move. I was so close to being caught, so I just pretended to be browsing around for when he's next open, and after all that, all I got was some regular speed grow. Sure, it's useful, but I was hoping for some saplings to fund my next tool upgrade. That made me forget to even donate the hardwood, so I just picked the berries around Cindersap Forest into the nighttime, because don't quote me on this, but it looks like the crows don't like the bush berries. With my next crop harvest on day 17, I leveled up in farming again, and one of those crops was a perfectly timed cauliflower because Mario was requesting one for a latest project. It took me a couple of lockpicks to gain entry into Pierre's. Yes, it's early, but it's also Wednesday, so he'd be closed anyway. I panicked when I saw him behind the counter looking a little stunned. I ran and hid, yelling out, "Oh, sorry, the door was unlocked and I thought you were open." He did his usual check of his shelf at 7 AM, so he used the chance whilst he was focused on something else to grab a much better haul of 7 fruit saplings, some flour, and a couple of cauliflower seeds. That's more like it. In addition to yesterday's hardwood, I also had 50 fences on me so I could complete the construction bundle. Just got a charcoal kiln for that, but really this was so I could unlock the boiler room. Nothing new and exciting in these bundles, they were just as expected. Back on the farm, I planted one of the persimmon trees, and not the nectarine tree because I already found one growing somewhere near the house, and then I came back to the community centre a short time later to complete the blacksmith's bundle. That gold bar from Olivia's trash really came in clutch here. No furnace reward this time, it's some omni geodes. That unlocked the bulletin board. There's definitely some new expanded stuff in here. I'm most worried about the cooked dishes, especially the fishy ones. The fishing hate is in the genes too. I brought Maruha cauliflower for the extra cash, then hid from the rain for the rest of the day in the mines, successfully reaching floor 50 for a new sword, which turned out to be worse than my wooden club, so I'll save that to sell. It was 1 AM by the time I reached floor 55, so I ended up sticking around for resources. I might as well pass out down here, there was no way I'd make it to bed in time anyway, and thanks to the morning's farming level, there won't be an energy penalty for it. Forgot I leveled up in foraging too. We need a lot of wood in this playthrough, so the forester profession was a no-brainer, and those saplings we stole, more than enough to fund a steel upgrade for both of my main tools. Sam got a parsnip for a birthday on the 18th, then it was straight to Clint's to get him started on my steel pickaxe. Yesterday's monsters dropped enough loot to complete the adventurer's bundle. The measly magnet ring was better than nothing, but now we've officially unlocked all the rooms in here. I had a vegan cone on me to bring to Sophia, but when I got there, I eavesdropped on a very personal conversation with her friend Scarlett who lives in Grambleton. This is where we meet Scarlett for the first time, though she still won't be friendable for quite a while yet. When Scarlett left, Sophia asked if I overheard anything, and I decided to be honest. I had mentioned a medicine, and I wasn't sure if this would have sparked more of a conversation. It did not. She was out of there. Hopefully the stolen ice cream can cheer her up. I went forest foraging again after that, given it's my last chance at salmon berries this year, and by the time I was done, Vera had left the shop area, making it safe for me to grab the day's goods. I got the birch syrup recipe I didn't know existed, and a couple of bean starters which I'll just save for next year at this point. Same with any long growing ones for the rest of this month. I then remembered I'd not touched the berries in the backwoods, and I was planning to chop down the wood there too, but the crows already ate all the trees. There were still some left by robins, so I made sure to grab those instead. Having just learned that birch syrup recipe, I got a tapper on a birch tree first thing on day 19, then was surprised to find both a large white egg and a large brown egg for sale at the cart today, and I need both of those for the animal bundle. I will be getting animals later on down the line, but at the moment, most of my wood needs to go to scarecrows, which, speaking of wood, I spent all of my energy deforesting the forest that morning. The crows don't seem to have gotten here yet. Just before I could exhaust myself, I popped into town to steal from Gus for the first time. I came away with 1 coffee and 1 salad, which I'll probably keep for good free gifts. It must be my lucky day, because I dug out a purple mushroom from the trash right after that, which made for the last item needed for the exotic foraging bundle. Happy to see another sapling here, even if it's one of the cheaper ones. Like I even got more gold than that was worth for this cauliflower for Olivia, and it came with my first prize ticket. I wasted no time in claiming my carrot seeds. Perhaps this was a ploy from Mr. Key to try and get me to be a better citizen. Little does he know, all this really does is help with my cover-up abilities. Those will make for a lot more crops to water, so now is a good time to craft my first self-made sprinklers. With crops already growing, this made it hard to have any sort of neat layout, so I just did my best to cover as many existing plants as possible, avoiding any overlap. The carrots can go in any spare spots, though I will still have to water some of it myself. Having a little walk around the farm, I found an orange tree in the animal pen area. I couldn't see myself getting enough materials to protect this area anytime soon, so I chopped it down. Don't worry, we still get the sapling back in 1.6. It's kinda nice that we get some wood for it too. I replanted it closer to the house for protection. We should still get some harvest from this towards the end of summer. I did still make 2 new scarecrows before running out of fibre this time. These aren't for the farm though, they're for the beach so I could get some beach forage. I've got an unofficial version of the non-destructive NPCs mod installed for this playthrough. As of 1.6, NPCs aren't supposed to be able to destroy furniture, but I tested this before this playthrough, and it doesn't seem to apply to scarecrows. I did all that last night just to pick those scarecrows up in the morning of day 20. We'll find out shortly what I do with them instead. First, I wanted to pick up my steel pickaxe from Clint and swap it for an axe upgrade. Those scarecrows I was hoping to use to protect the money tree by Grandpa's shed. I can use my pickaxe on the bigger boulders, but not the meteor, so I just had to hope it would be in range. It didn't even matter though, the precious money tree had already been feasted on. I really hope there's a way to get another one in the future. Might as well bring those scarecrows back to the beach then, but this time I also brought the wood to fix the beach bridge, so I can hope for some extra forage on this side in the future. To blow off some steam and mourn the loss of my money tree, I hung out in the mines. No birthday gift for Shane, I have nothing that he loves at the moment. Hey, a mining level! And I reached floor 60 today for a wood mallet, a much welcome weapon upgrade. I wasn't too pleased with the infested floor 63, but the special slime made it worth it because I leveled up in combat and looted a glow ring from it. I took a quick break at floor 65 to sell off my old ring and weapon for the backpack space, then pushed on further down to floor 70. The master slingshot I will be keeping hold of. Even with all that mines progress, I still had time for a late night break into Pierre's. I was having a bit of a hard time keeping the backpack space free tonight, but with just some oil and retaining soil, I didn't even need this much space. Today's mining level meant it was time to pick my first mining profession. Miner was the one for me. Definitely need more ores. I had a load of crops waiting for me when I woke up. More than enough for another farming level, and it was my first cucumber harvest too, which was cool. Can't seem to get enough of the mines. Got another day planned down there, but on my way over, I dug up a golden carrot seed in the backwoods. I had to run back and plant that first, of course. Descending through more floors, I collected my level 80 reward of the Templar's Blade, which wasn't really better than my wood mallet. Then my main aim for these lower floors in the mines was to gather enough fibre for scarecrows, and hunt for a fire quartz whilst making my way down the floors. I didn't find that mineral by the time I took my leave on floor 85, so I could shoplift from Pierre's a little earlier than yesterday. Way more worth it this time for a few saplings to sell amongst the free ingredients and speed grow which I had just enough space for. The 2700 gold I got from those meant I made enough gold for Demetrius to visit me on day 22. Even ignoring the ones I already had in the farm, we can get the fruit saplings with relative ease, so I opted for the mushroom cave this time for the free dehydrator, then harvested the day's veggies. Whilst waiting for Clint to open, I checked the beach for forage to find my first few corals being protected from a snacking. My very important axe upgrade was then back in my hands, so now I have access to more areas blocked by obstacles, like this pathway to the alleyway buffet, to further increase my chances of finding items in the trash. I wasn't sure if the crows could eat this, but either way, I was glad it was still here. The bookseller being in town today reminded me to check out the area. I ignored Marcello himself. I can't buy from him, nor can I steal from him even when he's not in town. But there is a free prize ticket hidden back here somewhere, at least in vanilla Stardew. It looks a little different and expanded though, so if there was one, I couldn't find it today. I'll be back at some point when this stupid big balloon isn't obstructing my view. Back to the farm I went instead to gain access to some more fruit trees. I could have got to this cherry tree earlier, I just forgot. But there was this pomegranate tree in the southwest of the farm behind some logs that I was lucky were still standing. And like the orange tree, I'll just move it to safety. My stronger axe also means I can gain entry to the secret woods, and the frontier farm has this neat shortcut directly there. The secret woods is much bigger in Stardew Valley Expanded. If there was any forage here, it had all been eaten, so I got some anti-crow devices situated. I was worried that they might affect artifact spots too. I need to dig up the shrub seed and the ancient fern seeds here for the community centre as a matter of urgency. I chopped my way into Cindersap Forest so I could forage in the rain and West Cindersap and scrape together some of the fibre out there because that resource is my new sticking point when it comes to scarecrows. I was able to make just one more when I got home, so I could go with 2 pairs of scarecrows protecting each other in the secret woods, allowing me to cover more ground. Good thing I did that, because checking back the following morning, the crows had eaten the newly grown stumps outside of the scarecrow's range. I couldn't find any dig spots today though, and I even tried just digging randomly at the ground, which obviously didn't work, but finding my first 4-leaf clover could brighten my morning. I found Leah in town tending to the community garden. I promised I just wanted to look at the garden, I wasn't going to take anything from here, but she picked a fresh green bean to share some of the harvest with me, which I immediately swallowed whole. It healed me, it energized me, and then I regurgitated it. Whole. The drool-soaked veggie sat in my backpack whilst I fished in the town river. The goldfish? Pretty adorable actually, and the easy-to-catch minnow which came with a fishing level was for the community centre. I stuck it out here for a few more catches before opting for a change of scenery and fished at the forest river instead. I really have to grind this fishing level if I want to be skilled enough to take on some of the other fish tank catches, and it did help that there was plenty of loot coming with them tonight, but the best part? Rescuing a whole large egg for one of Marnie's 2 trash cans. I'll be saving this one to incubate this time. On day 24, I realised I could destroy this boulder blocking what looks like an entrance. We have a mini mining cave, and the resources inside seem to be safe from the crows. That reminded me I hadn't gone to find the mushroom cave yet. It's along a side path near the greenhouse. The mushroom boxes are immune from crows by default, but I'd forgotten about this place long enough for them to have chowed down on my free dehydrator. I must say I was quite distraught. I was not in the cheery festival mood. I didn't have enough friendship to dance with anyone either. I thought I'd better keep up appearances and show my face. Plus I had to buy the rare crow and the tub of flour recipe here anyway. I can't really steal them, and I need them for perfection. I got all the friendship points I needed, then kept my distance a little whilst watching the town's weird dance. Well, I wasn't really watching, more thinking about where I wanted to place my new rare crow, and this one was to go at least close to the mushroom cave. I was ready for another mines day on the 25th. I got caught by Cassandra searching the Adventurer Guild trash, but the portrait from this non-friendable NPC distracted me from my mild humiliation. I came across a mushroom floor during today's mining adventures, but only found a bone sword in the chest on floor 90. It still doesn't compete with a wood mallet with where we are in the floors in my opinion. This holy blade from a crate though? That's more like it. I took a break from floor 95 to sell the extra weapons again. Then I wanted to carry on and try and reach floor 100, but I just couldn't be bothered with this giant infested floor on 97, so I left to go shoplift from Pierre. A great haul today. 4 saplings in here, and with all the rest of it, I only just had enough backpack space for it all. Today saplings brought in 6.5 grand. Then on day 26, I spent a bit of that on 5 bombs from the travelling cart. 300 gold a pop. These are an amazing price, and the only place I can actually buy them. I went home via the secret woods. My morning's still going great because I dug up my first shrub seed. We're only 2 days away from the end of spring, but this will grow into summer too, so I plopped it in the ground with some speed grow to shave off a couple of days. I wanted to bring Sophia another gift today, but I immediately undid a bit of that friendship game by checking the trash pretty much right in front of her. Too large for a trash panda? Not sure what to make of that, and I don't know what made me think I could get away with it, but I got a free grape starter for my trouble. This was to be yet another afternoon in the mines, not to get through more elevators this time, but to reset floor 81 for fibre gathering and fire quartz hunting, and I finally found one early that evening. I even left the abundant fibre behind on this floor so I could bring it straight to the community centre. I purchased the 2,500 gold bundle whilst I was there. A piano? What am I supposed to do with a piano? Well, I know what a piano's for, but it's useless to me. Whatever, that's not even the main event in here today. The fire quartz I'm donating completes the geologist bundle. The small glow ring would just be sold, but that's the entire boiler room complete. The minecarts are so very needed, especially since the mines are quite a bit further away in the expanded version of town. I didn't have a love gift for Pierre today, so for his birthday he just got robbed of 8 more fruit saplings. Thanks, Pierre. I considered putting the piano in the trash, but it went in my house instead. It actually fits the decor. Then the rest of the night was for farm clearance and adding a few more scarecrows to the farm. I slept peacefully knowing my apple tree was now protected, and the minecart repair was underway, and those saplings more than covered the piano purchase at a lovely 7,000 gold. My golden carrot was amongst day 27's little harvest. I was curious if we could get more of these anywhere, given they're worth $1,000 each, and they aren't even a loved gift for anyone. I kept this one for now, just in case. My whole morning was spent on the farm, clearing space to plant more trees in Scarecrow's reach for a future wood supply, incidentally mostly for more scarecrows. With many gems to spare, I could bring Emily a birthday gift, and the rest of them in my backpack will be for the museum. But first, I wanted to see what was for the taking from Willie's shop whilst he's out on his Saturday fishing sesh. I wasn't fussed about the catfish bait, but the free crab pots and trout soup were awesome. Willie really shouldn't leave this door unlocked. Not that it would even stop me. My next stop was Pierre's. Not to steal, we literally just did that, but I was here for my final backpack upgrade, so maybe I won't have to keep dumping my stuff on the floors before I shoplift. Donating those gems to the museum unlocked a new reward. It was just a painting though, so I left it behind. I dropped my crab pots off at the farm and grabbed a cauliflower to deliver to Sophia for her request, along with a sweet treat for the last day of the gift week. No price ticket this time, but that's another 525 gold for the bank to go with the 600-ish I made overnight for some random bits and bobs. The merchant was treating us well again on day 28. She had a goat's cheese for the artisan bundle. I decided to work on my fishing level in town for this last day of spring, even if I didn't gain any levels, but rage quit that evening after losing a lengthy fight with what was probably a catfish, because it was not the first one I lost today. It was time for my next theft anyway. I'm still targeting Pierre's often with the vault bundles in mind, and he helped me out with that today with 5 persimmon saplings selling at $2,000 each, along with some other stuff of course. I then mined for the evening resetting floor 21 for fibre and copper because Clint had a copper ore request, which I could turn into him at the saloon for an extra 300 gold. Before going to bed, I prepped for the season ahead by making 8 new sprinklers. I just have a good feeling about our summer steals, okay? Day 29 and I could get some pre-stored seeds planted, none of which were stolen. Yet. I shook my first nectarine off the tree. No one craving nectarines in real life. Then when I headed out for some errands in town, I crossed paths with Sophia who was leaving Harvey's looking pretty upset. Do I care? No. But I have to stay on everyone's good side, so I better ask how she's doing, even if I could see that Pierre left the store unattended in the middle of the day. I brought her to pet Dusty to cheer her up a bit, a safe strat for most people, before going our separate ways again so that I could donate the morning's crab pot fish and a piece of trash to the community centre. I was ready for my extra 3 crab pots, but no, it's a wall anchor. Not sure what I'm going to do with this. I did also have a sweet pea for the summer foraging bundle, but instead of the grape, it's going to need to be a sand dollar, which I didn't find on the beach today. In fact, there was no beach forage at all. I came back home for some DIY, making my first bee house, recycling machines, and a preserves jar for resources and donatable goods, and after refilling my crab pots and harvesting my first peach, Pierre knocked off work so I could get my hands on some more seeds. I got a whole bunch of stuff today, but only 2 melon seeds for my crop garden. To do something even a smidge more satisfying, I brought all my spare weapons and rings to the Adventurers Guild to sell, but on checking the trash, I recovered a whole pufferfish. What? I need that for the speciality fish bundle. No longer caring for the few hundred gold for my extra items, I brought that pufferfish straight to the community centre. I didn't complete the bundle, but that's the best win of the day. On day 30, I received my first tax and utility bills. These are automatically deducted before you wake up on the 2nd of every season, which thankfully I had more than enough gold to cover it this time. If I came up short, the funds would automatically be collected overnight until it's paid off, and if it's not paid after a certain amount of time, they'd begin shutting off my utilities, so we really want to avoid that. I had a fish taco for breakfast in prep for some mountain lake fishing. I waited till this season to do any focused fishing up here so that I could catch some sturgeon for the luau and the community centre. I caught my first rainbow trout up there too, as well as my first chub, my first tadpole, my first bullhead, and my first largemouth bass. I left the area just before the sturgeon and largemouth bass go to sleep so I could complete the rest of the lake fish bundle. There are my free crab pots, what a relief. I pinched from Pierre's yet again on the way home, scoring a couple of hop starters along with the saplings and fertiliser. Happy to see a new crop today, especially a regrowable one. My precious loot goblin rest was interrupted by a loud explosion in the night, but the knowledge that I reached level 4 fishing and profited over 8 grand helped to restore me for the rest of my sleep. I can't imagine how loud it must have been for Susan though. She came to introduce herself now that she's been freed from the railroad area. She has a farm of her own too. Noticing that we had our first thunderstorm forecast tomorrow, I made my first 6 lightning rods to start collecting batteries and hopefully protect my crops from being zapped. A new season means new forage in the secret woods too. Most of the crows must be flocking elsewhere today because there are a few new things for the taking even a little further away from the scarecrows. I am glad this little pocket has been guarded however, because look at all these red baneberries waiting for me. I took the south exit out of the secret woods and chopped the log to access West Cindersap from here so that I could search for more forage, locating a spiceberry for the community centre. That was my cue to make haste to the beach to check for a sand dollar again. I didn't find one today either, so I relocated those scarecrows to the other side of the bridge just in case it can only spawn on this side. Not sure if that's the case, but I wanted to try. Coming up through town, I was saying hi to the townies as I passed them to appear polite, but when I got to Demetrius, he started with the old weather small talk, and I could just somehow tell he was about to spew a load of facts and stuff at me, so I escaped to rummage through the trash and expand my collection of free seeds from Geodes this time. Look at the variety here! I was starting to learn that it was better to shoplift from here for seeds, whilst Pierre's is better for a potential instant cash boost. I was pleased to occupy so much more of my sprinkler space, and that big round seed there, that's an ancient fiber seed I dug up in the secret woods, a unique summer crop from the Expanded mod. I fished in the forest to kick off my evening, catching my first pike. Caught a few other fish and stuff too, but I was mainly here for a rainbow trout quest, which I failed because I reeled in exactly 0 before they left for the night, and they won't come out in the rain tomorrow. On day 32, my first pickles were ready. I'll keep these in a chest till we get one more artisan good for the artisan bundle. I was off for some beach fishing for the first rain of the season, but I got my first tuna before I even reached the ocean from Lewis's trash. Of course, this doesn't actually count as a catch for the collection. I'll still need to reel one in myself. When I got down there, I fished up several first catches, and reached level 5 fishing. Then I left once I caught my first red snapper. That's the fish I was after in the first place. I raided the Jojo counter for my next lot of seeds. Not quite so many this time, but there was our first brand new butternut squash. I wanted to get that done before handing in the last 2 ocean fish for that bundle. Not much I can do with a 30 deluxe bait reward yet though. I did also find a sand dollar on the beach today. I'll have to go home and get the spiceberry later. I wasn't ready to do that yet. I carried on up towards Robin to buy the big chest recipe. As I said before, the recipes are so random and rare that I'm still allowing myself to pay for those. I also wanted to check out the railroad area. We have the bathhouse and the station as usual, but now there's Susan's emerald farm and this graveyard area. The crows haven't got to the forage here, but additionally someone left this sword on the ground. The stats are not better than my holy sword in my opinion, but it is worth 550 gold, so I sold it off to Marlon. Now I was ready to pop home, though this was really to make my first big chest. They take plenty of resources, but offer way more storage, so I can have less chests spread around the place over time. With my storage now reorganised a bit, I headed back out to complete the summer foraging bundle. I learned by now not to expect summer seeds. We got a rain totem instead, which, actually, this might come in handy at some point. For tonight's fishing profession, I went with Fisher. Unlocked level 4 binning this day too. The bees had some honey ready on day 33, which will probably make for the last artisan bundle item. There was also a single wheat crop ready. Definitely need a lot more of this for the fodder bundle. Since I need so many more anyway, I decided to just give this one to Willie for his request. A price ticket is always worth it, especially when it's another fruit sapling. The Jojo just had a few more tomato seeds for me today. I was mainly hoping for blueberries by this point because we can't get these from mixed seeds or anything, and I need 5 gold ones for the quality crops. On the bright side, I could complete the artisan bundle. What's our reward this time? A Jojo Cola machine? Really? I mean, I guess it produces something. I put it next to my front door to make sure I collect it every morning. I spent a couple of hours of my late afternoon in the mines for a few random resources. Not that long on this bad luck day though. I needed to get to George before the house closes so I could bring him a quartz. This isn't the kind of place to use a lockpick. To end off my day, I made a couple more scarecrows for the area near Grandpa's shed. I wasn't sure if the meteorite could get eaten, but since it was still there, I wanted to make sure it was protected. And this is where I found out that the money tree would still have been at risk for a while anyway, because the scarecrows can't be placed on the steps. And when I put them at the bottom, the range doesn't quite reach. I would have needed the gold pickaxe to get to it. This morning's prize ticket was our second, so it was time for Mr. Key to litter the entire town in mystery boxes. It was probably a desperate attempt to distract me from stealing stuff if I can find all this random loot legally. He just doesn't get it. I want it all. I did a sweep of the secret woods for forage the next morning and carried on south to West Cindersap for some tree chopping where I knocked a woody secret book out of a tree. Not gonna say no to even a small chance to double my wood drops. It probably gave me a good boost. I came home that afternoon with almost a whole stack. I delivered an iron bar to Evelyn before a quick grab and go of saplings and flour from Pierre's, then added to my freebies with some awesome trash finds. Namely this salad from Leah's and a whole quality sprinkler from Sophia's. I was about to ask her if it still works, then realised I probably shouldn't give away that I was digging in her trash again. Didn't matter anyway. Think she was distracted by her stomachache. I'm sure it'll be fine. It was raining green on day 35. I got up to learn my usual Sunday recipe, only to find the TV was broken due to the weird weather. I guess I'll have to wait for the rerun. I feel like a normal farmer would be horrified that their land is covered in weeds. Not me though. This is an awesome chance for me to stock up on fibre for all those scarecrows we still need. Plus there are a load of free mix seeds in here. The ominous downpour didn't stop the travelling merchant from visiting the forest, and she even brought an early red cabbage seed with plenty of time to still grow it this season. I bought my first rare seed too at just 800 gold ready for fall, and I spent my morning doing a lap of Cindersap Forest, mainly focusing on fiddlehead trees, and since the rest of the town liked to cower like chickens, it meant the businesses, other than Gus's, were left unattended so I could grab my daily goods in the middle of the day. Shame there was only some flooring and speed grow. I had no idea I could even steal things like flooring. Whilst it obviously wasn't what I was after today, I might as well still use it. For the rest of the day, it was back to gathering fibre and moss, both on the farm and back in the forest again, coming home that night with hundreds of both of them. With the weather still gloomy the next day, even if no longer green, I wasn't expecting this early morning visitor. Marlon was here to ask me to visit Gil at the guild whenever I get the chance. Even though I spent my morning in the mines, I didn't get around to visiting him today. I had a couple of ghost bounties stacked up for the wizard, one of which was due today, and there was a prize ticket in it for me which I wasn't going to miss. Got 10 more mixies from that, and I wasn't going to miss Gus's birthday either. He received a diamond. For my next bit of community centre progress, I bought the 5 grand bundle for a gold brazier, and the 10 grand bundle for a navy tuxedo. Again, these are useless rewards. Okay, maybe the brazier could be considered adequate, but the very expensive tuxedo is going in the trash. Just the 25 grand bundle to go now for the bus repair. Bringing the shiny light home, I wanted to put the recently gathered materials to use in the form of 13 more scarecrows. I used them to expand my farm army, got a few down in the backwoods so the trees could regrow, with a final one joining the pair at the beach. On day 37, the shrub seed had produced its first salal berries. I brought one of them straight to the community centre to complete the spring crops bundle, relieved to see a usable reward, another bee house. Aiming for another spree of item donations, I brought all of my geodes to Clint to open. It was a successful trip. I came out with 9 new donations, and as for the rewards, I was only really interested in the pumpkin seeds. It was this afternoon that I felt ready to ask Gil what he wants. It looks like it was meant to be as well. I found a wooden club in the trash right there that I can sell. A little birdie told him that the minecarts on the farm weren't working. That's weird. I don't remember telling anyone. Wait, is he friends with the crows? Is that one of his little birdies? I don't know what the deal is there, but he said he could help with restoring the minecarts if I provide the materials. I need 2 dozen each of copper and iron bars. There'll be a chest on my farm to drop them off. The green rain a couple of days ago caused loads of farm trees to suddenly sprout up, so I cleared out some of them to make things just a little less messy. I could always do with the wood and the foraging levels. On day 38, I pushed through some new mines floors for this good luck day, and had a star drop for lunch when I got to floor 100. Loved the taste of another awesome freebie. I carried on to reach floor 105 where I left to bring Maru a cauliflower for her birthday, then headed into town to break into Pierre's for more freebies. The extra step of lockpicking the door kinda made me forget to leave enough backpack space for everything, so I just took the corn seeds and the apple saplings. The saplings contributing to another 5 grand towards that last vault bundle. I'd accumulated enough metal to drop off to the chest before bed that evening. I was gonna go give Gil the good news the next day, but Marlon was already on my doorstep when I woke up to tell me that Gil will begin work on them and they'll be done tomorrow. How did they know? I shrugged that off to handle the morning farm chores, then made my appearance at the luau. Really glad I just so happened to check Lewis's store here. It's one I often ignore, but this time he had an ice cream sundae recipe I need to learn for perfection. I greeted everyone, then dropped in a gold quality sturgeon to the soup to win over the governor and the town. Fooling everyone is just too easy. All they need is soup. Like, look at these suckers. Like Susan here, sending me free seeds in the mail, and Pam sending me a battery. A good start to day 40, and the travelling cart had some well-priced copper bars and bombs for sale. I purchased an extra rare seed and a shrimp cocktail too. I wanted the food for its luck and fishing bonus, but I didn't realise till I was about to store it at home that I need it for the chef's bundle. An unexpected win. I was planning to use it to help me fish for a butterfish and puppyfish at Shearwater Bridge, but I'll have to go foodless this time. I needed to catch a few rainbow trout for Demetrius too, so I might as well do it here. Unfortunately, my good luck had ended there. The pike was the most difficult fish I could handle at this location today with level 5 fishing. I was clearly not ready for the expanded fish. A bit of shoplifting from Pierre could cheer me up, a decent variety on offer as well, even if still no blueberries. Demetrius was conveniently at the saloon by then for me to be able to claim my fishing reward. A few mystery boxes sweetened the deal from the prize ticket. I had one of my biggest harvests yet on day 41, which bumped up my farming level. I had a few seeds saved up to go in the free space, with any remaining space occupied by mixed flower seeds. I gathered any uneaten beach forage for crab mating season, then ignored Alex's birthday since I don't have any loved gifts for him, so I could mine the afternoon away and progress further down the floors. I got the slammer for my floor 110 treasure, a significant upgrade, and robbed this metalhead of a monster compendium. Stealing more from monsters too? Yes please. I successfully reached the bottom of the mines by the evening to get my hands on the skull key. Glad to now have this ready for when we can get the bus repaired. I was so happy with myself that I forgot to even shoplift today, like I had 2 more professions to pick. I went with Tiller for farming and Fighter for combat, and still made 4 grand that night just selling off a load of random hoarded stuff. On day 42, I shopped the travelling cart for a Nautilus shell for the community centre, and a spare sturgeon in case I want to build a fish pond for caviar at some point. I plan to fish up a wood skip in the secret woods today, and as fishing often goes, I had a horrible time with it. The catfish are annoying enough. Carp are quite simply boring, but the other 2 in here seem to be too quick and slippery for me today because I didn't catch anything new all day. I did get another fishing level though. I managed to sprint off to Pierre's for a late night robbery, which helped me bring in another 6 grand overnight from the saplings. On day 43, I could harvest my first ancient fibre plant. I've been waiting for this for the summer crops bundle. Before handing that in though, I wanted to get that last vault bundle bought up, and the reward, surprisingly, did not disappoint. An aged Blue Moon wine with a +7 luck buff. Usually it's only Sophia that sells these, which means I'd previously accepted that I wouldn't be able to get hold of one. But no, the vault comes through for us after all those other disappointing rewards. It's a universal love gift too, but this one is mine, and the bus repair is officially on the horizon. The summer crops bundle reward was actually pretty decent too. Always happy with an extra quality sprinkler. To get some seeds for it, I visited the Joja Mart, and there I finally find 5 blueberry seeds. I don't see myself getting all quality ones, but I do have enough time for one harvest before the end of the season, with an aim to keep all the berries to turn back into seeds later. By afternoon, I slayed red slimes for a bounty, then gathered iron and coal on the frozen floors, and books apparently, making sure to get my slime slaying reward from Lewis before he locks his doors. I'm not reckless enough to risk getting caught breaking into the mayor's house. I dreamt of the Junimos repairing the bus that night, and then on day 44 I raided Willie's counter for a change now that I'm not quite so desperate for seeds. Happy to find a pair of crab bots here for some easy fishing XP, and the lead bobbers are some instant cash. That was just to pass some time before Pam makes her way to the bus stop for the day so I can take my first trip to the desert. I forgot how different this place is in Stardew Valley Expanded. I was mainly here to do some initial trades for some desert totems and caverning supplies which I'm allowed. These are items rather than cash I'm spending, and this is where I found out you can trade for the golden carrot seeds for gold bars. Even at 3 bars per seed, it could be worth it for a few hundred gold profit, but I don't remember to bring any gold bars over here as much as I would like. In terms of desert forage, I only find 1 coconut and 1 cactus fruit, assuming the rest have been crowed, and whilst I wasn't originally planning on it, I couldn't help poking my head into Skull Caverns for funsies, but I quickly changed my mind. I just didn't feel ready. Got some bonus spicy eel though. I wanted to make sure I was alive to meet Sandy for the first time anyway. A customer? Sure. In Stardew Valley Expanded, she will gain a schedule that allows her to leave the store as we build up friendship with her, so she's going to become something of a priority. Maybe not right at the top, but she's up there. I made sure to check her store to see if there was anything new for Stardew Expanded, and I'll need to come back for the vegan comb recipe another day. I popped home briefly to drop everything off, and collected some gold bars, then used one of my desert totems to get back there for free so I could trade for both the golden carrot seeds. Don't think I mentioned, by the way, that you can plant them in every season other than winter. I started my evening with some farm clearance, followed by slaying dust sprites for coal in the mines. I brought that over to the saloon for Clint to inspect, then once again crashed into bed around midnight. Day 45 felt like the right time to triple my preserves jars. Mr. Hugh wrote to me challenging me to reach floor 25 at Skull Caverns. He must have read my mind. I was planning to head down there for real today anyway. I wouldn't consider myself very well geared up with this number of bombs and staircases, but I was going to do my best. I didn't have too much trouble finding my way down in the beginning, and jumped through a hole around lunchtime to whiz past floor 25, but things started to slow down after that, so I decided to save my very few supplies for a future run, exiting from floor 32. So some of you might know what to expect next. Let's have a look at our first loot review on the new Empire farm. Okay, now bear in mind that I didn't stay the whole day, nor did I get very far, so there is 1 backpack space free, and a drop of sap, but peep the 3 pairs of shoes. The leather boots are what were on my feet, till I found the crystal shoes I'm now wearing. The curiosity lure will be helpful when we get the advanced rod from Masteries, and we did get a handful of iridium ore. I don't think this is too bad for a barely geared half run. After dropping home all of that, I packed up some materials and walked to the mountains to catch Robin at work just before she'd leave. It's time for our first building, and I'm going for a coop in one of the pre-built animal pens. It took me a few lockpicks to gain entry to Pierre's, but when I made it inside, I managed to get hold of a few peach saplings to recover some of the building funds. Then I ran to Joja Mart to find Sam for his birthday gift. Didn't realise he'd long left by then, so I sprinted over to his house, only to arrive seconds too late. I didn't want them to catch me using a lockpick, so that's his birthday miss this year. Sucks when I actually had a love gift. I even had the cauliflower for Jodie's curry too. Oh well. I should have just gone there first, because Mr. Key more than paid for my coop the next morning anyway. 10 grand for passing floor 25 in Skull Caverns, and on an unrelated note, there's farming level 6 from today's harvest. I used Robin's absence from her store to steal from her while she was hard at work on my farm for a handful of bonus materials. I mean, it's something, but this location hasn't proven very lucrative for me, so I don't really do it too often. Victor bought a red mushroom from me for the price of a prize ticket and 225 gold, and from that ticket I got a Stardrop tea which I intend to save for a bigger friendship boost on birthdays. Evelyn was also after a largemouth bass, and I did go bring Jodie that pretty overdue cauliflower before fishing at the mountain lake to grow my XP. I ended up switching location shortly after to the secret woods to keep trying for the wood skip, which was proving to be more elusive than I ever expected, because despite persisting in this spot late into the night, I still didn't catch it today. I did reel in my first grass carp though. Going to sleep, I was excited to see I could now craft quality sprinklers of my own, but what's this? A hedge fence? That's new and pretty adorable. It does require fibre as well as wood though, so it'll be a long time before I'm willing to spend my resources on those. Taking a rainy walk over to the travelling cart, I bought a duck feather for the dye bundle, then made a couple of deliveries around town, starting with a diamond as per Lewis's request for a lovely 2200 gold, then made a pickup at the ice cream stand for some ice cream to use as gifts. I handed Demetrius a month-old strawberry for the anniversary of its birth as he put it, then I was on my way to Susan's to bring her one of those ice creams when I found Clint staring at the boulder blocking the summit path. Lewis hired him to get rid of the boulder, but obviously he's going to palm off the hard part to me to gather the materials. To be extra difficult, he won't just tell me what he needs. I have to go see him at his house later. Back to Susan. When I arrived at her abode, I noticed she was at the far end of the keg room. With how far away she is, I used to lockpick on that door because there's no way she'd hear me from all the way over there. I told her she just left it open, and she was too distracted by the ice cream gift and her dying houseplant for any further questions really. I used the train station for the first time to see where it goes. It placed me at the Grampleton Fields, an optional part of Stardew Valley Expanded. One of the paths does lead back to town, and it took me a while to find my way, but I decided to make my way back on foot to ask Clint what he needs for the explosives. He's after coal and iridium ore, 20 of each to be exact. I kind of understand the iridium ore, but he literally sells an unlimited amount of coal, hello? Whatever, as long as he pays me for it. That's going on the back burner until I can next go back to Caverns. I just cleared more of the farm for the rest of the day. My beautiful new coop was done on day 48, so I brought in a couple of scarecrows to protect the interior. I can't get chickens yet though. I have to incubate the eggs for those, which requires an upgrade, but first I felt the need to make an attempt at the trout derby. This is not how I like to handle this event at all. What I usually do is save a few rainbow trout from earlier in the season, turn it into targeted bait to catch more rainbow trout in general, then increase the chance of getting the tags even further with some sort of luck buffing food. I only have a bamboo pole, so no targeted bait for me, and along with the day's bad luck, I thought it pointless to waste a spicy eel on this. I caught exactly one Dorado and already needed a break, heading all the way up to Robin's to get her back to work on the farm to upgrade my coop. I talked myself into going back into the forest for another go at the trout fishing, but only found one tag the entire time I was there, so I cut my losses and redeemed it for a 10. At least it forced me to work on the XP grind. There's only one fisherman I can get revenge on, and that would be Willie. I stole a crab pot, some trout soup, and a few more bobbers from him. I bought another rare seed from the merchant's cart on my way to give the second day of the trout derby another go, with some free cheese from the trash can to psych me up. I used my need to gain more fishing levels to motivate me. I made myself stay here in this spot all day. I felt done by about 9 PM, finding a grand total of 4 more tags. Rubbish. For those, I got a quality sprinkler, some farm totems, a few omni geodes, and a bucket hat. Didn't care much for the hat, but the bright side for this day was fishing up an ancient seed. That made it all worth it. I picked willies for my day's freebies again after another horrible day of fishing. Just bobbers this time, but ones I might actually later use. Robin was done with a coop upgrade on day 50. I only have a duck egg rescued from the trash, so that's what we'll be hatching first. I had to rearrange all the scarecrows as well to cover the new space better. Plus, I think Robin moved them, which was kind of rude really. Still not giving her a break. I marched right up there to get her to build me a silo, which I tucked in this little nook, and I had to go back home to add more scarecrows to this area to stop the building being eaten in its entirety, because yes, that can happen. These crows, they have an endless appetite, whether that be literally or just for mischief, who knows. I brought Victor a pike to get a hold of another prize ticket, wasting no time in exchanging it, but it was just a bed. I'll just chuck this in a chest for now, I guess. I wasn't about to let my disappointment ruin this moment though. I donated yesterday's ancient seed to the museum to get a plantable one with its crafting recipe, and actually I unlocked a few new rewards here, but the only other thing I bothered to take with me was the rare crow. Next up was the Adventurers Guild to sell off my next batch of hoarded gear, and I fished once again at the secret woods, leaving after midnight still wood skipless. I'm getting sick of this place now. Day 51 was Victor's birthday. Had to interrupt his reading to get his attention, but before I could pull out his gift, he started telling me all about the book in his hand. Not gonna lie, I don't remember asking. I zoned out whilst he went on and on and on, but eventually he shut up so I could hand over the battery and leave. Consider my social battery drained when I left that house. I escaped all the townspeople for a while, ducking into the mines to handle a red slime bounty, then fished till the evening to simply raise my XP. I wasn't quite done at this point, taking a little break to steal from Clint, because how funny would it be to have stolen some of the coal he asked for towards the explosives? That's not what happened today though, just got a little bit of gold and copper ore. I decided I was overfishing for the day after one more pike from the town river, then I decided to enjoy just a little bit more human interaction to turn in the slime quest to Lewis. Worth it for 750 gold. Robin had vacated the farm on day 52, which meant I could take a scythe around the farm and start filling up my silo. Willie got a shiny gold bar for his birthday, then I fished right outside on the pier, a miserable task for the miserable weather. Again, it was just to work on my fishing level, but I didn't get any new ones today. I put the rod away for the night once Clint had left for the saloon so I could steal from him again. No coal this time either, but I could have done with the top up on lockpicks, and it looks like he got a new anvil in. It's mine now. Day 53 was to be spent in Skull Caverns. My supplies aren't really any better than last time we were here. Like, look at the selection of random food occupying my hotbar, so I wasn't expecting to get too far through the floors today. I was primarily after more iridium ore for Clint's explosives. Whilst I did get further than last time, I still didn't stay for the whole day for a very special reason. I left the caverns at floor 58. Let's have a look at our loot review so you can see why. Did you spot the reason? It's my first 2 prismatic shards. One came from a treasure floor. Think it was my only treasure floor of the day actually. I got more than enough iridium ore and coal for Clint's request, but other than that, a good variety of ore, gems and monster loot. I immediately binned off a few odds and ends to make room for the desert forage. This was worth it to me for the love gifts, and of course I needed the space to trade one of my prizzies for the galaxy sword. My goodness, this shrine thing is such a trek in this version of the desert. I also wanted to leave early enough to try and catch the bookseller as I had a spare monster compendium. I wanted to know if I could trade it for any other useful items, but for that I need 2 copies and all it would get me is a slime press. So I just stole some ice cream sundaes from the stand in town and shipped off the book for an extra 2 grand before I went to sleep. That mostly paid for a rabbit's foot from the travelling cart the next day, an item I need for the enchanter's bundle. I stocked up on more farm wood, then dropped off the bomb supplies to Clint, who paid me way less than if I were to smelt the bars and sell them off myself. This summer access better be worth it. I gave Clint the old side-eye while still getting my geodes opened by him, and whilst I got enough donations for another reward, I didn't even check what it was. I didn't think it would be anything important, I guess, and there were better things waiting for me from Pierre's. Look at this haul of saplings. For now, however, I decided to start saving some of these for a future big fruit orchard, in case I want to build one. For the rest of this day, I panic fished at the mountain lake for a frog. I needed this for the enchanter's bundle, and they're only available in the rain for spring and summer. It's not raining tomorrow, and it can't rain on the 28th for the moonlight jellies, so this was my last chance this year to catch one. It took me pretty much all night, but thankfully I did. Actually, I caught 2, because I need another to cook some frog's legs at some point. Sadly, no fishing levels from that sesh, but I did hit level 7 farming, as well as level 5 binning. I went with the recycler profession here. Being sneaky is fun, but I can do that without any extra help. On day 55, I crafted my first trash cans. You can't throw away stuff in these, but the townies will leave trash in them for us to find, and we won't lose friendship by collecting from them. I will need to move them off the farm though, they don't seem to work very well here. Oh, and I did make some extra furnaces too. Clint actually cleared the boulder overnight, so I went to have a look at the summit and found a prismatic trash can on the path up there. I do need level 12 binning to search it, so I wonder if there's some buff food or something for our binning skill. The climb to the top was worth it. The expanded version of the summit is beautiful and full of life. Life I must protect from the crows. I brought 2 scarecrows with me and grabbed all the forage there. I visited Robin's as I passed her place to buy a couple of path recipes, so I might start getting some things organised soon. Then I walked all the way down to the beach to steal from Willy whilst he was out for the day. Only got 2 basic bait and a caught bubba this time. My trash run was better though, got a free strawberry seed from Andy's which I can save for next spring. I gathered up the last harvest of summer crops on day 56. That included some blueberries, but I only got 1 gold one. Very glad we have a lot to spare to turn into next year's seeds, but unless we find another way, that's the pantry failed till next year. I moved my trash cans out to the bus stop so they'll actually produce something, before finding a wool for the animal bundle and another rare seed at the travelling cart. Back on the farm, our first baby duckling attached. This is where I decided on the theme for our animal names, which this time will be beverages. Since this is a duck, it has to be lemonade. If you know, you know. My daylight hours were spent setting up a tree tapper farm. I feel like I usually leave these later than I ought to, so let's just get it done. I couldn't plant quite as many trees as I hoped to in this area. There were a few tiles that for some reason wouldn't let me plant there, but I just worked with the hand I was dealt and made some sort of entrance area using paths. I got some of each tree fertilised to kick things off. Just a few. Didn't want to spend a huge amount of fibre on these, and by the time I got everything away and organised, it was time for the dance of the moonlight jellies. I can't buy the seafoam pudding from here. I only really checked the stall in case of recipes, which there weren't, so I just said hi to everyone for the friendship points and watched the jellyfish float on by. Day 57 and I already have a harvest for the new season of some corn and sunflowers. I already had a selection of seeds ready to go for my fall garden, which I bolstered with some free ones from the Joja Mart. It looks like sweet potatoes are the new crop of the season. I love sweet potatoes, so I was thrilled to see those. I did a foraging walk looking for new bits for the community centre before the crows get to them. Oh, by the way, they've well and truly settled into the valley and have begun to multiply, so we can expect 10 new crows added to the flock every single month. There are 60 of them now. Some money spilled out of my bank account on day 58 because it was bills and taxes day. That's the perk of the thief life. I don't burn my whole balance on seeds on the first day of the season. I picked my first persimmons from a fruit tree left by Grandpa, and I think that these are the most valuable of the tree fruit, so I'll want more of those. I headed into town to find the special order board. Looks like Robin decided to hog it for this first week, so I'll collect some hardwood for her. I did some other quests today too. I brought George's hot pepper for his knee, handed Penny a birthday emerald on my quest to make the town like me, gave Abigail a red snapper for her bulletin board note, and I did have a melon for Demetrius's crop research, but I got distracted by looting trash cans. I came back home and started gathering Robin's hardwood, gaining a new foraging level in the secret woods, and finishing the entire lot in one single evening. It was a bit late to drop it off though, so I tidied up some more farm trees and broke into Jojo after midnight for a couple of bok choy seeds. For level 9 foraging, I also unlocked the sun and wind totems. Kinda cool that we have more ways to control the weather now. Then on day 59, I gathered enough full forage to be able to complete its community centre bundle. As you might know by now, no forage seeds, but the tapper here was even better actually. I dropped off Robin's hardwood delivery for $2,000. Not bad for an evening's work. That went towards the cost of a new barn. Jodie got one of my spare hazelnuts for a well-timed prize ticket because I had another to collect for Robin's project. So from those, I got another few quality sprinklers and an apple sapling. Extra grateful for the sprinklers. I'm starting to run low on crop spots. With those saved fruit saplings from the other day, I started a fruit orchard up by the greenhouse. I won't be planting every sapling I get going forward, but it makes sense to have some extra trees given how many of them we seem to get. I just didn't like my fruit trees in this spot anymore, but I only picked up the out of season ones. The pomegranates and persimmons can wait until the winter, and I still had some spare ones to sell off. Just as I went to leave the farm for my daily theft, I scored a whole prismatic shard from a slime that attacked me. I thought maybe that would bring me luck when I went to grab some more stuff from Pierre's. The orange sapling was good, but the rest was pretty mediocre. On day 60, I brought the wizard a random gift and did the round saying hello to the villagers when I walked in on a row between Victor and Olivia. Victor's career search wasn't going all that well it seems. Given how I make my own living, I decided that was none of my business and popped back home, digging up this old coin for the museum by the bus stop. I only came back for a gift for Sandy because I wanted to come out to the desert for more forage and to trade for more caverning supplies. Then for the evening, I practiced fishing on the farm. On day 61, I conveniently dug up my first broccoli seeds right on the farm before finding a reasonably priced garlic at the travelling cart, as well as an expensive beet seed, but I couldn't see myself being able to steal much from Sandy anytime soon, and I got a cranberry to turn into seeds when I get the seed maker, just in case I don't find any at the stores this season. I also grabbed one of the fishing XP books because why not? That gave me a bit of a boost ahead of a day planned of fishing on Shearwater Bridge. I found Victor taking notes or something when I got there. He started spewing a load of info about bridges I think. I wasn't really listening, and I told him I can't really talk. I've got fish to try and catch. I suppose try is the key word there. The pressure was on a bit because the puppyfish and the butterfish will hibernate for the winter, so I only have a few weeks to try and get hold of them this year. Surprisingly, I managed to reel in a butterfish. It was pretty sweaty work. That fish is as slippery as, well, butter. I could breathe a sigh of relief when I won the tug-of-war match with this puppyfish. At least that's how it felt. I hit level 8 fishing from that one too. I shoplifted from Pierre's for a few more seeds on my way to the community centre to make my donations, including completing the riverfish bundle. My prize for that was a recycling machine, which, sure, I'll take it, and after donating the puppyfish, all that's left for the speciality fish bundle is the wood skip. On day 62, I felt the need to rearrange my storage and machine area because things were starting to feel a little bit cramped. Starting with Sandy in the desert, I dedicated my afternoon to gifting since the gift week resets tomorrow, and as part of that, Willie got an extra gold bar for his request. I didn't forget to find myself a gift that evening from Pierre's, but he only left me a single bag of sugar. A baby chick hatched in the coop the next morning. She'll be called Seltzer. We're getting another new animal today too, since I'm allowed to buy one of each non-egg laying animal, so it's time for my first cow. Milk is a drink, so that'll be the name. Sandy got another gift on my quest to encourage her to go outside. Still can't steal from her store, so Jojamart it is. And with offerings like this, no regrets. Evelyn got her requested ruby on my way up to the mines to gather iron, copper and fibre. I got an unexpected ancient seed artifact from a grub that night, which I did craft into its plantable form, but it's too late in the year for it to grow now. The weather was gloomy for Claire's birthday, so I brought her a sunflower to brighten her day. She will never suspect me now. I tackled a ghost bounty in the mines again whilst waiting for Robin to open so I could get her to upgrade my house. Then I struggled to find the wizard at his house to turn in the ghost bounty, so I decided to just have a little nose around the place. I don't know what possessed me to start reading though. The wizard jump scared me with a prize ticket and gave me a bit of a scolding, but he also said in the future that he might be willing to teach me some magical stuff, and I'm certainly down for that. Out in the forest, I got my first walleye for the community centre, and on my way over to donate it, I could redeem my latest prize ticket, which gave me the Friendship 101 book. Perfect! Now I can make the town love me a little faster. As for the walleye, that completed the night fishing bundle. Pleased to see some dishes of the sea. Our fishing struggles are not over yet. Jojamart only had some fairy seeds for me, which I can just get from mixed flower seeds anyway. Then I added some lighting around the farm in the form of torches I've been accumulating from the recycling machines, doing my best to keep them hidden where I could. On day 65 I set out to the secret woods, refusing to leave this very spot till I catch that darn wood skip. Seems I didn't need to be quite so dramatic. I caught it before lunchtime. I targeted Marnie's store as I passed it, but there was only a few hay here, so not worth it. I brought a bunch of other donations to the community centre, but the main event here today was of course the wood skip. That is the last fish for the speciality fish bundle. A fishing vest? I have no words. Who cares though? That's the fish tank off the to-do list. I had to go all the way up to the summit to return Linus's berry basket. Debated even giving this back so I could take all the berries for myself, and then I saw the abundance of forage up here which made the climb worthwhile. Next up, a visit to the Adventurer Guild for some recipes, but when I got there, Marlon had to speak to me too. He somehow noticed the galaxy sword I've been rocking. Think he was telling me something about his first galaxy weapon, not really listening, but now there are more galaxy weapons up for purchase here. Not that it's relevant to me. I did still spend a bit of cash here before I left on the frog leg recipe and the mushroom berry rice recipe because the rice is going to be needed for a bulletin board bundle. With the completion of the fish tank, the Junimos cleared the sparkly boulder overnight, and on day 66, I realised I forgot to let the cow out of the barn, so it's been going without food. She was angry, but thankfully still okay. I ran out to the Joja Mart for some seeds as soon as they opened, and finally got some cranberry seeds, with still enough time for a few harvests, and having cut down a few more wheat that morning, I could complete the fodder bundle. A free void egg to hatch made my day! Without this, I'd have had to wait for the witch to bring me one. I then just waited outside Pierre's door for Caroline to emerge so I could give her a blackberry in working towards a new prize ticket. From there, it was up to the mines till midnight, obliterating skeletons for bone frags. I didn't get the 100 I needed for Gunther yet though. Bit rough doing this without the burglar ring or monster musk. Day 67, I woke up in my newly expanded house.
Oh, okay. Well, my house leveled up overnight. It got finished building, but it also meant the new room had no scarecrows in it. There goes my bed. My bed's gone.
I rearranged my scarecrows, and I'll be prioritising prize tickets to try and get a new one from there. Got Jodie's birthday gift out the way first, then brought Shane a sandfish for his casserole before another afternoon in the mines gathering the remaining bone frags. Most of the town was asleep by the time I was done with that, so I attempted to steal from Marnie's again, only to find another handful of hay. This is not a place I'll be frequenting, I don't think. I couldn't even turn in my bone frags for the prize ticket whilst Gunther is still trapped behind his desk. With what happened to the museum collection before, I just know he'll notice me break in, so I guess I'll just sleep inside the piano? I spent more than half my money on the snowman rarecrow at the travelling cart the next morning, still less than the price at the Festival of Ice. I needed to actually buy something from Marnie today, a milk pail ready for my cow. I guess I've been trying to steal one which wasn't working out for me. Don't know if it's even possible. This became a day of mostly gifting, and I also remembered to hand in my bone frags to the museum. That mostly paid for the rarecrow, and I was so tunnel visioned on the gift grind that I completely forgot about the prize ticket waiting at the special order board. I found Willie hanging out by the mountain lake, confused about the boulder's disappearance, but that now means we can start panning for ores and treasure in the water, and this fool decided to just hand over a whole pan for free. Yaz was my loot location of choice today, so I could make some money for some fruit saplings. Then when I hit the saloon on my gift rounds, I found Claire short on funds to order herself a salad due to the prices rising. Isn't that getting a little too real? With all these people around, it was the perfect opportunity to perform a good deed, so I offered to help pay. I did get around to collecting my ticket that evening, but I was ultra confused when the blue bed wasn't in the lineup because I could have sworn it was soon. Nope, I got it back on day 50. Thank goodness I kept it as a spare in a chest. That meant I didn't even need to sleep in the piano last night. That's not the worst thing to be stolen so far though. Waking up on day 69, I went to say hello to all of my animals to notice my cow was missing. I mean, she's become the crow's dinner. I forgot to put any scarecrows in the barn. I had to convince Marnie that I definitely didn't name the other cow Milk too. She can't know what happened to the first one. The morning's events clouded over the fact that I harvested my first pumpkins, so now I can finish off the full crops bundle, which gave me some deluxe fertilizer. That'll be handy in helping me with a quality crops bundle. I stole the new tank's fish and left a few more donations to the bulletin board before bringing Sophia another vegan cone. Then I slayed some red slimes in the mines for Lewis and shoplifted a whole load of seeds from the Joja Mart. Unfortunately, I was mainly after yam seeds for the quality crops, which I didn't find this time. There's only a few days left where I can plant them to grow in time. I got another prize ticket for the slime bounty, but it was only that blue hat which I'm not a huge fan of, so it went in the bin. I wanted to go to bed a little earlier today, but first I had a couple of craftables on my to-do list. First, a dehydrator which we stole the recipe for ages ago, and a crystallarium to start accumulating jades for staircases. I carried on crafting a bit the next day, a mayo machine this time now that I'm starting to get eggs in. Whilst tracking down Sophia at PS to say hi for some friendship points, I got roped into a game of Prairie King by Abigail. I don't consider myself a pro by any means, but I'd had enough practice by now to help Abigail through the level without me dying a single time. Thankfully, Sophia was still at PS by the time I was done with that, then it was across the bridge to Joja Mart to steal some more not yam seeds, and then to the museum to donate a few more saved up artifacts. I unlocked a couple new rewards from that, but picked out the rarecrow and a couple of statues that I liked, still leaving the rest. After putting all that away, I fished at the mountain lake till the sunset to work on XP. Not that I caught too many with my flimsy bamboo pole, and I didn't get any new fishing levels this time, but I did level up in farming, unlocking kegs, and I hit level 6 spinning too. I pushed on with some more fishing the following morning till I was sure Sandy was out at the shop for her birthday. I bumped into Sophia in town, who was looking kind of upset. I'll probably find out what's up later. I have a birthday to attend. Might as well give Emily a gift whilst I'm out here too, and now we're over 5 hearts with Sandy, so at some point she'll start leaving the store more. I wasn't missing an opportunity to steal from her today as well. She left me a handful of seeds. I thought I'd better get the check-in with Sophia out of the way when I got back to the valley. She must have been in a bad mood if she threw away a whole plate of her favourite Grampleton orange chicken. She was crying on the floor of one of the bedrooms in her house, and told me to leave, so I did. But then she ran after me as I approached the door and explained that I had no reason to worry about her. This is just something she lives with. Telling her I understood and that I'm here for her felt right, and she asked me to stay for a while to watch some anime. Why not? Keeps me out the rain for a bit. Hopefully an ice cream will help cheer her up as well. Then I brought a dish of the sea to Shearwater Bridge to make another attempt at catching a puppy fish for a cooked dish required by the chef's bundle. No luck on that front tonight, but I did reel in a Jaws of the Sea book, so now I have a chance to find fish roe with my fish. Another duckling hatched on day 72. We already have lemonade, so this one will be grape juice. That freed up the incubator so I could get the void egg going. I packed up some of my finest goods, because today is the Stardew Valley Fair, and I need to crush Pierre with my Grange display. Whilst waiting for Lewis to hopefully make good choices, I grabbed myself a free survival burger for lunch, which I didn't even have to steal. And of course I won the Grange display. Mine is clearly the best. I put my items away there and then so I couldn't forget them, and those 1000 tokens I got weren't close to enough, so I spun the wheel a bunch of times, and what I really mean is way too many times. Making my first trip to the prize ticket booth, which I can use because I'm not spending money, I traded for the rare crow for the collection, as well as the prize ticket, and of course the star drop. As for the rest of the tokens, I actually went back to the wheel to max out the balance at 9999 because there's a second edition of the furniture catalogue here, which I haven't seen before, and it cost the lot. I was more than ready to leave by then, and checking out the catalogue, there are some new fun furniture options in here to deck out the house. I'm not really great with interior decorating in Stardew, so I won't be doing that just yet, but this will be here if I ever get around to it. Had to make sure I got my Jojo break-in done before bed. Sadly, still no yam seeds. It was nice to see some sunflowers and veggies to harvest on day 73. That was a little bit of outdoor activity before I ducked into the mines for the day to slay dust sprites for Clint's cave patrol. Without Monster Musk, I was convinced I'd be here all day, but no! I smashed through 50 of them by the early afternoon. I immediately went and spent the reward funds on a pickaxe upgrade, then shoplifted from Jojo again where I got a decent haul including a single yam seed. It's not enough, but it's a start, and at this point in the season, a lot of the long growing or regrowing ones will be saved for next year. The prize tickets from the special request and the fair contained my first fish smoker and some artifact troves. A day full of wins so far, though I thought maybe I might get some good stuff from those troves. I only got one new artifact, but I got the golden pumpkin for a gift, and the dwarf gadget I'll save for crafting. Perhaps we may continue our streak of good happenings at Shearwater Bridge. I just had a good feeling about catching the puppy fish for the big bark burger, but I was not expecting to find a new legendary on the end of my line. I'm not ready for something with this much fight, and annoyingly, I encountered it several times that evening, losing it every single time. But I did catch the puppy fish sometime later. Hopefully it'll be my last. Kind of forgot I did also need a butterfish to cook, but I did catch a good few of those. So now I need to buy the cooking recipes. They are quite pricey. It took almost all of my cash to buy both of the recipes, with the little remaining going on the Grampleton orange chicken for sale. I then realised I just bought something without thinking, so that went in the trash. I can't use it. I think that's the only time this year I accidentally bought something. I got the late night cooking out of the way for the big bark burger and the glazed butterfish, which will both be for the chef's bundle. Then on day 74, Marnie got a diamond for her birthday on my way to see Sophia, who took some time to tell me all about the accident her parents were involved in. The room we were standing in belonged to them, and after they passed, she took over the vineyard. I couldn't deny that she seemed to be doing a good job of things here, and then she asked me if I'd be willing to help restore this bedroom. For the sake of keeping up a good appearance, I suppose I'll have to. That's going to be a job for a future day. With the recent fishing victories, I decided I want to take on the angler today, and as I passed Lewis's trash can, I rescued a mermaid pendant. Oh dear, what happened? Well, what do I care? It's mine now. What an amazing trash day. It didn't take all that long to catch myself the angler, which was much easier than the puppy fish. I had plenty of space in my backpack for the few seeds and Jojo Cola I stole from the Jojo Mart, and you might have noticed I'm now carrying all the Jojo Colas I've stored up. I might as well use them for a short speed boost as and when I need it. My evening plans entailed resetting the lower floors in the mines on the hunt for squid kids for their ink. It took a while to find one of the monsters at all, but the first one I killed gave me what I needed, so I brought that along with a few other bulletin board bits to the community centre. The ink went into completing the dye bundle, but all I got for that was a clothesline full of someone else's laundry? What an odd place to leave this. I'll just put it over here. Thanks to some deluxe speed grow, my sweet gem berries had ripened on day 75. There were a few other crops ready too, but none quite so exciting. This day was for handing out gifts, including a cave carrot to Marnie's goats, but before unloading my backpack all over town, I helped Sophia with her parents' bedroom as promised. The place was looking so much better by the time we were done with it, then I got on with chipping away at the friendships and clearing out some of my journal requests for the entire day. A few gifts later, I made room for the day's Joja seeds. At this point, I get what I get. I'd given up hope on the yams, it's too late. I had a bit of fun jump scaring Abigail at the saloon. She was about to leave to do homework, but was looking for a reason to procrastinate, so I carried her through another level of Journey of the Prairie King to assert my dominance without any deaths. On day 76, I received a huge thank you gift for Sophia for helping restoring the bedroom. Another aged Blue Moon wine! This has got to be saved for a special occasion. I brought Sweet Gemberry to the secret woods for Old Master Cannoli, but I had to navigate this little maze first to be able to get to him. Now watch this. I hand over the berry, got distracted by the crow shop who didn't have anything I wanted or even could buy, then forgot to claim the star drop. Let's hope I remember to go back for this. It didn't happen today. Ember really is my twin. My brain eventually returned to this planet, and I collected my gold pickaxe from Clint before shoving some more Joja seeds in my backpack. I then took a bus to the desert to bring Sandy another gift, but she wasn't there. Gutted that I already shoplifted, eh? This could have been my chance. It wasn't a fruitless journey. Literally. I came back with cactus fruit. I got my trash rounds done that evening, and conveniently found an emerald with a penny just a few steps away for an easy gift. On day 77, I learned the hard way that I left an unguarded area near the greenhouse, and a good portion of those fruit trees I planted have been pecked down to nothing. Good thing we recently got a new rarecrow. I spent some time rearranging some other scarecrows around the farm for better coverage, finishing that up with plenty of time to bring Robin a peach for her birthday. I kinda wish I waited to shoplift from her though, because even a few stones would have been better than the 3 basic retaining soil I swiped from Pierre's. A visit to Sophia made up for it. She had a prize ticket and some money for me in exchange for a gold bar, and we finished the friendship. As for the prize ticket, it was just a decorative plant, but it moves the lineup along with a fishing XP book now within reach. On day 78, I brought a frog and a life elixir to the community centre to complete the Enchanter's bundle, earning a Stardrop tea. I feel like the useless prizes just amplify the excitement of getting something actually good from the bundles. Someone kindly refilled the fish tank for me to bring home more fish, and after putting those away, I chopped down some farm trees. They were starting to get in the way, plus I needed some resources to upgrade my coop. That's most of my money spent, so it was off to Pierre's to nick some saplings. Day 79 was for gathering juicy bug meat for Willie's special order. Got a couple more ancient seeds along the way, and it was fun seeing a new hat even if I didn't want it. Those sweetened the day a little because it took until night time to get all 100 of the meat. Morris was about to go home by the time I broke into Joja, so I hid behind the counter. Not sure how he didn't see me, and all I got for the risk I took was 5 Joja Cola. On day 80, my void chick hatched and I was absolutely blanking for what to name it, so I got a great suggestion from Michael.
Dr. Pepper! Oh, I like that.
Got an amazing trash can streak on my way down to the beach, a trash bread, followed by a mushroom seed, and then I waited for Lewis to leave the area to find an emerald in his trash. I dropped the bug meat at the pier for a payment of $3 grand, then it was a funny coincidence that the prize ticket from Willie's request just so happened to be the fishing book, which I read there and then. I had a relaxing afternoon of some little farm chores whilst waiting for Pierre to vacate the store area for the day so I could break in and take some saplings from him, but he didn't have any today. Not saying no to more seeds for next year though. Day 81 had one of the last big harvests of the season, probably the year as well, so it was nice to reach level 9 farming. I fished most of this rainy day away, looking for 2 catfish. According to Demetrius, their population was getting out of hand, and it was the final day for me to hand in this quest, but the good deed did not bring me good luck because this time there were only a couple of bags of rice for me at Pierre's counter. I think the witch knew I could do with some cheering up from that, so she left me another void egg overnight. On day 82, I awoke with the knowledge to be able to make my first few seed makers, and spent almost the whole day turning a lot of my saved up crops back into seeds for next year. I was feeling prepared with this collection now, and added to it a little with some extras from Pierre's, and I got some more saplings to sell. I had to try and scoop more goodies from the trash, and there are Lewis's shorts, buried in his bin. I returned them to him in the saloon in front of everyone. Even if they didn't see them, they'll definitely smell them now. And then I broke into Marnie's while she was still out to see if I could nab the other pair too. But no, they've mysteriously disappeared now that the quest was done. From this location anyway. My evening antics caused me to reach level 7 binning. Then on day 83, I came back to Marnie's while she was still tending the shop to buy a single rabbit now that my coop could house one. Cream Soda will be the producer of feet. I wanted to bring Sandy a gift whilst I needed to be in the desert, but once again she was out of the store. Having a step changed in my plan distracted me enough to forget to steal from her, moving on to the next part of my desert plan, which was to protect a large area with scarecrows and plant a load of trees out here where they'll still be warm enough to grow during winter. I chopped more farm trees to occupy myself to the start of the Spirit Sea Festival, where I bought the jack-o'-lantern recipe, and was horrified to find out that I was just short of funds for the rarecrow. That's gonna have to be a job for next year. It took me ages struggling through this maze, and shamefully I did get fooled by this fake treasure chest, but I did eventually reach the end to get a hold of the golden pumpkin. As with most event days, I broke into the Joja Mart after festivities ended to stockpile more seeds, and it was my chance to rummage in the trash cans in town.
What? It's got a whole Unimo cart machine out of the trash.
I probably won't be playing it, but it will go on display on the farm. On day 84, I picked up the season's final few crops and bought an early large goat milk from the travelling cart ready for the animal bundle. I went to find Susan at Robin's with her birthday ice cream, and took a walk back down the mountain to the community centre where I yoinked the restocked fish again, and made a couple of donations, including completing the animal bundle. Got a cheese press for that, then I closed out my last day of the season fishing at the mountain lake on the experience grind, getting out of there as soon as I hit level 9. As for the day's deals, it's once again some more seeds from Joja. Day 85 and the valley was covered in snow. Winter had arrived, and there's not much for me to plant yet, so I went for a foraging walk in Cindersap Forest, which wasn't looking all that foresty. I did score a strawberry for next year from Andy's trash, then I wanted to break into the sewer to bring Krobus a birthday gift, but I broke my last lockpick trying to gain entry. Seems another shadow person tried to follow me after that, but got scared when I noticed them. They did try to hide, but the snowy footsteps gave them away, and now I'm in possession of a magnifying glass to find secret notes. I did end up crafting more lockpicks so that I didn't miss out on the friendship boost from Krobus' birthday gift. If Krobus wasn't worth spending the iron bars on this, then I don't know who is. I went all the way up to the summit from there to pick up the new forage, and to dig up my first powder melon seeds. Then Robin had left work by the time I passed again, so I stole some stuff from there. I was hoping for more than sap though. This season, I'd added the shop's expanded mod. I'd configured out some of the particularly OP items, but I basically wanted to bring more variety to the goodies we can steal, especially without the seeds for sale in winter, and in particular, Robin's store can now sell garden pots. This way I had some sort of a fighting chance for working on the quality crops bundle this year. I had one more foraging stop that evening, and that was the secret woods for the winter exclusive bearberries, so I could complete the winter foraging bundle for an unexpected furnace, and in turn this completed the crafts room. Aside from the quality crops from the pantry I mentioned earlier, we just have the truffle oil and the amphibian fossil left for the bundles. Let's hope the RNG is on our side this winter. I found out I hit 250k in farm earnings whilst the Junimos were repairing the quarry bridge in my dreams, but on day 86 I woke up penniless, having completely forgotten about the taxes and bills. We're almost 3 grand in debt, and that amount will automatically be collected as we ship stuff. My fruit trees were done for the year so I can move those. They'll get their new home once I feel done cutting down more of the farm trees. I need all the wood for more scarecrows. There are still areas of the farm not covered yet, and there's less food around the valley for the multiplying crows during the winter. It wasn't until this day that I remembered my pickaxe is now good enough to break the meteor blocking these steps. Having already lost the money tree there, this had been in the unimportant file in my brain. Perhaps it shouldn't have been though. I forgot there's a whole shed here. There's not much I can do with it right now in this current state of disrepair. I grew tired of the farm clearance that afternoon and called down with a stroll up to Robin's to steal from her while she's at the aerobics class. I guess they must have noticed some of the items had been going missing, because I found Demetrius guarding the counter when I got there. I kept myself busy chopping backwood trees, knowing he can't possibly stand there forever, but my patience was poorly rewarded with some clay and pine cones. I handed over a red mullet Caroline was after, with the hope that the prize ticket would yield better results. I didn't claim it immediately. I knew I'd soon be in possession of another one once I finished chopping 1000 wood for Robin's resource rush, so that night, I collected a star drop tea and the cow wall sticker. I got a bit worried when I found Robin on my doorstep waking up the following morning, but it turns out she was just as much up in my business, having somehow found out about the old shed. She had to go and inspect the structural integrity herself, and informed me that she could actually refurbish the thing with the right materials. I just need to go talk to her at the shop to find out the specifics. Between yesterday's quests and some extra bits I sold, I'd cleared my remaining debt. Then I brought Linus a birthday cactus fruit, as well as an extra ice cream for Susan whilst I was up that way, to ask Robin about those shed materials. Look at this list. It's a lot, but I think I have most of it. I wanted to check out the nearby quarry now that the bridge was fixed to recoup some materials for the shed project, but the crows got to it first and they completely cleared the place out, other than a crocus. They were too scared to enter the cave though, and I made my way through it to completely remove the statue of its golden scythe. I think it looks better on me, as does this new combat level. I collected up the forage all over town, bringing a gift to the wizard as I passed his tower, then went back into town after dark to steal from Clint. I was hoping for a top up on lockpicks, but some frozen geodes will do. Gunther figured out leaving his counter and brought himself to my farm at the crack of dawn on day 88. Thanks to all my efforts restoring the museum again, it'll be receiving a golden shovel award, as well as a significant donation which I'm gonna receive a portion of in the mail. No rusty key at this point. In Stardew Expanded, we unlocked this another way, but Gunther will now be friendable. I came back out to the completely bare quarry with a couple of scarecrows so it can start building up some materials in peace. It would have been more, but I was low on coal, so I hunted down some dust sprites in the mine for the day. Well, that was the plan, but doing this without Monster Musk was feeling far too tedious, so I exited a few hours later with just 15 more coal. I wanted to say hi to Krobus in the sewer, but as I got to the town entrance I hid behind a tree, noticing that Marlon gained entry with ease. He must have the key. I had to put off my visit whilst Marlon was in there, and handled a board task for George for a herring. Actually, I forgot to go back to the sewer at all, taking a little nap at Clint's counter whilst waiting for him to depart. Don't worry, I just told him it's because the forge is warm, but really it was so I could fill my pockets with ores and geodes. All of my shed materials were ready to drop off later that evening, then I brought my spare weapons, rings and boots to the Adventurer Guild to sell now that Marlon had returned. I also made sure to say hi to him. His love gifts aren't very easy to obtain, so every greeting is going to count. On day 89, I received my cut of the museum donation in the mail. Nothing crazy, just a whole 40 grand. If that's my cut, how much did Gunther pocket? A bit of that got spent at the travelling cart, which had 5 truffles in stock. Kinda pricey at over 3 grand a pop, but I bought all of them anyway so I don't have to rush for pigs now. I went straight home to craft an oil maker to get my first bottle going, then it was on with a couple more town board quests. I interrupted Sam's kick flipping to hand over a jade in exchange for a prize ticket. That's another 8 Omni Geodes for me, and I had one more to complete, which was to deliver Robin an aquamarine. Walking a little further ahead, I checked on the quarry to see the first rocks forming, but there were also some dig spots revealing some decent artifact finds. I took the minecarts from there to spend the rest of the day in the lower floors of the mines, mainly to stockpile fibre for scarecrows. Got over 200 of the stuff by the time I was done for the day. Got some coal for them too. From Clint's shop. For free. I spent my resources on 10 more scarecrows the next day, this time to begin covering the mountain lake area. Food is far more scarce in the winter, so the crows really have picked up pretty much everything, and I was missing having more options for foraging areas, plus the extra trees during the other seasons. The shed restoration was now complete, and Robin went all out decorating it all festive. It was looking beautiful, and I found her inside admiring her own handiwork. The best part is that she surprised me with a new indoor garden area. Wait, that's huge! I hastily gathered up some sprinklers to install there, but before starting the planting, I noticed Sandy was out of her shop, so now was my chance to steal from her again. For some reason I couldn't. It seems that her handwritten note was imbued with some sort of magic preventing me. Ah yes, a piece of paper. The top tier security device. I guess I can only do this on a birthday then. I ended up retrieving a couple of the mountain scarecrows to use in my shed garden. I will eventually need more, but this is plenty of space for now. The reason I was so excited about this is because I could start my ancient seeds here, and I could also use some deluxe fertilizer I got in the mail, along with some quality fertilizer to work on the quality crops bundle. Now I don't have to just hope to steal garden pots from Robin. Year 1 community centre felt much more within my grasp now, like the oil we made yesterday meant we could complete the chef's bundle that night. I wasn't sure how to feel about receiving a tea set as the reward. Like sure, it's a cool rare item, but I need useful things and this is not. The only other item for the bulletin board is now the amphibian fossil, so I just had to cross all of my fingers and toes that we'd find one this year, and for today's steals, I picked Harvey's. Have I even been here this year? I don't think so, but there was only some muscle remedy, which will just sit in a chest. On day 91, I brought a dish of the sea from the travelling cart before bringing Caroline a cucumber for her birthday because it matches with her hair. I walked straight to the desert from her bedroom to take advantage of the slightly good luck. I was just itching for Skull Caverns again, and I felt slightly better prepared this time. I wasn't aiming for anything in particular, just happy to be here. Even happier when I unboxed an auto grabber from a treasure chest. Did the rest of the day follow suit? I had to keep stopping to craft bombs so I could use my staircases sparingly, but I still managed to pass out down on floor 77 and hit level 10 mining, picking the prospector profession this time for scarecrows. Now let's have a look at the next morning's loot review. Yep, I got an auto petter to go with my auto grabber. Also nearly 100 iridium ore amongst all the others, 7 diamonds, red cabbage seed, and I didn't just waste a backpack space on my copper pan. It was on my head, but now that's been replaced by a dark cowboy hat, which is much more fun. Even with no prizzies, still a successful caverning trip. The auto grabber went in the barn to handle the milk collections, and the auto petter was for the coop to help with future rabbit foot production, but I also found a new void check hatch that I forgot I was even incubating. This one's going to be called Cola. I finished the farm chores just in time for the start of the Festival of Ice, where I proved I was better than everyone, even at an activity I hate. Didn't even do it for the prizes. I got a much better one on my thieving trip into town. Clint can just make himself a new trash candid anyway, and I don't think he has enough smarts to figure out that that's where I got my new hat from. Since there aren't any seeds at Joja and everyone else's schedules are messed up from the festival, I just took home a leftover vegan cone from the ice cream stand. On day 93, I shoplifted from Robin while she was at the exercise class, and Demetrius was distracted by his newspaper to gain some wood and one of the brazier recipes. I gained a variety of loot opening my 15 mystery boxes at Clint, including a Stardew Valley almanac for some much needed bonus farming XP. Today felt like a good one to start upgrading some of my sprinklers to iridium ones, but some of them will have to be moved when the powder melons are fully grown, so if things look a bit out of place for a while, just ignore it. I rearranged my machine area and added some more too, then waited for an evening opportunity to steal from Pierre, forgetting I'd already raided Robin's that morning. That's when I remembered to grab my weekly special order in town, pleased to find Linus's community cleanup available, so I dropped everything to hang out in the mines. First saying ghost for a bounty, then to fish up trash into the late hours on floor 100. I didn't catch all 20 in that one single night, but I still brought 20 of my existing trash to the dumpster in the morning, so I could just focus on obtaining the rest later. I also had some materials with me so I could ask Robin to upgrade my barn, and I had to be there anyway to bring Sebastian a frozen tear for his birthday. I had a few bits of trash waiting for me in the crab pot so I don't have to use my rod so much, and I'd been looking in trash cans too, but I was stunned to find a whole trash catalogue at the bus stop. By the time I'd done all of that, I only had 5 more pieces to catch on floor 100 and claim my quest reward that afternoon. After failing to steal from here yesterday, I targeted Pierre's store for the first time in a while. Of course there aren't any seeds here, but I will need the ingredients to cook with, and the cash that will come from the saplings. I had to walk all the way to the Wizards in the Dark to hand in the ghost bounty on its due date. I was not missing out on a prize ticket. Might as well give him a gift too. Then I filled my evening with some foresty foraging. On day 95 I crafted some winter seeds to take up some more of the wasted sprinkler space, and also crafted my first recycling bins from the binning skill mod, which works similar to those crafted trash cans, but with some potentially better or at least more varied items. I headed into town to claim my prize ticket from the community cleanup quest, so with yesterday's from the Wizard, I picked up some bee houses and some diamonds from the machine. I had to come home to drop those off to make space in my backpack because I had a bunch of geodes that needed opening. Thought I might as well do those, having dug up several new artifacts recently that needed donating. Good thing I did, I earned a bunch of new rewards, but all I really cared about were the triple shots and the flute block. Checking on my shed garden, I was delighted to see the parsnips have grown with more than enough quality ones in there. Those fertilised spots will be saved for the yams later. Then I continued my gardening outside, planting a patch of fibre for my newly learned recipe. Marnie's was my shoplift target of choice today, but Jazz was sat nearby reading a book. She didn't seem to notice me walk in, but I'm clumsy and bound to make a noise searching through the counter, and Marnie was in the kitchen, so I crept into the living room to hide in the hopes that the area might clear out soon. I was stuck in that corner for well over an hour, and it wasn't even worth it. Just got 3 little eggs. I found some caviar for sale at the cart on day 96. I bought it ready for the future missing bundle. That was mostly paid for when I delivered the Wizard of Void Essence he requested by mail. Might as well give it an extra one as a gift. Then I was on my way to the mines to gather more fibre for a couple more scarecrows when I noticed Pam was off work for the day. This is an opportunity. Perfect. Only felt like cutting enough fibre for 2 more scarecrows, which covered a small patch of cindersap forest. This is one of the locations you can dig up the amphibian fossil for the community centre, and I was worried that the crows might have been eating the worms, so there was no harm in trying. Another way to get it is from fishing treasure, so I came back out to the forest river with some spicy eel for a luck boost to give it a go. I still had some fishing XP to get anyway, like clearly I need more practice for some of these fish. No fossil in sight tonight, so I thought maybe my next opportunity could be at Squidfest, and that's when I realised I just missed the entire first day. Felt like pouring salt into the wound when I'd already enjoyed a whole afternoon and evening of fishing as well. As you might have guessed, I walked straight down to the pier on day 97. Willie was in squid fishing mode, so didn't notice me break into his shop, but all I found was some algae and seaweed, so basically, I just cleaned his counters for him. Hopefully this doesn't set the tone for the day. Attempting Squidfest without the time-saving targeted bait caused me a moderate deal of pain, but it would also force me to work on my final fishing level. The second day of the festival requires 10 squid for all the rewards, but I stuck it out on the pier till nearly 1 AM and only caught 8. My very last catch of the day came with the amphibian fossil I was desperate for. I had to chuck some stuff out to make room for the squid prizes, which I suppose ended up being worth the effort. Hopefully we do better next year. Instead of rushing off to bed, I rushed off to the community centre to donate that amphibian fossil. This was the real win of the day, because the bundle reward was my first dinosaur egg, which I'll for sure be hatching. But there's also the bulletin board fully complete. All that remains now are the quality crops, and I passed out in there before the Junimo could even add the star to the fireplace. I celebrated in the morning with some travelling cart shopping and picked up a couple more copies of farming books for an instant dose of knowledge. That's not all I learned today. The wizard summoned me to come and drink another mysterious elixir, far more delicious than last time. I should now be able to change my appearance in the basement after this lovely demonstration. I do love the pink hair on the wizard. I wish he kept it, but at least I have this as an option for a disguise if I have to skip town now. Back on the farm, I brought my seed makers to the shed garden when my 3 yams were ready. I speed grew these because I need 5 quality ones for the bundle, and from those I got 6 more seeds. With the deluxe fertilizer, I just had to hope these will be enough. We'll find out in 10 days' time. A new chick hatched in the coop. Given it's winter, I went with a wintry beverage of eggnog. I was off to town that afternoon where I ran into Morris on the bridge. It was uncharacteristic of him to be out and about in the daytime, and he seemed in a particularly good mood today. Apparently the Jojo Mart here was doing well, and he's been put forward for a promotion. I've stolen so much from that place. Good to know their stock taking is so poor that nobody noticed all the missing goods. Anyway, he told me to visit him at some point for a discount in advance. I can't actually shop there, so we'll find out what that means. My priority was to bring Harvey a birthday gift, but he wasn't in the clinic, and I feel like he'd be the type not to believe me if I tell him he left his door unlocked. I'll have to try and catch him later when he goes to the saloon. Now to find out about that Joja discount. No coupon here, it's a gold bar. You fool, I'll never be spending that here, though I did have to spend some money today. At Marnie's, on a goat, who he called Iron Brew. I was leaving the bus stop by the time I realised what day it was, so I walked to the desert to secure a trade for staircases, as well as some extra cabin supplies whilst I was out there. I kept my visit brief so I could catch Harvey on his way to the saloon with his birthday coffee, and lastly I had to pop home to grab a copper bar to hand over to Olivia before her quest expires. On day 99, I woke up to an avalanche of recipes in the mail owing to the friendship boost from completing the bulletin board section of the community centre. I got Clint to start upgrading my pickaxe to iridium, then got another interesting find in Lewis's trash on my way back through town. A wilted bouquet? First the mermaid's pendant, now this? People's trash seems to tell a story. Well, at least for Lewis, I guess. Marnie being out of the shop on a Monday is inconvenient in other playthroughs, but in this one, it gives me another chance to steal stuff from her. Over a dozen eggs for free. Now that's a score. The night market starts tonight, so to kill some time till it opens, I collected all the forage and resources from the secret woods. First thing I did when I got to the beach was check the merchant's boat, which had nothing of interest, and I can't really buy much else from here, but I can pay for the submarine's descent. It is a service after all. I wanted to try and get the fishing here done on the earlier days in the market, because sometimes I have trouble catching all 3 fish in a single night, but I guess this wasn't one of those times, because I caught all of them in not much time at all. I decided to stick around for the evening to get my money's worth for the fee, and to force myself to work on the fishing level, and I even caught an unsolicited octopus or two. I resurfaced at midnight. The bubble spots did help me in there, but due to the bamboo pole, I only caught a total of 11 fish all night. I ran into Susan at the railroad early on day 100. She invited me in for a cup of hot cocoa, which sounded delicious, but as soon as I stepped inside, my brain told me it was far too early for socialising, so I cooked my esophagus, downing it whilst it was still boiling hot so I could get out of there. Cooling down outside, I dug up a treasure chest. Then I was expecting a Tuesday shoplift from Robin, but was surprised to find her at work? Is the class not on for the night market or something? Okay then, on to the next part of my day. I happened to have a crocus on me for Sandy, then the whole afternoon disappeared to chopping down and replanting a portion of the trees that had grown out here, which maxed out my foraging skill. I'd also brought some gold bars to trade for more golden carrot seeds, but I forgot the desert trader is sat on the pier handing out the free coffee. It just had to be one of the few times I remembered to bring the gold, didn't it? I returned to Robin's store to shoplift, having guessed she was attending the night market today, but all I got were these 14 pine cones. It was my turn to head to the night market. I bought the 5 expensive yam seeds, just in case my shed garden ones don't work out. I want myself a pearl from the mermaid room for a free love gift, and salvaged a bowl of pumpkin soup on my way home. My cow somehow multiplied overnight. This bacteria-like behaviour inspired the name Yakult. And for my level 10 foraging profession, I went with lumberjack for all the scarecrows and machines I want to make. The wizard got a nice early birthday gift on day 101, maxing his friendship at 8 hearts because he's dateable in Stardew Expanded. I had quite a delivery of gems for Emily. First, an aquamarine just as a gift, another assortment of gems for the rock rejuvenation quest, plus an extra amethyst which is supposedly from Clint. The special order prize ticket got me 5 more mystery boxes, and since I had to bring Clint an iron bar anyway, I took this as a sign to open the rest of my boxes and geodes and stuff at the same time. Amongst my finds was a mystery hat, and as cool as it is, I didn't wear it this playthrough. The trash can gives me more options for hiding spots from unsuspecting townies. I only got 1 new museum piece in there, but the spare artifacts will help along my new friendship with Gunther. After dropping all my loot at home, I brought Caroline a diamond. Can't be turning down another couple of grand. Then I turned into some little bits around the farm till the final night of the night market began, and I didn't stay long at the market really, just checked the travelling merchant's wares and left empty-handed, other than the free coffee of course. I had a scattered harvest of forage and powder melons the following morning, and I was grateful to find the fibre was done too. I got over 300 from that little patch, with some going straight into 10 more scarecrows, and I was going to add those to the farm. Like, it's funny. At this point, you can see how the crows have cleared the land out right up to the range of the existing scarecrows. I only placed 1 here for now, because I don't have much planned for this area at the moment. I ended up filling in some gaps at the mountain area and saving the rest for later. Heading into town, I stood in wait outside Alex's room with an emerald to trade for cash and a prize ticket. I was excited about this one because there was a magic rock candy ready for me in the machine, and next in the lineup will be a Stardrop tea. Needed some other prizes for myself from behind Pierre's counter. Kind of forgot to shoplift yesterday I think, and today did not make up for it with just a single morel for the taking. I checked on the quarry now that some materials had a chance to accumulate, mainly after the coal, and found a bait and bobber book buried in the dirt. Give me that fishing XP. That's a few more fish I won't need to catch. I also wanted to open up the new part of the quarry cave now that my new iridium pickaxe can destroy the boulders here, because I spotted some extra coal nodes across the way from last time I was in here. I'll be going home with 37 of the stuff, so not a bad haul. On day 103, I brought one of the 5 sandfish for sale at the travelling cart. I don't think I've caught one of these yet, so I just wanted to have one stored just in case it's requested. I caught Marlon whilst he was hanging out on the dock with a golden pumpkin and a Stardrop tea for his birthday. This was a much needed friendship boost. His gift taste does not come cheap. Noticing the bubble spot just behind him, I squeezed myself onto this tiny platform to get some fishing in. I managed 6 fish by the time the spot disappeared, and one of them was my first lingcod. Then I carried on fishing at the mountain lake to allow myself a bit more personal space. I took my leave once it started to grow dark to pilfer some stuff from Clint's, expecting him to have left early on a Friday night for the saloon, but no, he was still behind the counter. Awkward. I just acted like I wanted to keep him company till he left. Then I swept a few iron ore and 8 coal into my backpack, which I emptied out at home in favour of a selection of gifts. Thought I might as well try to catch as many people in and around the saloon with gifts whilst it was busy, and even got a free drink out of it. Where have they been hiding this cocktail menu? I pondered for a minute, but thought I'd better keep my senses sharp and opted for the non-alcoholic hazy sunrise. Plenty of sugar in it to keep me energised for all the socialising I was about to have to do. These friendships are taking some work, but Willie's was one of the ones I finished tonight by bringing the squid he asked for. On day 104, I harvested the blueberries in the garden shed and got the 5 quality ones I needed in one go. Evelyn got a thistle for her birthday to finish that friendship, then I handled yet another ghost bounty for the wizard in the mines. But when I arrived at the tower to collect my reward, I found him in a bit of a predicament with some Junimos. He got my help with the spell to make them disappear so I could receive my payment. The rest of the day was fishing at the beach, still determined to hit level 10 by the end of the year, and of course I had a very brief break to steal some useless baubles from Willie. These will definitely just be sold. No level up still once I was ready for bed at midnight, but that XP bar is inching closer and closer to becoming full. I found a brand new artifact in front of the travelling cart on day 105, made the trip out there worthwhile because I didn't buy anything at all. I donated it along with a couple of others I've been leaving at home, and brought a spare ancient sword as a gift for Gunther. I got back to the dreaded fishing for the afternoon again, at the forest waterfall this time so I could catch my first goby, then moved over a little to take a stab at the glacier fish. Without fishing food or bobbers, it was too fast for me, and after losing it 3 times in a row, I moved spots so it can humiliate me no longer, at least for tonight. I wanted to leave enough time for some shoplifting too, and I had to craft my own top up on lockpicks just in case my last one breaks. I'd been hoping to steal more from Clint's, but he's not left any in the counter recently. Today included. Then before going home, I went to where the bookseller would usually be to claim the prize ticket from the box. Usually it would have been hidden and blocked a bit, but the crows had cleared it out for me. Day 106 was to be filled with even more fishing. Apparently the perch population was getting out of hand, so I used the future quest reward to incentivize me into sticking with this fishing grind. Even staying past midnight, my job wasn't done, so I had to continue a little into the morning of day 107 when I finally hit level 10 fishing and completed that request. I really thought I'd be getting more than 680 gold for this, but whatever, the motivation clearly worked. Leah got a home salad delivery for her birthday, and I found Jodie and Piers to give her a walleye so I can get an extra prize ticket in addition to the special order one. That's a Stardrop tea, a treasure chest, and an iridium sprinkle again today. Then I had a little jog up to Demetrius to claim some extra cash, having also covered a smaller pike fishing quest for him as well. Marlon got me to join him by his boat to show me something. The something wasn't here though, it was in town. He let me into the sewers where Krobus and I pretended not to know each other. Thank goodness. I guess they knew I wasn't gaining entry into the sewers legitimately, but in exchange for Marlon's trust and agreeing to keep Krobus a secret, he passed me a rusty key so now I can get in without the lockpick. That reminded me I could probably claim the book in the back room now, so I could gain the mapping cave system's power. The idea of a reduced item retrieval cost was nice, even if I intend not to die, but the later game expanded stuff can be pretty brutal so you never know. Wanted to steal from Pierre that evening. It took a few attempts because as soon as I wanted to approach the counter, people kept walking by. Waiting till it was safe, I left the store with a few fruit saplings, some speed grow and some sugar. For what was left of the night, I wanted to chip away at some monster goals when I got distracted by this secret note. Following the path led me to this gold Lewis statue. Probably worth a small fortune, but I decided to just leave it in town, knowing that Lewis collects from the shipping bin each night. Maybe people might suspect that this is what their missing items have been funding, if they see this. It was time to pick my last fishing profession overnight. I will still have some more fishing to do before perfection, but I don't plan to do it a whole lot, so I went for pirate to get some extra loot. Checking my mail in the morning, seems somehow Lewis knew it was me who left the statue in town. How? Oh well, I got paid for it, and now he knows I've got dirt on him. I was eager to get into the shed garden to pick the yams. There were 7 of them, and for a moment I was miffed I only got 4 of the 5 gold ones, until I noticed that one of the others is iridium quality. With that, the quality crops bundle is now complete. The last bundle in the whole community centre, just 4 days out from the end of year 1. Thank you Grandpa for leaving that awesome shed in this timeline. Don't know what Mr. Key was thinking picking this one. The power of theft is still going strong. There was a new growth of trees out in the desert ready for a chopping. I needed all of that to make sure I had wood left over after I asked Robin to upgrade the barn to deluxe. Then I returned to the farm to handle some of the chores I've been clearly ignoring for the past few days. And now that the quality crops are done, I wanted to add some coffee plants, strawberries, and salal berries to the shed garden for some long-term harvests. To end off this amazing day, I shoplifted some saplings from Pierre and dreamed of the greenhouse repair. I couldn't wait to take a peek inside on day 109. It was way bigger than expected and had dedicated fruit sapling spots.
This is nice!
What a lovely winter star gift from the Junimos. For my gift giving, I brought Olivia a goldenrod, and in a funny turn of events, her own son was my gift giver. What did Victor get me? A poppy seed muffin. Absolutely going to be regifting that. Kind of forgot to steal from anyone after the festival. Then on day 110, I bought a couple of skill books from the travelling cart to move me closer to the next farming level. Heading into town, I found everyone celebrating all my hard work on the restored community centre that they left to rot in the first place. The Stardew Hero trophy will go well in my good citizen cover, but I just couldn't resist egging on Pierre to launch Morris into orbit. Shame he broke the roof though. Clint got a topaz for his birthday so I can start ignoring him, then it was over to Willie's boat room where he told me about the required repairs. I didn't need to listen to this. I already had the exact materials on me to make this thing seaworthy again. Almost like I've done this before. Just gotta wait for him and Robin to fix it up overnight. I was excited about the possibilities the island would bring us, but I had to keep busy to pass the time for the rest of this day, so I gathered fibre and slayed red slimes for a bounty, getting paid another 750 gold from Lewis. He seems to really like that number. In preparing my backpack for the island adventures, I almost forgot to shoplift again, so I picked Marnie's place simply for its proximity. 10 free goat's milk and a doghouse? She's actually been kinda useful. I don't think I'll be getting a dog though, so I left the doghouse outside for the wildlife in the forest. I hopped straight on the boat to Ginger Island as soon as Willie opened on day 111. This is the penultimate day of the year, and I was on a mission to gather as many golden walnuts as possible. Someone left me some tent kits to make that easier, if I remembered to use them, but unfortunately, the crows have had free reign here up till now, so there was no fibre nor forage in the jungle. Best get a couple of scarecrows down. The kid watched from the walls whilst I smacked his tree with my axe, and revealed a walnut which I fed to his parrot. Then I raced around the very bare north of the island collecting up all the walnuts, though I did forget my slingshot, so that one will have to wait for a future day. I paid 10 of my walnuts to this parrot on the beach to awaken and remove the sleeping tortoise so I could set up a couple of scarecrows in the farm area and get the frog crops going. I didn't even have to clear a space for them because all the crows had left for me with these 3 hardwood logs. No muscle rocks in sight either, another patch I need to decrow. Having gathered all the easy walnuts from the west of the island, I changed my mind on the jungle scarecrows and asked for the dig site bridge to be repaired. Surprised to see there was still an abundance of materials here. I added my scarecrows anyway, then freed Professor Snail because I'll be needing him to return to his tent. Plus, it meant I could clear out the dig site in peace without his incessant yelling and knocking. I had a few fossils I could donate once that was done, and completed the island survey for a couple more walnuts, then made a late attempt to squeeze in a few more out of the volcano, successfully gathering enough to repair the island farmhouse at 1:40 AM, so I could spend my first night there without passing out or using up a tent kit. Just one tiny little catastrophe. I had no scarecrows watching me inside the house, so I woke up without a bed, and to notice that some of the items have been placed in the lost and found. I just assumed that it would be the bed. Slightly irritating, but not the end of the world, until I realised I was missing several of my tools. I'm so glad they don't taste good. Thankfully, I still had my pickaxe to break the first 2 muscle rocks. No walnuts, but I did get a snake vertebra, and then I decided to cut my island trip short so I could come back with more scarecrows when I found Claire looking a little baffled outside the abandoned Joja Mart. Nobody told her. I suppose it would be difficult with Morris now floating in space. Probably won't see her for a little while now. Of course, my first stop was to Lewis's to pick up my tools from the lost and found. There's my hoe and my axe, but the axe is down to its basic quality again. They pecked off all the upgrades. And where's my pan? It belongs to the crows now. I had no idea how to get that back, so I had a look at Clint's shop who didn't have it. It's actually Willie who probably sells another one, but I didn't buy it today. I'm gonna have to find another way to make up for the fact that I'll probably have to rebuy it next year, because I doubt it'll be available to steal. I took a foraging walk in West Indisap in the hopes that an idea might come to me, but I was distracted by the lack of goodies out here. I did have a look at the abandoned house though. Very creepy and not much to do here right now. For the rest of my last day, I began the year 2 prep with setting up a giant patch of fibre, and if you're wondering why I've tilled in this shape, it's going right up to the edge of this scarecrow's range. I did end up adding another scarecrow though. I wasn't expecting to still have 44 seeds left over, and I wasn't going to let them go to waste. I didn't plant them next to sprinklers either. They don't need watering, and I want to be able to plant crops on the turn of the new year. Due to the sheer disbelief of my missing pan, I regret to inform you, I went to bed on New Year's Eve without stealing a single thing from anyone. What a way to end. We still made 12 grand from selling some stuff. Mr. Key thought he was being so smart sending me back in time like that. It really should have wiped my memory too, and even though those crows are menaces with wings, I still think we did pretty well for the most part. Sure, we had some super important stuff left out for a feasting, but that level of loss didn't really happen all that often, and we still managed to complete the entire community centre with the power of mischief and theft. No fishing mastery, however, unfortunately, so that means we completed one of our 2 goals. I hope you're ready for year 2. Let's see if we can hit perfection, and we'll be commencing Operation Crows Be Gone. I want to cover the entire town in scarecrows. Ember and the crows provided no shortage of shenanigans in the first year, but this year, Ember has some new tricks up her sleeve which I'll get into shortly. At the end of last year, I said I wanted to see how close to perfection we'll get. I think I was even hoping to achieve perfection in year 2. It didn't take me long into the year to realise how unrealistic of a goal that was, so I pared things back a little, and here's what I'm aiming for now. I want to claim all the masteries. Remember, we don't even have level 10 in all the skills yet. I want to achieve a level 10 binning. It's not needed for masteries, but I want to get into some higher level trash cans. I want to get married, not going to tell you to who yet. I want to build an obelisk, any obelisk will do. And finally, I want to get a key to the town so I don't have to worry about my lockpicks breaking on me. These might not sound like a whole lot, but with the rules of this run limiting what I can get my hands on and the gifts I can give out, this year was certainly a challenge. Now for these new tricks I mentioned. I got recommended a certain mod on the first Thief run, and it's called the Scary mod, except it has a thieving version of its skill line instead. Ember can now pickpocket the townies directly. I'll explain how all of this works as we dive into the year, and as always, all the mods I use will be linked in the description. Happy New Year! On day 113, I woke up to a queue of visitors at my door. The first was Kent here to introduce himself, then Evelyn to give me a free garden pot and its recipe, and finally there's Scarlett, who's now friendable now that we've got 8 hearts with Sophia and finished the community centre. Opening my mail, I found a notice of inflation that we're obviously not affected by, but what will hurt is the tax bill that's due tomorrow. I need to pay 51 grand, and I only have 28, so in addition to the new season rush of planting crops, I'll also need to make a lot of money. It certainly helps that I've hoarded a variety of items for a moment like this. Partway through 10 of my fields, I remembered I needed to change some settings for the scaring mod. If you remove the spooky, it turns it into thieving instead, which obviously is what Ember is all about. I didn't adjust any of the XP values, and this won't take effect till I remember to restart my game, which admittedly did take me a couple of days to do. You'll see soon how the pickpocketing actually works. For the crops, I had some seeds that I prepared last year, but it barely covered my sprinklers, so I boosted it with some extra crops turned into seeds, and of course I'll need to pilfer some in town. On my way out of the farm for the day, I saw Emily in town giving Sandy a bit of a tour. Sandy plucked up the courage to ask me to show her around the farm. I've had enough visitors today though, and I have places to be, so I brushed her off, much to her disappointment, then found Lewis at this little fence bit just beyond the library. Lewis offered me this abandoned garden. Who am I to say no to some free land? It would usually be full of debris that I'd need to clear, but the crows had done it for me. Full disclosure, I forget about this little patch for the rest of the year. I spotted an opportunity as I was passing Victor, staring off into the side of his house. With his mind absent, I walked up behind him to pickpocket an egg. Annoyingly, the default keybind is the same as the one that brings up the calendar, so I just made sure to change one of them so they don't conflict, but looking at the dialogue, he didn't seem to notice. The skill does seem to work to an extent without restarting the game, but I will still do it on a future day. Pierre was outside the store by this point. No C's for me today, but there were a bunch of saplings I can sell towards the tax bill. I tried to pickpocket Pierre just outside, but I think he caught me. You come to learn that whether or not you're caught, you often don't actually receive an item, especially at lower levels, and the pickpocketing does come with a cooldown, so you can't just spam it on everyone. You do apparently lose some friendship if you're caught, but I'm not exactly sure how much. After coming home to dump more stuff into the shipping bin, the resulting night's profits totaled 33,000 gold, and so for day 114, my taxes were paid in full with some cash left over. Phew, that was close. With the day planned of gifting, I could sense the wizard was at the railroad whilst I was up there to bring something to Susan. He needs his magic ink back from the witch hut, but he didn't have the guts to get it himself, so he tasked me with a visit to Krobus so I can gain entry to the cave and get it for him. Marlon then waved me over at the graveyard with an offer I could not refuse. He asked me to accompany himself and the wizard to some special meetings about new adventurers. They're trusting me with this? It's all going according to plan. I'd be honoured to join the meetings, and I'll be notified when it's time for my first. Now I could get on with some gifting, plus a delivery to Susan of a leek. Give me that prize ticket. When I got into town, I handed my axe to Clint for its copper upgrade. If that sounds familiar, it's because I've done this before, but when the crows stole my axe last year, they pecked off all the upgrades before they dropped it elsewhere, so I gotta upgrade it again. That prize ticket just got me a houseplant. I suppose I should put it in my house. Olivia, Marnie and Jody got gifts after their aerobics class whilst I was in there waiting for Pierre to vacate the counter area. An amethyst delivery to Jody finished up her friendship. That reminded me I should probably get started on Kent's friendship, and I should return that war memento to him for Birdie's quest, and after I finished up all the gifts, I kind of forgot to shoplift. I traded the tomato salt with Gus as well to get the rose, but I won't be visiting Sandy tonight, instead ducking into the sewer to get Crocus to open the bug lair in exchange for a wild horseradish. It didn't take me long to track down the Dark Talisman, but getting into the railroad cave is a task for the back burner for now. A baby dino hatched in the coop on day 115. Sticking with our drink theme names, this one has to be Gatorade. I then found that one of my spare ancient dolls was calling to me, telling me to bring it to floor 100 of the mines and chuck it in the water. I don't know why I listened to the inanimate object, but I got quite the fright from this bone serpent who chucked a big green rock at me. Good thing I can catch. I think I've got a sense for where this goes, but I don't fancy dealing with that right now. I got a prismatic slime to hunt. I repeatedly reset floor 5 for this task, finding another combat level along the way, and even attempted to steal loot from the slimes. Speaking of stealing, I did have a quick break in the evening to shoplift from Pierre where I bagged quite a few saplings, then finally encountered the prismatic slime late into the night. As much as that wore me out, it wasn't exactly the most peaceful sleep with a lightning strike at the old Jojamar, but a berry harvest in the shed could refresh me a little the next morning. I brought the wizard the prismatic jelly I obtained last night. Got shooed away with my payment, but before leaving the tower, I headed to the basement where the faraway stone was drawing me to. Placing it on the branch, it began to spin of its own accord, and a portal opened up in front of me. A little cat briefly popped out, handing me a present. The Meowmere from Terraria. The damage isn't great on it, but I'll be keeping it to fuse later with a galaxy sword, just for cosmetic purposes. I didn't even care about the telling off I got from the wizard. Jodie's was my next stop to bring Kent a butternut squash for his birthday, along with a Stardrop tea to get a good boost from this new face. I'd restarted my game by now for the thieving skill, and testing it out on a dishwashing Jodie, I swiped a whole king salmon. This is one of the Stardew Expanded fish. If I remember correctly, it's feisty enough that I wanted to wait for the advanced rod before attempting to catch it. My special order price ticket got me 15 bums, then I collected my upgraded axe from Clint, and brought Shane a herring he requested, before a failed attempt at pickpocketing from him. Pierre's counter wasn't much better either, with just some chanterelles and some speed grow. Alex's pockets were a win though. I stole his salmon dinner. I would just gift it to him right there and then, but you must know that stealing from someone effectively uses a gift attempt for the day, and for the week, so I can't just immediately repair the friendship. Returning to the farm, I crafted an iridium band to replace my glowstone ring. Not gonna lie, I don't even remember getting the lucky ring I'm wearing, but it's there. Going to bed that night, I had level 1 thieving to boost my steal chances, and I guess we have more craftable rings now. Then, on day 117, I received the Monster Musk recipe by mail and couldn't wait to make my first bottle for whenever I may need it. I browsed the travelling cart for the first time this year, but didn't buy anything on my way to the secret woods to go back for the star drop I forgot about last year. I didn't want to give it away last fall, but I didn't actually realise till I was editing that I left it behind. Anyway, that's another freebie flavoured fruit to our name or our stomach. I found nothing in Pam's pockets whilst I was heading to the mines. She's a pretty frequent target because I walk past her so often. I just blamed my bumping into her on clumsiness, as I tend to do when I get caught. Not my fault if something valuable ends up in my hand somehow. It's an accident, right? And it's finders keepers. That's totally how it works. I wanted to use my monster mask for an afternoon of dust bright slaying towards the theme-appropriate burglaring, and for today's shoplifting break, I chose Clint's whilst he was off at the community centre to stare at the boiler. I got a decent haul of lockpicks, frozen geodes and coal, and as for that monster slayer goal, I stayed in the mines till midnight but didn't quite get there today. Gotta be a lot of progress though. Day 118 began with a bit of farmwood chopping before gaining my final farming level whilst petting all the animals. Now just a single combat level stands in front of unlocking the mastery door. I visited the desert to kick off another afternoon of gifting, but I forgot that Sandy now goes out on a Saturday. Unfortunately, the note on her counter is still just as effective of an anti-shoplift device, so I'd only be able to steal from her on her birthday, and that isn't till fall. I could at least come away with some gold carrot seeds from the desert trader, along with some wood from a few of the trees that I planted here. Then it was back to the valley to hop on the train to Pondwood for the first time. I wanted to visit Scarlet with a gift. Friendships are a lot to deal with in this world, so I'm allowing the train ticket purchases, but I still wondered what it was that possessed me to spend a whole 1,000 gold just to hand out a gift. And then I found these trash cans.
Oh my god!
Now that was worth it. Sandy did end up getting her gift over in the saloon, along with the Stardew Valley rose which she traded for a TV remote. I handed that to George which she swapped for an Arctic shard. That's surely got to be valuable to a wizard, but all he gave me in return was a worm! Ew. I'll bring that to Willy when it's not nighttime. For my level 10 farming profession, I picked artisan. I'm really going to need the profit boost. We had a lot of veggies to harvest on day 119. I didn't have much to replant at that moment, so I headed off to the travelling cart but heard some mysterious sounds further south that felt worth investigating. I found myself in a new area of the forest where Crocus was playing with a Junimo. I didn't feel like getting lost out there this morning, so I turned back around. I'll check this out another time. I bought an extra starfruit ready to turn into seeds, then brought the mayor a hot pepper for his birthday, whilst heading to the abandoned Joja Mart to have a look at another Junimo related matter, the missing bundle. Out of all of these items, I only expected to see the caviar. This bundle is going to be more of a pain than I hoped. Like, the recipe for the Void Delight there is going to need 10 hearts with Krobers, and I'm pretty sure I've only got one battery at home. I carried on up the railroad to open up the cave, but the swamp inside was completely different too. I wonder what the witch was laughing at as she flew overhead. And, well, here's a screenshot of the place. I gotta navigate a huge, dark, dangerous maze to the opposite corner. I wasn't afraid of a few new monsters, though perhaps I should have been for some of them. This giant ghost took out almost all of my health in an instant, which landed me in Harvey's clinic. I lost 1,000 gold in fees, and I can't definitively say that it wasn't him that stole a few bits of monster loot from me. Still, these losses weren't all that bad. I munched on some potatoes that I forgot to put in my shipping bin, and got my revenge on Harvey by shoplifting a few sports drinks from him, then came back home to plant more potatoes that I'd shoved in the seed maker. I noticed the fibre was ready that evening too, got over a snack from that, and crafted some of it into 5 more scarecrows. I wanted to decrow as much of the town and island as possible this year and Project Crows be gone. I wanted to bring those to Ginger Island the next day, and brought Willy the Wiggly Worm as I passed him to get on the boat to grab the pirate's locket from him. The first couple of scarecrows today went to the jungle. I'm gonna need the fibre to grow here so I can get the mummified frog for the tent. Thought I better start working on the friendship with the kid, but swiftly changed my mind for the day when he poked at my arms. Do you mind? I see that's not changed in this timeline. My next 2 scarecrows went on the south beach just in case the crows were eating the artifact spots here. Then I wanted to speak to the frog hoping that my crops had grown, but the scarecrows, crops and sprinklers had all been eaten in the past week. I was so confused, I was sure I protected this area. There's not much I can do about that right now, so I scampered off to clear the dig site and slingshotted a walnut out of the volcano tree. I did remember to return the pirate's locket to Birdie. I wasn't up for a story full of feelings and stuff though, so I took the reward walnuts and got out of there, also with the newfound knowledge on how to craft fairy dust. Even with those, I was still not even halfway to gaining entry to the walnut room. I managed to squeeze a few more out of the singing stone puzzle within a couple of attempts, then headed back to the valley, swiping some wild bait and seaweed from Willy's counter now that it was unattended. Before bed that night, I made sure to bring Marlon a roots platter, probably the easiest of his love gifts. Thank you to my mod May for pointing that out in the chat during the premiere of the first video. I thought his gifts were all going to be terrible, and whilst I was there, I sold off some spare weapons and rings. I harvested the year's first strawberries on day 121, some of which went into even more seeds, likely to be planted in the shed. We'll find out if I'm right on a future day, because this good luck day I was itching for a Skull Caverns run. I was excited for the day's loot potential with the +7 luck from the aged Blue Moon wine, which I forgot to drink till floor 5. I should probably eat some spicy eel as well. Thanks to my tumble down this deep jump hole, it wasn't long after that I came across my first treasure floor. What's inside for our first of the year? Some cherry bombs. Useful, but not exciting. Some cranberry sauce a couple of hours later was absolutely worse, but hey, that's enough of a loot spoiler. I made my way down the floors, practicing my pickpocketing on the monsters there, and found Mr. Key waiting for me on floor 100 that evening. I was a little worried seeing him down here with the snakes again, but he seemed to say pretty much the same thing as the last encounter down here, almost word for word. I'm convinced he's just left a bot or a clone of himself here, because it was very ironic him telling me I have principles. I mean, I do, just not ones that everyone agrees with. It was time for my snake milk drinking challenge. Already knowing what I was in for, I downed it at an inhuman speed. Just as disgusting, but worth it for the health boost. I still had plenty of time for further spelunking, but instead of allowing myself to pass out down here, I wanted to get in the day's shoplift, so I exited from floor 139. Let's have a look at the end of day loot review. I mean, we did get almost 200 iridium ore, and a couple of prizzies, but nothing unique really. I did throw out a cowboy hat, but for a great luck day with the power of aged Blue Moon wine, I was kinda disappointed really. I rushed over to break into Marnie's hoping for an auto grabber that the Caverns didn't grant me, but no, just a handful of hay, again. On day 122, I crafted a few more cheese presses. I had Olivia's special order which needs a bunch of cheese and wine, which I haven't been making much of up till now. Better get some more kegs going too, the wine will take the longest. I wanted to start that processing before tending to the day's shed garden harvest. This is in fact where the strawberry seeds are going, now that the spots were freed up from the quality crops panic from last winter. I asked Clint to get my axe back up to steel level for me, then I brought Vincent some groats for his birthday to win some friendship, still not enough for 10 hearts though. I passed the afternoon making ancient seeds and sorting out the various other machines on the farm until Robin knocked off work. I was a few seconds too early though, so I pretended I was there to take notes on the craftsmanship of her preserves jars. The steels were not worth that near miss though, just some acorns and a single piece of clay. Still, it was a convenient location to steal from on my way for an evening in the mines. I still had almost 150 dust sprites to slay for the burglar ring, so it's safe to say I was never going to get them all tonight. On day 123, I harvested some carrots and turned a few back into seeds just to replant something. Scarlet was working on Fairhaven Farm today, so I was feeling a forest walk to bring her a gift. I couldn't help having a nose at what the wizard was up to just outside his tower. He was just using some magical pesticide on his ancient fruit. Nothing too crazy, so I continued wandering through the tree-lacking forest, seeking out any trash cans for the chance of loot and binning XP. Then I made it to Scarlet just before lunchtime with some Grandpot and orange chicken to refuel her. Nothing for Andy today. I got all my geodes and mystery boxes open now that Clint has learned to multitask, excited to flick through a copy of the Book of Mysteries so I can find even more of those boxes. I had to sell off some of the minerals to make room for some of the rest of the box loot, but I was careful not to sell anything that needed donating. I still didn't get any useful museum rewards this time either. Then it was over to Ginger Island to add another scarecrow to the farm area and replant the 3 frog crops. I wasn't going to leave the island without clearing out the dig site where I found a few golden coconuts I was hoping for, and after disembarking from the boat, I grabbed a few treasure bobbers Willie left in the shop, which will mostly just be sold. That night, I realised I'd been sleeping on the craftable trash cans and recycling bins from the binning skill mod, not just for the extra freebies, but for the binning XP they give. And to make them even easier for me to claim each day, I placed all of them at the bus stop where I'm more likely to pass them. My steel axe was ready for collection on day 124, except it wasn't because Clint is out of the shop for the day. I stole from him for the inconvenience he caused. Some frozen geodes and iridium ore? Not bad. From the travelling cart today, I bought a bottle of wine so I have one less to make for Olivia's special order, and just before my return to the farm, I doubled back noticing the giant tree had been knocked down in a windstorm. I don't know what happened to the rest of the tree. The crows probably ate all of that fallen wood, but it gave me the idea to fix up the stump into a little house. It's going to take about 100 hardwood, and I don't have close to enough yet. I'll handle that later, prioritising another trip to Ginger Island to bring Leo a gift, and add some deluxe speed grow to the melon that I forgot to bring yesterday. I got the boat back and made a brief visit to the saloon. Definitely regret not loading up on gifts whilst it's busy like this on a Friday night, but I was mainly here to hand Emily an apricot she wrote to me about. Then I left, just to get caught digging in a hidden trash can by Demetrius. Thank you so much to this comment by the way, letting me know that Stardew Expanded adds extra hidden trash cans. I'd never have known. I'll show you some more of them in time as well, but you'll have to let me know if I've missed any by the end of the video. I'm sure I will have. Most of the outdoor crops were ready for harvest on day 125. I'd previously been saving my mixed seeds for fibre, but I decided to just go ahead and plant some of them in the freed up space. I needed the crops more than the fibre at the moment. The Egg Festival had rolled around again, and being just as quick as last year, I secured an easy win having hunted down 10 eggs. I wasn't going to let anyone else take that prize ticket, and since it's a festival day, the shopkeepers are all just staring at the walls, so I just stole a vegan cone from the ice cream stand before bed. My first rhubarb was ready on day 126. Definitely putting these into the seed maker to replant. I need more than 2 for shipping, cooking and spares. The travelling cart had an oil of garlic today. I bought it. It gave me an idea. I had to give Hayley a birthday gift and collect my steel axe before executing said idea, which was to take place up at the railroad. I was hoping the garlicky scent might repel the scary swamp monsters, but it did no such thing. Well, I suppose it did feel a little less busy, and I did make it all the way to the end this time. Thank goodness I remembered to bring some void mayo to bribe our goblin friend into moving out of my way. I retrieved that magic ink and used the warp room in the witch hut to make a quick escape to the wizard's basement. Returning that to him, I can now build the obelisks and the golden clock. I'm a long way off any of that right now though. Now that I was reunited with my axe, I chopped down the hardwood trees on the farm, as well as a few normal trees which can also drop some hardwood. That gave me enough to build the stump house in Cindersap. Maybe now someone will move in. I rushed through the shed harvest the following morning so I could get an early start to the first day of the desert festival. I first traded for some more spicy eel for the caverns and asked for my free cactus. If it's free, I'll take it. What's that supposed to mean? Then when Emily arrived at her cardboard box, I asked her for a new outfit. You might notice I wasn't wearing my usual clothes, and that's because I removed them so I could save the inventory space when I get a new one. What's Emily seeing in me today?
Oh my god. Emily, why?
A JoJo uniform? And what's that supposed to mean?
I'm so offended.
I ate my feelings in the form of a sour salad. I was feeling very sour indeed. Then salvaged my first few calico eggs from the trash on my way to the scholar. He hit me with some really easy questions, so I had no trouble walking away with a 50 calico egg prize. But I want more, and Skull Caverns is where I'll be finding them. Something fell off though. Probably something to do with this awful JoJo hat. That went in the bin. Things went a little bit better after I freed my noggin from the JoJo emblazoned monstrosity. I got a better pair of boots from a serpent who doesn't have any feet, and found some jump holes to help me on my quest to pass floor 30 for the Adventurers Guild challenge. That's another 50 calico eggs in the bag. I carried on through the caves to accumulate even more of the eggs whilst improving my egg rating. I'm obviously looking for loot as well, but I didn't pass out down here. I left from floor 101 at 11 PM, so I still had a bit of time for the other festival activities, like turning in my egg rating to Gil for another 200 eggs, and I got Gil's hat. I suppose now might be a good time for our end of day loot review. We were in there a good 12 in-game hours and scored a couple of hundred calico eggs down there. You saw the boots I swapped out earlier, but aside from the iridium, I didn't really get that much ore. Nothing to write home about this time. I wanted to show you that loot review first because I had to make room in my backpack for some purchases and trades, like the super meal from the travelling cart from the missing bundle, and a top up of desert totems. We got level 10 combat overnight. My profession will be brute for the extra damage. That means we can now access the mastery cave, but I'll check that out another day. It's not like it matters till I get enough XP for my first reward anyway. I had to get back to the desert. I broke my fast with another sour salad for the luck and defense buffs, and picked the high reward adventure guild challenge, which was to find 12 omni geodes. I wanted to try for an even higher egg rating today, so I got started in the caverns much earlier. Things were feeling better for this de-geodified run, even if I was lacking on bombs, though that being said, I didn't get my 12th geode till floor 61, much later than I thought. I called it a day after claiming the floor 100 treasure, which was just some crab cakes, but before turning in my egg rating, let's have a look at the end of day loot review. All-wise, we're no better off than yesterday. Like I said, I was low on bombs, but the main highlight of the day is the dwarf scroll in that first row. That's the last dwarf scroll I need for the translation guide. I don't know how I had the whole language wiped from my memory. I informed Gil of my new and improved egg rating of 35 and got another 200 eggs, but no new rewards. It's not even 9 PM, so I could have pushed for higher, but I wanted to catch the townies at their stores today, which were held by Sebastian and Evelyn. I could not resist the cookie wallpaper from Evelyn. Oh, and I did look for Sandy's store for an opportunity to shoplift, but the building has temporarily vanished from existence. For today's free outfit, I got dressed as a gnome. Much better. This one's kinda cute. I traded some more calico eggs for some mystery boxes, and before leaving the festival for the day, I yoinked a whole void eel from Demetrius without him noticing. That's a huge win. It's an ingredient for the Void Delight requested by the missing bundle. Leaving Skull Caverns early meant I also had time to shoplift from Pierre today, and I grabbed my new weekly special order, once again for the wizard to hunt for ghosts for their ectoplasm. On day 129, Clint caught me digging in the trash. That's none of his darn business, so I tried to pickpocket him a revenge, but he wasn't carrying anything. I got that last dwarf scroll donated so I could remind myself of the dwarvish language, then went to introduce myself to my new friend. I can't buy most of what's for sale here, nor can I shoplift since they don't ever leave, but I do still need to buy the crafting recipes, and the rare crow I'll come back for another day. I walked straight to the desert from there for the final day of the festival. I stole a regular old egg from Victor here. Was he hoping to pass these as calico eggs to spend at the festival? I kept this one, I need it for shipping. Then with Emily having set up a store for the day, I turned to Sandy for the day's free outfit. I had no words. This was adorable. And adorable is a look I could do within my forever lasting efforts to appear innocent. I traded some of my calico eggs with Emily for the prismatic shard, and grabbed the mystery boxes from the other egg trader ahead of my last Skull Caverns dive for this year's festival. Don't worry, there'll still be more later in the year. I kind of forgot to get my sour salad before heading in there, so we'll see how this goes. I just had to reach floor 30, which took me till the evening with my limited resources. I was well aware that I wouldn't be beating yesterday's egg rating, and left from floor 58 with just 19 today, but I did still get 50 calico eggs for my efforts. Shall we take a look at the loot? Not too much to review here. Sure, there's a prismatic shard in my backpack, but that's just the one we traded from Emily. The rusty spoon might seem like an odd choice to keep, but I actually still need to donate it to the museum. You can tell by the quantity of gems and ores that we were really low on bombs, and I was trying to avoid using my staircases unless totally necessary. Considering we've been caverning for 3 days in a row, I think this was to be expected. I had enough calico eggs to spend on a magic rock candy, and with the remaining 39, I spent as much as I could on a bit more coal and ore from Clint, and I mean a bit. We shoplifted more from him in a single day before, I'm sure. Speaking of shoplifting, I squeezed in a break into Pierre's and got 5 bouquets. That's now sorted for when I'm ready to date someone. Any guesses who yet? Having practiced my pickpocketing on a lot of the townies and monsters, I reached level 2 thieving, so now I can cook strawberries. Brilliant. To look at, I mean. I don't think I ever ended up trying one. On day 130, I set up a few more sprinklers in the shed garden ready for more ancient fruit, and headed out to have a look at the newly opened mastery cave. All the mining and combat we've been involved with at the desert meant we were already close to earning our first mastery level. Scarlet was conveniently nearby for a gift of wild honey. Then I got a few more farm chores done, which including tidying up the messy coop, incubating another dino egg, adding a few more tappers to the tree farm, and getting the ground floor of Grandpa's shed protected from crows. I'm planning to fill it with kegs. I tried to shoplift from Marnie again that evening, still after an auto grabber to handle that coop, but no, just found even more eggs which I'll absolutely be turning into mayo. On day 131, I got more potatoes planted for the farming XP before purchasing another rare seed from the travelling cart for fall. I filled out the sprinklers some more with some carrots I'd turned back into seeds, then I was off to hand out the next round of gifts at the museum. I had a gift for the museum itself, but almost forgot to donate it. When I came back in, I found Gunther looking flabbergasted at how Penny and the kids had left the place ransacked. Gunther seemed like an important figure in town, so I thought I'd better help him clean the place up. Plus, Susan's in the corner there and would overhear everything. All of that was just so I could donate a rusty spoon. I wanted to visit Susan after that, who must have sprinted to get home this fast from the library. She was already deep into struggling with her next DIY project. Now is my time to shine. I could put together a silly little dresser. Easy job. Susan was so impressed with my display of pure skill that she wanted to share some of her own secret crafting knowledge with me, so now casks, kegs and preserves jars will be cheaper to craft. I'm so glad I haven't already made hundreds of machines by now, so I can take full advantage of these new shortcuts. I took a train to Pondwood from there to bring Scarlett some more honey, and to raid her trash cans for some giftable meals. Then coming back through Pelican Town, I stole the next lot of fish from the community centre, pickpocketed nothing at all from Clint, and once that cooldown wore off, I somehow stole Lewis's shorts. I really hope these were a spare pair he was carrying. I still have full friendship with him, so I don't think he really noticed. That's enough peopling for today. I doused myself in Monster Musk to make sure they stay away, and hunted dust sprites for the evening, completing that Monster Slayer goal at midnight. Give me that burglar ring right now. It's going in place of the lucky ring till I get round to merging them. Whilst harvesting the garden shed the next morning, I reached a new level of understanding, my first mastery level. Before making haste to the cave, I stopped by the wizard's place to drop off the ectoplasm I obtained while smashing dust sprites yesterday. Then, as promised, my first mastery had to be the fishing one, so I could finally use a rod with bait and bobbers. This is going to help for the more challenging fish, not that I'm using it today. I gave Shane a pizza for his birthday that was probably better than whatever he had in the microwave. Then coming outside, I was checking their trash cans when I tripped and stumbled into Marnie's shed. She was in the middle of checking her cheese. This ended up being a happy accident because she taught me how to make cheese wheels. What does this mean for us exactly? More profit. My impromptu cheese making lesson delayed my trip to Ginger Island. I wanted to add more scarecrows to the farm area, and it was a good thing I showed up today. The weeds were creeping closer and closer to my precious 3 froggy crops. I added a couple of scarecrows to the gem bird area. I did forget to bring the gems, but I got the emerald from a bird near the island farm, which I didn't want stolen before I can come back and sort the rest. My next job was a volcano adventure. I really need more golden walnuts ASAP. It took me until dinner time to reach the halfway point, and now that I'm re-familiarised with the Dwarvish language, I could buy the island walk totem and ginger ale recipes. I only gathered a few more walnuts by the time I reached the 9th floor that night, and in the treasure chest there was another golden walnut and a phoenix ring, which I'll probably just sell to the Adventurers Guild. I eventually reached the summit when this red-haired fella materialised in front of me at the forge to congratulate me. He gave me a rundown on how the forge works, which I was already familiar with from the pre-time travel days. Once he finally left me alone, I claimed my prize prezzy and merged my lucky ring with the burglar ring, a loot goblin favourite. But annoyingly, I left the volcano just one walnut short of being able to rebuild the beach resort, so I've been carrying around those flute locks all day with me for no reason at all. Lewis was on my doorstep on day 133 in spite of the dreary weather to inform me that there will be a community day at the community centre every 22nd of the month from now on. Why didn't he just mail me as usual? Anyway, the wizard was right behind him with some way more interesting news. He's been tasked with teaching me warp magic. I need to get to his tower for my lesson. I had to tend to the farm first, of course, and I couldn't help browsing the travelling cart on my way down there. I bought the goat's cheese wheel and a bottle of wine towards Olivia's special order, which I've been slowly chipping away at, as well as a spare truffle because at this point I might not even bother getting a pig. It no longer shocked me that the wizard got me to drink some undisclosed concoction. This one was quite a bit more intense, but I was then ready for my training. A quick demonstration and a little explanation were plenty for me to be able to give it a go. Nailed it first time and exceeded his expectations. I'll have a nexus of my own in the backwards, which is where I met him next. Right now, my nexus just has a big tree, but over time it will become a hub to teleport to various important locations, some near, some far. It was already looking more pretty and magical after channeling my mana there, and using a wizard potion I created my first warp rune which will bring me to the wizard's basement. You'll see how this fills out over time. That landed me near my next stop for today's plans, which was to try fishing for the legend. I wasn't sure if there was going to be any more rainy days this season, so I really needed to get going on this now that I have my far improved rod. It only took a couple of hours to show up, and between the lobster bisque and trap bobbers, it was much less of a fight than I was expecting, and it came with some treasure, even if it was kind of useless. I passed by the Enchanted Grove again to check it out alone, and a few dewdrop berries had spawned. These give some amazing all-day buffs, so I'll be saving them for when the time is right. I used the warp to the wizard's basement to get back to the witch's hut without needing to navigate the big danger maze so I could fish for the void eel and the void salmon. I did have to enter the rest of the swamp for a couple of other fish and noticed the henchman staring at his house. I didn't mean to startle him, and I kind of forgot I needed to pay him a visit. He'd recently written me a letter of complaint that my void mayor had lost him his job. That's not my fault, but I'll help a goblin in need. He wanted to give the witch an offering to beg for his job back, and this was a tall order. Dozens of mushrooms and 50 swamp flowers? Some of this I can only find in this neck of the swamp, which crushed my hopes of wanting to forget this place even exists. For now, I focused on the fishing, catching a swamp crab whilst being harassed by the local wildlife, and then I caught the other unique water dweller here, the alligator, which also brought me a pearl. I guess I might as well grab some swamp flowers whilst I'm already out here, and after dropping all the fish and forage home, I had space to shoplift from PS for some rice and fruit saplings. Level 8 binning was a lovely surprise overnight, slightly better chances of some fun items, and we have a new cooking recipe with a +3 binning buff. Got startled by Lance on my doorstep on day 134. He made some flattering comments about the farm and left me with his schedule. Nice and direct. Now I know where to find him to earn his trust and friendship on each given day. I was back on the island for this next rainfall, first to clear the new week's weeds, ready for the frog to inspect all of my crops. He was happy with all 3 of them and handed over 15 walnuts for my efforts, so now I could restore the beach resort. This bar is another shopliftable location which you can't get banned from, and today I could grab a beer and a cranberry candy. I had more than enough walnuts left over to free this island trader, then having remembered to bring more gems with me, I hunted for today's gem bird, an aquamarine one in the north. That gave myself an easier time brute forcing my way through the remainder of this puzzle for another few walnuts. I had some more to collect in the newly opened southeast beach from the water, the ground, and the mermaid, and now that the gem bird puzzle was dealt with, I could move those 2 scarecrows into my island house. Just got to remember to bring another bed at some point. Willie was in his shop when I took the boat back. It's time to bite the bullet and rebuy the copper pan. There's not very much I can do about this. I need to pan up a fossil at the dig site on a future day. On day 135, I brought Andy yesterday's beer for his birthday. Perfect timing for me to also hand a gift to Scarlett while she's working on his farm. On my trash rounds through town, I found another hidden one behind Clint's shop, and as I passed by Olivia's cellar to drop off her wine and cheese, I found her down there having a glass of wine from her collection and listening to some Gatoran music. Turns out her family's from there, and some of them are stuck there with the war without a way to let her know that they're okay. She shared some ring fruit wine with me, and I'm not really a wine person, but something told me I really should just force down a glass. Plus it's rare and expensive, so who am I to say no? Here's where she revealed that she's friends with Suki, the travelling merchant. Interesting. Olivia's friends with a smuggler, and bragging about the rare wares she's bought from her? Maybe there's more to her than I thought. I knocked back the whole glass of wine and left it on the shelf so I could drop off the goods she was after. I thought I could get away with using the nondescript wine, but it turns out I need to have made it myself, so I only had 12 of the 20 bottles I needed. Another batch of homemade wine would take far too long on its own, but thanks to the power of fairy dust, I could get the rest of the bottles ready in minutes. I moved all but one of the kegs into Grandpa's shed. The one left over is to let me know when the rest of the wine is ready without me having to walk in there, and after adding the remaining wine to Olivia's cellar, I became 80 grand richer. That was more than worth it. And I got another prize ticket which I claimed with the other 2 I've been neglecting at home for some mystery boxes, replacement fairy dust, and artifact troves. I was a bit too late to get Clint to open those things, so I nicked a couple of copper ore from him instead. I woke up to 50 cans of Joja Cola spilling out on my mailbox from Andy on day 136. I drink these pretty regularly for the little speed boost, and I think my main supply from last year was eaten by the crows, so I was pretty chuffed for the gift. I chopped down the backwood trees and refilled the various machines on the farm whilst waiting for the flower dance to begin. Do I particularly enjoy this festival? No, but I had to win some more friendship points and ask Victor to dance with me to give our friendship an extra boost. Clearly, my sticking out of the crowd is because I'm doing some sort of mouse dance whilst everyone is doing the flower dance. There were still a few hours left after dark for me to dig through everyone's trash cans, as well as pick up my free festival day ice creams from the stand, but coming home via the bus stop, I was shocked to see a super meal ready in one of the recycle bins. I didn't need to buy one from the travelling merchant after all. On day 137, I harvested my crops in the rain before filling my backpack with gifts. I dumped them all in a chest for later because I wanted to get my geodes and stuff open first, and on my way out I couldn't help framing Pam using her unattended bus stop sign again. I got quite a lot of museum donations done in that sesh, which earned me a magic rock candy, and I took the farm totems too. Whilst dropping the rest of the stuff home, I set up a couple of scarecrows in my still empty greenhouse to guard the first 2 fruit saplings in there, one of which was a banana I just got from a golden coconut. I was then ready for my rest of day gift spree, starting with some gifts from myself from the trash cans in Pondwood, where I was visiting to drop off another jar of honey to Scarlett. Of all the gifts I handed out today, it was Penny's friendship that I finished, and then I found another hidden trash can behind Elliot's shack. Glad he couldn't hear me, because he didn't mention it when I went inside to hand him his gift. When I got to Krobus, I bought the few recipes they had, Still got a few hearts to go before they'll offer the Void Delight for the missing bundle. But what I could get my hands on today was the Star Drop. Ironic that they taste like freebies when this one cost 20 grand. Having already met the raccoon and helped him out, I found he had a wife to feed on day 138. I wasn't going to remember the specific goods they both craved, so I used the deluxe journal to make a list for myself. With the smart add option, they'll automatically complete when I've made the correct item. I bought a seafoam pudding from the travelling cart to prep for future challenging fish, which I won't be doing today. I got more gifts to get through, and it looks like Pierre's benefiting from Olivia's elegant reception on his birthday. I'm not much of a wine person. I was just there so people will associate my face with quality goods, especially the governor, but I wasn't going to answer this question. Nothing on those tables were Pierre's favourite fried calamari, but when I arrived at the store to hand over a plate, he'd already buggered off to Ginger Island. That stupid box on the counter prevents me shoplifting, so I stole a tea leaf from his wife's greenhouse and left. I'll wait until he's back in town. To keep myself busy till then, I chopped the stumps in the secret woods and took another look at Aurora Vineyard to see if there were any new developments. Not today, it seems. I was glad to see Pierre back in the valley that evening so I could stop carrying around this fishy dish. Being one of the town shopkeepers, this was not a birthday I could ignore, and after another free hazy sunrise at the saloon with Olivia, Pierre had removed the honesty box from his counter so I could finally pocket some goods. Stealing from him on his birthday just feels so right. I apparently sensed something had happened in West Cindersat the following morning at Aurora Vineyard. I was going to rush straight there, but opened the door to Leah wanting to give me this big chunk of wood. I can't seem to use or recycle this, so And then I got this envelope full of cash in the mail from Pierre, thanking me for being such a great customer and community contributor, which truly caught me off guard.
Oh no.
This absolute clown has no idea.
That's so funny.
It was a good thing all of that slowed me down from leaving the farm because I had a whole bunch of fun stuff to harvest in the shed garden, and I wanted to plant some extra shrub seeds because these salau berries are doing a lot for us. Also the few starfruit seeds I made. I have a feeling I'm going to need these soon. I could then head out to see what was new at Aurora Vineyard. There's a new bundle plaque? It looks like it's supposed to be in Junimo language, but I couldn't make out any of the words. I'll go talk to the wizard about it, and as I made my way over, he teleported right in front of me just outside. I told him what I saw, then found something in my pocket. Something I didn't steal this time. We went inside to analyse it, but this wizard's skill had met his limits. He was useless here, but he could contact someone who could help. I'm not sure if the jump scare was really necessary, but this witch had a mischievous aura about her, and that instantly earned my respect. Plus she could competently decipher the scroll, and informed us that this childlike Junimo was requesting 200 starfruit. Surely, with an offering like that, the reward has to be super valuable, right? But considering I can only steal from Sandy on her birthday, and I'm only growing 3 starfruit right now, this is gonna take a long time. On the topic of forest magic, I thought I'd try finding my way through the Junimo woods again, but was surprised to find a Junimo at the entrance ready to lead the way. They handed me an ancient Junimo scroll, and led me to what they were hiding down there. There's a whole little Junimo village, and even better, that scroll was for me to create a warp rune here, so now I don't need to struggle my way through the maze. I got sent back to Cindersap after that, so I searched some trash cans on my way home, including a third one at Marnie's hidden behind her barn. Then up at my nexus, it was adorable to see some Junimos had taken up residence there. I wanted to take a gander at the Junimo village, and each of the huts is its own store with some rare, useful and valuable items. Shame I can't buy any of these, and you can't shoplift from here either, but Ember wouldn't steal from the Junimos anyway. Even she has her limits. The rest of my day was for handing out gifts again. I made it to Hayley shortly before she locked her door for the night, and found her struggling to open a pickle jar. Guess now's the time for my next good deed. I had plenty of muscle power to show off from carrying all the loot. For my last stop of the night, I wanted to say hi to Marlon and ask him to make a warp rune near the guild. The item of choice was a green rupee, and together we built a makeshift bridge so I don't have to leap over the river every time. How did I thank Marlon? I pickpocketed a void pebble from him. That's a missing bundle item, wow. On day 140, I picked the last batch of veggies for the season, which were just some green beans. Having crafted some more dehydrators, the dried blueberries were ready for the raccoons, so I also added another preserves jar to make the hot pepper jelly, and used some fairy dust to get it done instantly. I brought the processed fruits to him and his wife, and in return I got the raccoon journal, so now I can find more free mix seeds. I did some more trades in the desert this time for some more staircases, as well as a couple more golden carrot seeds, and made sure to fish up a sandfish and a scorpion carp whilst I was there. I did also cut down a portion of the trees out here for crafting and the mastery XP, and replanted them all once I was pretty much out of energy. Alex was on his way home for Ginger Island by the time I was back in the valley, so I could give him a cauliflower in exchange for a prize ticket. From that, I just got another houseplant, but I was excited to see a Stardrop tee up for next time. All that wood chopping contributed to another 19 scarecrows. I hadn't thought about exactly where I wanted them yet, because I wanted to fit in a last minute shoplift from Marnie's to end the season. Still no luck on the auto grabber, all I got was hay. As is the norm for the first of a new season, I got some saved up seeds planted by my sprinklers. But now I just filled out 4 of them and picked the other 2 up because I hadn't previously considered that they contributed to my bills. Better sprinklers cost more, so I downgraded the one by my carrots to a quality sprinkler. I then started distributing some of my scarecrows and noticed this one tiny patch in the barn pen that wasn't protected. I counted myself lucky that my animals hadn't got pinched again, but it's sorted now. It was about time that I cleared out the coop again, and since I already dropped off some eggs to Gus's fridge last week, I picked up enough in here to complete the giant omelette special order. Got a bit more of the farm protected from the birds. We're up to 90 crows now, by the way. The population is still growing steadily, and to make use of the extra spots on that quality sprinkler, I turned a couple of last year's butternut squash into seeds. I could do with gifts for Kent. I didn't get into town until the late afternoon to collect my price ticket and pick up a new special order. Andy wanted help doing up his cellar. Sounds simple enough. After claiming my star drop tea from the prize machine, I brought Krobus a gift and browsed Pierre's counter in the hopes of finding more seeds. None today, but I did get some saplings to sell and some sugar for cooking later. What I did get was another garbage hat from this trash can. Still keeping the mouse look for a while now though. I didn't wait a single night to get the crimson fish off my list, then took a different route home via Cindersat Forest so I could place another scarecrow there. I think I was planning to place a lot more out there, but then I realised I should probably make sure the farm is pretty much fully covered first. In some unbelievable luck, the crop fairy visited that night. Well, I would have been happier if she actually covered more of my crops and not just the sunflowers that I planted for the sake of it, but on the bright side, we got an extra profit boost overnight for some strawberry wine I sold amongst other things. Waking up the next morning, I replaced the sunflowers with a few hop starters and even more sunflowers. In today's mail, I got a whole mini fridge from Gus as a part of the thank you for the eggs, and a notice of my tax bill. We had 91,000 gold deducted overnight, and I just wanted to move on from losing over half of my money, so I visited Fairhaven Farm with a gift for Andy and the materials for his preserves jars. I was happy to be paid for the easy task, but the real score of the morning was stealing a frog egg from Vincent before I even had the combat mastery unlocked. I can't equip these yet, so grabbing one of these was a shock to say the least. The latest prize ticket won me a treasure chest, then I was off to steal from Robin while she'd be at the exercise class, but she was off at the island instead. I tried her counter anyway, expecting to be blocked by the box, but hers wasn't quite as secure as Pierre's, so I successfully made away with a decent amount of hardwood. Thought it would be good to say hi to Susan and Skylar whilst I was up this way. Were they aware of the crow just hanging out on Susan there? It was too busy napping to notice me, but Scarlett gave it a good scare standing up to greet me. While Susan popped inside to make some lemonade, we had a little chat about the farming life, and I think I can say both in this timeline and the past one, I've enjoyed having some creative freedom with my farm. Scarlett's been dreaming of a farm of her own one day, and maybe in the future someday we might be able to help with that. Anyway, I risked my life a wee bit foraging in the swamp and used a farm totem to escape once I had enough resources. I couldn't be bothered to find my way to the henchman's hut, so I used my nexus to make my life a little bit easier in dropping off the offerings for the witch. No payment for this one, obviously. I guess we'll see the outcome in time, but I did manage to get some more gold off Andy that night, who was requesting a frozen tear, apparently to go under his pillow. There was a goblin on my doorstep on day 143. He came to thank me for the forage, but it wasn't enough for him to get his job back. He's got to come up with an alternative, but in the meantime I can visit him at his hut via a new land bridge from the witch's place. He's friendable now. I refreshed the pale ale in the shed and harvested everything from the garden upstairs before bringing what I'd saved at home for the missing bundle. Now all I need is that void delight or 10 batteries. I wasn't sure which I'd get first. I'd be trying for both, but I wish I came in here more sooner. There's an iridium trash can which will be gone when we complete the bundle. Andy asked me to pay him a visit, but I found him out in the, well, I was gonna say forest, but it's not really much of a forest now, is it? Turns out, he tried to steal the farm from Grandpa and I before I arrived, but then he told me I was doing a good job of things over there. How does he know? Has he just been inviting himself over or something? He got all sappy on me for a moment, but eventually brought me to his basement as promised to show what my materials went towards. Now there's a token of gratitude I can do something with. Andy's secret strawberry jam recipe, which somehow made the strawberries themselves 25% more valuable. Glad I've got some going in my shed garden now. Victor was after some grapes to snack on at the beach, but he'll have to go thirsty because I stole his bottle of milk, and I got a replacement bunch of grapes from this nearby trash can. I got some key seasoning outside the saloon which I was about to enter to bring Gus a gift when I saw that he's off at the island resort today. I rushed on over to get the tropical curry recipe. I was due a visit to the island farm anyway, having forgotten to clear away the new week's weeds, even if I'm not growing much over here right now. I still placed some scarecrows in prep for the days that I do end up filling this place out though, then felt like doing some dig site digging where I found another copy of the Jappy Nimble book for the extra mastery XP, as well as a prehistoric scapula the museum could do with. I still need to finish off the binning skill, so I crafted a few more recycling machines to process all the trash I'm accumulating. I regret not keeping up with these machines better because they do contribute to the binning levels. And don't worry, I did remember to shoplift that night from Pierre's for some saplings and some seeds. Day 144 was Jazz's birthday. An ancient doll for her collection wasn't quite enough to finish the friendship, and I wasn't willing to spend a whole Stardrop tea on her either. The birthday put me in gifting mode for the day. I made a lot of progress but didn't complete any this time, and having found out Abigail lost a necklace she'd stolen from Caroline, I rescued it from the bathhouse fountain to give back to her so she wouldn't get caught. Of course, I had to steal some goodies from her family's shop in return, but I felt a sense of duty to assist with her thieving ways. Good thing the crows hadn't got to it first. On day 145, I slightly expanded my keg and preserve jar collection to process all the berries I'm growing. I chopped farm trees to restock on the wood from that, whilst trying to keep up with refilling my machines in between. And when I checked on the coop, I found another new dino hatched, so I named this one Lucozade to go with Gatorade. I managed to get even more recycling machines set up by the evening, as well as placing the last tappers I needed in the tree farm. Then for tonight's deals, I was off to Pierre's once again for a small variety of farming goods, plus an extra melon seed from his hidden trash can behind the store. With the green rain on day 146 came a record amount of weeds. I used the wet weather to help me get some basic sprinklers set back up out there. I wanted to save the better ones for the greenhouse or Ginger Island, but these spaces on the farm was so I could plant the mixed seeds I was harvesting from tidying up all the weeds. But I had also turned a load of melons I'd saved back into seeds to expand my crops even further. A load of trees had suddenly risen up all over town, so I chopped them down for the extra wood before the crows get to them, taking full advantage of all these extra materials under the guise of voluntary town upkeep. That took up most of my day, but I had a quick shoplift break at PS for some rice. On day 147, I took a trip to Pondwood to raid the trash cans and bring Scarlet her birthday gifts of some honey to pair well with the Stardrop tea. Those sweetened her up for a third gift of a bouquet. Let me know if you guessed who we were dating this time. A freight train passed right after my journey back to the valley, so I scooped up the magma geodes that fell out, and after leaving the morning's loot at home, I wanted to pop into the forest when I noticed Andy wandering off in this weather to West Indisap. I don't know why, but I got the feeling that I should follow him. He stopped outside the abandoned farm to tell me about the previous occupants. Several of the region's farmers all went bankrupt, except Andy, whose saving grace was his knowledge about the local forage. Was not impressed with him ranting about the hat mouse and the wizard, so I left to browse the travelling cart's wares. Not gonna say no to another starfruit seed. Everyone counts, no matter the cost, when it comes to that absurd starfruit bundle. I planted it in the greenhouse with some deluxe speed grow, and the others in the shed will be turned back into seeds to join the ones in the greenhouse when they're ready. For this evening, I was focused on adding more pineapples and ancient seeds to the shed garden. Then I broke into Pierre's again, delighted to find even a single deluxe speed grow with the saplings I stole. I had some gifts to hand out the following day. The main one was for Gus's birthday, but he, for some reason, didn't go to Pierre's that morning. The rain, perhaps? I'll visit him when the saloon's open, which means I have time to go to Pondwood first for a top-up on trash meals, and of course to bring Scarlet some more honey. Then before handing Gus his birthday gift, I watched the townies through the window first whilst they enjoyed the giant omelette. I just had to check they were still only saying good things about me. I gotta make sure that Gus actually deserves this orange. But with that, his friendship is now complete. I bought the other cooking recipes I still needed, then I could go on with the rest of my gift spree. I found the 3 starfruit had grown when I got home. Those became 6 small seeds for the greenhouse. And for my last gift of the day, the henchman got some void mayo. But this is when I found out that I can't pickpocket him. Not that I'd actually want to. I just wanted to test it. Oh, and I added a couple of scarecrows to my nexus to stop the crows eating the dewdrop berries. I said hello to Krobus on day 149 and accidentally bumped into them. They dropped a monster musk, which I shoved in my pockets before they could notice. Finders keepers. I was off to the island today, but got stuck on the pier for a while with Willy bragging about his latest catch. A crimson fish? I already caught one of those. I thought there's only meant to be one. Are the legends lying, or is this a very fancy red herring? I eventually escaped all the fish talk and stole some berries from the resort bar for a little extra gold. Breaking all the mussel rocks, I got a snake vertebrae, as well as another golden walnut, and I nearly missed this artifact spot containing such a variety of loot. I read the foraging book there and then, before heading over to the fossil tent where I could complete the snake display for another 3 walnuts and a mango sapling. I unfortunately did have to do some fishing of my own this day. Not only did the island have a variety of new fish for the collection, I also had Willy's tropical fish special order to complete, and I had golden walnuts to find. The most difficult ocean catch of the day had to be the shark. The fight against this absolute unit took almost 2.5 incredibly tense real-life minutes, and you get the pleasure of seeing the whole thing condensed into a matter of seconds. This one's 1500 gold, so it's actually worth it, especially smoked. Given all the new fish added by Stardew Valley Expanded, I ended up giving up line fishing for the day before 9 PM. My backpack was so full, and I wanted to get the farm obelisk built. I even had to throw away the baby Lunaloos to make room for the free island warp totem. I made use of it early the next morning, armed with some limefish bait this time, and my bait maker. I still caught my first sea sponge with it, but the targeted bait helped me make quicker work of the last couple of limefish catches. I moved on to the dig site river next for the discus. I wanted to be here to keep an eye out for panning spots since I still need the fossilized tail, which didn't show up by the time I caught my 5 discus. I kept my focus on the weekly quest for now, and fished for the stingrays, which thankfully didn't take all that long to catch. That left me plenty of time that afternoon to try and pan for the fossilized tail again. I didn't find it yet, but that kept me occupied whilst waiting for the pirates to dock in the cove. I was there to play darts for walnuts, easily winning all 3 games, with my first one of the evening being a perfect game. That finally earned me enough walnuts to regain access to the walnut room. I was a little nervous about how Mr. Key would react coming face to face again, and honestly, I think this was even more awkward, him pretending like this was the first time I've done this. Not even acknowledging any of the shenanigans when we know he knows. I didn't think I had 50 love gifts saved up, so I picked the hungry challenge for my first key quest, which will still get me enough gems for our main goal in here, the key to the town. Of course, I also tried and failed to pickpocket Mr. Key, and to access this trash can, I'll have to continue my grind to level 10 binning. On day 151, I added a whole gold sturgeon to the luau pot to impress the governor and the town once again, squeezing in another batch of wine after the festival. Then on day 152, I bought another truffle from the travelling cart, still reluctant to buy a pig for some reason. I'd also brought with me some supplies for the raccoons. I don't know why they think those eggs are mushrooms, but I found it suspicious that I got a raccoon hat in return, so I binned the evidence. Between the recent fishing and farming activities, I was ready for my next mastery. I agonised over the decision for a while, but ultimately the loot goblin with him won this one, and I picked the foraging mastery so I can unlock golden mystery boxes. That does come with the ability to make mystic tree seeds, which I planted without delay. It only felt right to then deforest the rest of the farm in the mountain area. I need the wood, and I was hoping for more from Robin, but she only left me a maple seed today. I found the dwarf waiting for me when I got back to the farm. Drat. I could have stole from him whilst he was here, but he asked me to pay him a visit tomorrow for some sort of proposition. Tomorrow arrived swiftly. I had a bunch of chores to take care of first on the farm, as well as Alex's birthday, and found another pair of shorts in Lewis's trash on my way for a quick hello to Krobus to max the friendship. I'd been working towards this so I could purchase the Void Delight recipe. I also needed Clint's services so I could get hold of the fossilized skull from the golden coconuts. Surprised to find 2 of them in there, and I thought I might as well get the rest of my geodes and stuff open for the museum. I was pleased to get 1 new donation, but I still wanted some sort of refund, so I pickpocketed him and got a golden goose egg.
Excuse me?
That's a thing? It's a new expanded item, and this is how I found out there's a way to own geese in the mod. I'm a long way off that for now, so I'll be hoarding this precious egg in case I need it for something. I came home to cook up the Void Delight to bring to the missing bundle, but before donating it, I got told off by the Junimo for searching in the trash can one last time. It's a bittersweet goodbye. Completing the bundle? Satisfying, but now I won't have the iridium trash can here. I cheered myself up a bit by collecting an iridium sprinkler from the ticket machine, then finally got round to visiting the dwarf to hear about this proposition. Apparently my farm has a blocked entrance to a cave leading directly to the desert. He could clear it for me for the hefty price of 36 diamonds. I don't know how long it will take me to pay him, but I'm in. I had some artisan goods to deal with before bed, and I was glad I remembered to shoplift that night. Not for the duck eggs I got from Marnie, but because it meant I remembered to dumpster dive in this area, and not only did I score a couple of extra eggs, I got yet another garbage hat. Is the valley trying to tell me something? The movie theatre got repaired overnight, not that I could buy any tickets. Then on day 154, Marlon came over to request my presence at the Adventurers Guild. I'll get to him, at some point. I had an abundance of crops to harvest, and another 5 rare seeds to buy from Suki. Then would you believe it, I got another garbage hat from the exact same trash can as last night. What is going on? I didn't pay it much more thought. I just wanted to get some more kegs and jars set up in the shed so we can really get going on all the money I'll need to make. Especially now we've got a growing supply of ancient fruit. This wasn't enough though. I'm still trying to turn them all into seeds. Planning to plant these on the island farm. I made my appearance at the guild later that afternoon to find out what Marlon was after. He told me Lance is an outpost in the Highlands, which I can access via Marlon's boat if I gather in a plethora of monster parts. I wasn't worried about this request. I had a good amount of them at home. I was going to get started on the missing pieces immediately, but thought better of it without any monster musk. So I stole some more seeds and saplings from Pierre, then suddenly realised it's Sunday night, and I completely forgot about the week's key quest. I guess this one wasn't meant to be. To at least partly make up for that fail, I brought Clint a topaz he requested so I could wipe my tears with a prize ticket. On day 155, Kent wrote to me asking for a starfruit for his wife. The answer's no. At least not for a long time. I was due a trip to Ginger Island for the new week to clear the weeds before the takeover, and I rearranged my scarecrows more neatly so I can begin truly utilising this farming space for mass ancient fruit production. For this week's key quest, I picked up the prismatic grange to avoid the pain of extra fishing, and to avoid a repeat of last week's failure, I threw some colourful goodies together and got back on that boat. I even brought my bed with me now that I know it's not going to get eaten, then dropped off my rainbow of stuff so I could obtain that key to the town once and for all. I fished whilst hunting for the fossils at the dig site for the rest of the day, continuing this mission into day 156, which was off to an awesome start with this mummified frog from the single weed. That's another walnut down from Professor Snail. And as for the dig site pieces, I did pan up the tail that morning, with the spine finding its way to me shortly after. Those were the last 2 pieces for the biggest of the displays, which means 6 more walnuts for me, and a sapling which I'll likely end up selling. So now, all that remains is the mummified bat. This calls for a volcano day. I had to eat any fish I just caught because I kind of forgot to bring any food, and whilst I did seek out a couple of treasure chests and golden walnuts, none of the loot was really noteworthy. The double soul supper rings were pretty insulting, and I didn't find the mummified bat this time. I was glad to make it through this place alive though, because I could add a couple of rubies to my sword to boost its damage. Despite my still overflowing backpack, I remained tunnel visioned on the fossil hunt and raced straight back to the volcano the following morning. I can't say it wasn't a struggle, but my efforts became worth it when I found the bat on the 3rd floor. I exited the volcano via the 5th floor shortcut so I could present my final find to Professor Snail. He's exactly the same in this timeline, still taking undeserved partial credit for my hard work. All he did was get stuck in a cave, but I could get out of there now with the ostrich incubator recipe. After all that grinding, I was ready to return to the valley. I'd been missing my garbage rummaging, and found a second trash catalogue at the bus stop again. I also wanted to make sure I gave Sam a birthday gift in time this year, given we missed out on this boost last year. I was also glad to have checked on the greenhouse that evening because all the star fruit was ready, and it wasn't going to replant itself. Got over double the seeds back, let's hope they keep multiplying like this. I just wish Pierre stocked them, though I can't exactly complain with a haul like this. A couple of the persimmon trees in particular will go nicely in the greenhouse spots. Once I was ready for bed, I realised there was no bed here. I'd left it at the island. Thank goodness I had a spare pearl to trade for an upgrade of a bed from the desert, plus I got some extra desert totems and golden carrots because why not? It was time for more wine on day 158. Not drinking it, I mean making it, and selling it, obviously. The big melon harvest was upon us. Well, it's a big one for this playthrough at least. Then I crafted a couple of extra trash cans, still chipping away at this darn binning skill. I have definitely gotten better at collecting these all daily by this point. I still had a bit more crafting to do in the form of 50 quality fertilizer for Susan. I deposited it into a chest in her house to complete her special order. Then I popped a pondwood from there for my usual trash can searching and honey gifting. Couldn't stay long though, I had several other stops to make today. I brought an octopus to Pierre for his request, then picked the lock to the movie theatre, making sure the ticket seller didn't see me so I could bring Claire a gift now that she's around again. Martin will be here as well now that they've both got lovely new jobs, but he's not here quite as often, and my iridium trash can was downgraded to a gold one. It's better than nothing I guess, though there did used to be an extra hidden one behind this building which is gone now, and I'm not talking about the copper one we can see. I stank up the mines for the rest of the day with plans to go hunting with Monster Musk. This was mostly for Marlon's boat quest, but the diamonds were a welcome bonus, and I hit the Bat Monster Slayer goal. Marlon must have known I was down here, because he was waiting at the top of the ladder to receive all the monster drops. Kinda annoying that he thought the one spare bug meat was a gift, but thankfully no harm was done to our friendship. By this point I knew to expect him on my doorstep the next morning. I need to meet him at the dock by the Adventurer Guild when I'm ready. I had a lot on my to-do list before I could go. Some of the usual farm stuff, followed by a completely legal and definitely paid for visit to Claire with a gift. I don't ever end up watching the movies, I don't have time for that. I was then excited to see that Scarlett was vacationing on the island today. I brought her refreshments in the form of goat's milk, then proposed to her on the beach. Her dream of having or sharing a farm will come true in a matter of days. With the day's grand plans completed, I was ready to hop on the other boat with Marlon, and after an incredibly long and dull journey, we made it to the highlands where Lance was posted. We stepped inside to talk about his research. He was interested in some seeds that can drop from the monsters in this area. That sounded valuable and I wanted in. Looks like we'll have some more monster hunting ahead of us. I wasn't feeling that today, but it was an evening in the saloon for me with some gifts. I completed Kent's friendship, and brought Demetrius a pufferfish he asked for by mail. 1,000 gold wasn't enough of a reward to me, so I swiped a seahorse from his pockets. He seems to be in the habit of carrying fish around with him, it seems. With Pierre at the saloon too, I could stuff a load of freebies from his store into my backpack, happy to gain some extra seeds which I still have time to grow this season. Despite mostly getting nothing when I tried to steal directly from villagers, I've at least been attempting it often enough to reach level 3 thieving, increasing my chances of success. I sped through the shed chores on day 160 so I can make haste to the trout derby. Things were going to be different this year with my better rod and rainbow trout bait. I had a lucky lunch and occupied one of my tackle slots with a treasure bobber because I wanted some extra loot if I was going to endure a whole day of fishing. Once my fishing tackles gave up that evening, I did too. I handed in my 11 golden tags for this variety of prizes. There are only 10 prizes available, so they'll just keep repeating the cycle. I felt I got everything I needed here, so spoiler alert, I won't be back. I just wanted to prove I could do it. I wound down from all that fishing by making more ancient fruit seeds, and in between doing that, I broke into the cinema after closing time to see if I could shoplift from there. Given that we never actually get any of the snacks when we do pay, the answer is no, but it was still funny seeing the dialogue come up as if someone was there. I wanted to shoplift from Clint instead, but there is a weird little quirk that if you're carrying the lockpicks, it still makes you use them even if you have the key to the town, so just bear that in mind if you use the lockpick mod. After all of that, Clint was somehow still manning his counter in his sleep, so I settled for some ice cream sundaes from the stand nearby. Not much of note happened the morning of day 161 till I headed to the desert for some totems and staircases. I dropped those home, then sailed to the highlands to begin gathering these mysterious seeds for Lance. I was a bit concerned when he told me I'd be sent a crate of life elixirs to help me. Why is he okay risking my life? If he's such a great adventurer, why not just give me the seeds to grow? I couldn't help but notice that there wasn't a tree in sight. Clearly the crows have been feasting around here. I did bring some scarecrows with me, but the monsters weren't giving me a second to be able to place them. It was also interesting to see some slime eggs I could bring home to sell, and as I made my way through some of the passageways along the far edges, I realised I didn't bring my axe to be able to clear the stumps and logs. I suddenly hit a swarm of monsters, so I made my escape via farm totem. I'll come back another day with the right tools and maybe some more food. Then up to doing for something I'm a little bit more comfortable with, shoplifting from Pierre. And what a lovely varied haul we got today. I did also manage to get a few slime and stalk seeds from my trip to the highlands, so I brought them to the island farm to plant them where they won't be affected by the season, along with all of those ancient fruit seeds. I still got the other 2 types of seed to find in the islands, hopefully next time. Day 162 was the big wedding. I completely forgot I had the custom wedding mod and that I'd set this as the location, so this was a lovely surprise. Like, there's actually vows in this, and there are a few locations you get to choose from in the config, so I highly recommend checking this one out. It's in the description with all the other mods. The only thing that was disappointing was Marnie no longer dancing at the end, or maybe she's jealous that I'm getting married at all. I think I actually slept at the island last night because I had some Monday errands there, so it was kind of annoying to be back on the farm again, but it did mean I could get the dwarf's birthday gifts out of the way. He got a rabbit's foot and a Stardrop tea, so I can mostly ignore him going forward, unless I need something. I stole Willie's breakfast and some junk from his counter on my way back to the island to clear the new week's weeds and pick up a new key quest, only to find the same ones on the board as last time. I picked the fish one. I don't want to fish, but I'd rather do that than hand over another 600 of my precious items. I'm not fishing on my wedding day though. I'd rather go back to the highlands for some loot, but my mind kind of wandered elsewhere whilst I began clearing the stumps, so a monster took me out whilst I was distracted. No. Lance rescued me and brought me back to his place, and he said he didn't ask for anything in return, but I did find a number of items missing from my backpack, and I've decided that unless it's absolutely essential, I'm gonna try avoid using Marlon's item retrieval service, even if it is half the price for me. I do wish I could steal back the items, but that's not a thing. I chugged some life elixir to fix me up and popped back home to snack on some raw summer squashes to restore my energy, then zipped right back over there to get my revenge. I'm a stubborn one, okay? I watched my back much better this time. I made it to the top of the winding path where I was attacked by this tough, ancient-looking dino. It took a good couple of in-game hours to defeat the beast, who dropped a plethora of loot. I had to make room in my backpack for all of it, but amongst it all was an extra precious treasure chest which I'll keep for now in case I need an emergency gift. The regular treasure chest I can sell, but there was also a key. We'll have to find out what that opens up another day. On day 163, I began the extended family key quest and brought some seafoam pudding to the mountain lake to try and get the worst one over first, the Legend 2, which didn't actually give me all that much trouble today. I reeled in Miss Angler en route to the sewers where I caught my first radioactive bass, but it took till almost evening time for the radioactive carp to show up. At least it came with a golden fishing chest, which was just a dress spinner. Yikes. The son of Crimson Fish was my next target, but with my backpack full of fish and loot, I had to run home to make some space real quick so I could take on the Glacierfish Jr. just outside Andy's place. That thankfully showed up on my first cast, and there's another key quest complete. Sadly, my fishing day was not over. I also had the Biome Balance special order to do, so I stayed up late hanging out at the town river, and whilst I didn't finish the quest tonight, I had a little progress boost from a few challenge bait that I'd fished up. Given the hour, I thought it would be a perfect day to shoplift from Gus, with Emily having just left the saloon too, but for some reason, it was still giving me the option of buying stuff here. Not sure what that deal is, so I defaulted to my most frequent victim, Pierre. Plenty for the taking over there. On day 164, I realised I'd not had a peek at Scarlet's spouse room yet. There's nothing we can interact with in here, but it's very cute. I love it. I'm not sure anything can happen to her belongings, but just in case, I set up a scarecrow covering it. After tending to the shed harvest, I got right back to river fishing so I could banish that quest from my journal that afternoon. I scored my 5th garbage hat on my way home, where it was time for the next batch of strawberry wine in the shed. I came back to town a little later on to bring Gus an amethyst shard he asked for, and to claim the 3 prize tickets I'd saved up for a pig painting, some mega bombs, and some mystery boxes. I didn't notice Clint wasn't at the saloon earlier, so I tried to shoplift from him only to find he was trying to work from his bed again. Marnie's it is for today, just for some little eggs. Between the wine, smoked fish, and some other stuff I sold, I brought in over 76 grand. I think this is the most so far in a night. Then, on day 165, I delivered some pickles and juice to the raccoons who thanked me with a top up of fairy dust, which I'll likely end up using towards their future requests. Back on the farm, I crafted 5 more dehydrators now that I was stockpiling various fruits. Then I was off for another delivery to Pierre, this time with a rainbow trout. Let's be honest, I was just in it for the prize ticket, which funnily enough also gave me a fairy dust. I had an afternoon planned in the highlands so I could access another blocked off area. In this little zone, amongst the ruins, are some bouncy mushrooms which have a new type of seed for lance. Just one more area left to search in the highlands, but I'd forgotten something important, so I had to warp home briefly to bring the golden key. I tried and succeeded not to get overrun whilst I cleared a path through this new zone, which led to a giant cave. It was cool to see the odd random mineral on the ground, though I'll be keeping my eye out for valuable or donatable ones. My cave exploration brought me to the smaller room containing a caged dwarf. There was a lock, and I have a key. The correct key. Our new little friend is now free, and they'll find a way to repay me, apparently. We'll soon find out what that entails, but for now, I could get back on with exploring these monster-ridden caves. Following a hidden path by the water, I found a few mystic stones I could mine. Sadly, not a single prizzy in sight from them. The bright side is that I came home that night with all the monster crop seeds I needed. I was not done with the highlands just yet, returning on day 166 in the gloomy weather where I found the new dwarf set up a shop in one of the cliff faces. That's how we're repaying me? By selling me stuff? I can't even buy any of this, nor can I shoplift here. I've been scammed. Moving right along, I made my way to the mushroomy area so I could hunt the green bouncy mushrooms which only come out in the rain. They drop green mushrooms when slain, and I need one for shipping. That's all I really came for. I got out of there to find most of my starfruit had matured in the greenhouse. Those 14 fruit got turned into 27 more seeds. We're expanding these pretty nicely. The weather wasn't much better on Ginger Island, where I brought a banana to the gorilla and paced around awaiting my payment of golden walnuts. Leo then got a perfect duck feather and a stardrop tea for his birthday for a huge boost in friendship, and I asked the parrot for my next walnut clue while I was there, which pointed me towards a volcano. I got all my monster crop seeds planted on the island farm to reclaim some backpack space so I could take the parrot's advice. I got the Parrot Express back in service so I could get over there a little quicker, given it was a pretty late start for a volcano walnut hunt, but thankfully I found all 3 I was looking for by floor 5 in a single evening. On day 167, I dug up a persimmon sapling on the home farm which added to the collection of them in the greenhouse. I lockpicked my way into the theatre just to bring Martin some ice cream before at long last setting up a couple of scarecrows in the mine entrance so I could have a chest up here. It's probably a good idea to keep my lockpicks up here to avoid Scarlet potentially finding them at home. I mined the afternoon away as I was pretty low on iron, and whilst some of that was smelting, I made the effort to go all the way back to Ginger Island just to bring Leo another duck feather. His friendship isn't quite done yet, and the gift week resets tomorrow, so I should get another small boost overnight from having gifted him twice this week. Today's iron mining was so that I could make more recycling bins and trash cans. Yep, still very much working on that binning level. I never anticipated it taking this long to max it out, but that's my fault for pretty much ignoring these extra sources of XP for pretty much the whole of last year. My last day of this year's summer began with an indoor harvest in the garden shed. It was here that I reached my next mastery level. I won't be claiming it today though, I think I forgot. I bought some fairy seeds from the travelling cart in prep for fall, and I was glad to see that Robin was open and at her counter today because it was time to ask for my next house upgrade. Some more iron mining is how I occupied my time to the start of the Moonlight Jelly Festival, and Clint even left his door unlocked for me to steal some stuff on my way over. I'll take a free furnace and some artifact troves, thanks. Just had to keep my finds safely packed away so they wouldn't be discovered whilst we all watched the jellyfish from the pier to mark the end of another season. I set up quite a few of my stored sprinklers on day 169 because I had a lot of seeds ready for planting this fall. It took me much of the daylight hours to get that done, by which point I was ready to leave the farm to pick my next mastery. I went for mining this time. I was off to town via Sophia's place where I found Scarlet treating this vat of grapes like her personal step machine. Sophia asked if she could also borrow my feet, so I guess that one of the future batches of her wine will have me as an ingredient too. It better raise the value. I clearly put my all into this task for some reason. I wanted to get my breath back out by Shearwater Bridge when my recharge time was rudely interrupted by Camilla. Instead of simply going away like I hoped, she said a load of gibberish, then the water started meowing. A new type of fish. Camilla is just out to cause me pain. I respect it. Once I felt recovered, both physically and mentally, I stopped by PS to steal some more seeds, but all that was left for me were a few artichokes. Then I picked a new special order for the week, and Marlon's one obviously piqued my curiosity. I had so many questions, but the only one I'll get an answer for is the list of what he's after, and it's a whole bunch of bombs. For tonight though, my crafting materials were designated to upgrading my furnaces to heavy ones for the improved efficiency. On day 170, I woke up a whopping 300 grand worse off from the bills and taxes. I wish this was some sort of nightmare, but it wasn't. I'm gonna have to have words with Lewis about the absurdity of this figure. I wanted to take my mind off that or the trip to Ginger Island, but on my way through town to get the boat, I got stuck talking to Evelyn for a while. She was saying nice things about my grandpa, and I couldn't tell if he either fooled the town as well as I aspired to, or if he was genuinely a friend to Evelyn and George. I did think it might have been the latter, and I suppose it makes sense as to why there's something within me that doesn't let me pickpocket from either of them. I escaped the prolonged socialising to get another 80 ancient seeds planted on the island farm. I also picked out a new key quest for the week, and traded my walnuts for extra key gems so I can make a start on buying the crafting recipes here. I'd also brought a couple of scarecrows for this area to allow some trees to grow. Then coming back out to the beach, I brought Leo to the pier to meet Willie and Linus. I was involved with convincing Leo to move to the valley where there are other kids to make friends with, and if he's in the valley more often, it'll be easier for me to track him down with gifts to max his friendship. My last task for the day was to apply the master enchantment to my fishing rod ready for the more difficult fish. I wanted to get back to the valley to rummage through all the trash cans, even buying a ticket to Pondwood with how awesome theirs have been, but I found Scarlett there too checking the bulletin board. We were chatting about how she likes grabbing little odd jobs over here when a neighbour's dog got loose. Couldn't help but chuckle at the chase I witnessed. Coming back into town, I took the opportunity whilst Pierre was staring off into the river to steal from his person and got a free price catalogue. UA Info Suite already does this power for me, so I'm gonna sell it. My trash tour very much paid off today. Level 9 binning finally. Better chances for better loot, and now we can craft advanced recycling machines. I'll show you how those work soon. Day 171 and the house extension was complete. Of course it doesn't come with scarecrows pre-installed, so the 2 kids' beds that are usually here have already been crowed. I got 3 scarecrows down to protect any future belongings before heading outside to craft my first few better recycling machines. They'll require 3 pieces of trash instead of 1, and they take a lot more time to process, but look at all the awesome resources we can get. The jars and kegs were ready for a new batch of goods, and this week I tried to begin a new habit of crafting extra kegs each time the wine's done so each shipment can get bigger and bigger over time. This week I've added 12 more kegs. I was hoping to raid Pierre's hidden trash can, but I only noticed that Pierre was hidden back there himself as I approached the corner. I had no idea he produced pumpkin cider, and despite not being much of a drinker, I was absolutely going to indulge in a free taste because I could see how much it pained Pierre to offer it to me. The booze must have really gotten to me because I proceeded to fish at Shearwater Bridge. No, that was already in my plans. I need to catch my first kitty fish, as well as the new Stardew Expanded legendary fish, the horrifically challenging wolf snapper. And not to waste the remaining buff from the fish stew, it took my whole evening to handle the stonefish, the ice pip, and the lava eel in the mines. Day 172 was spent in Skull Caverns for this great luck day with a magic rock candy and aged blue moon wine to boost me through the invasion. I wasn't going to miss another mining related key quest. I took the Eddie skill book as a good sign for the day ahead. I found several treasure floors on my way down to floor 100, which did take me till 10:30 at night to find, but I won't spoil all the loot just yet, other than the fact that I just disposed of the red cowboy hat. Can't quite remember why, but I didn't feel like passing out in the caverns, so I left from floor 110 just after midnight. Let's have a look at our end of day loot review. So today was my first day to get a hold of radioactive ore, but I gotta say, I was hoping to come out with more than 37 of them. The best of the treasure chests I found today contained a few quality sprinklers, an auto petter, and a crystallarium. Clearly, I thought the melon seeds were worth bringing home too. Just one prismatic shard this run, but I can't complain at the rest of the ores and gems I got. On day 173, I worked on my delayed shed garden harvest. It's only a day late, but Skull Caverns took priority yesterday, and there were some crops waiting in the outdoor field too. That auto petter got a home in the barn. Then once the farm chores were done, I brought the variety of bombs to the Adventurers Guild for Marlon's special order, and claimed my payment of 8 grand. It's been a good few days since I've remembered to shoplift. I wanted to take advantage of Pierre usually leaving the store early on a Friday night to go to the saloon, but he was still there today. Not only that, but Elliot stuck around browsing the shelves even later. He stands a towel closer to the counter than Pierre usually does, so I decided to stay hidden till the shop floor was completely clear. And my reward for all that patience? Just a few cranberry seeds. However, I did also go home with 5 more iridium bars from the prize ticket machine. My first radioactive bars had finished smelting when I got home, which meant I could ship one and make my first few heavy tappers to upgrade the ones on the fir trees. I'd recently found out I was going to need a lot of fir wax from these for the new premium coupon barn from Stardew Valley Expanded, and with just 3 trees which take 11 days to process with a normal tapper, I had to speed things up somehow. I also found out I was just a few diamonds away from paying the dwarf for the desert tunnel, so I used a couple of fairy dust on my crystallariums to end my wait, and before going to bed, I made sure to deliver the 3 dozen diamonds to the dwarf so he can get to work. The witch dropped by with another void egg gift overnight. How lovely of her. Then on day 174, I moved my crab pots from the farm to the beach area as I need some of the other fish down here for cooking. Glad I checked the gold trash can whilst I was over this way. I found a void ghost pendant here. We won't be asking Krobus to move in, so I'll be shipping it for the 4.5 grand. I was up to the mines from there for a bit of bug slaying. Found myself low on bug meat, and whilst I was on that task, I couldn't help slaying some flying skulls to see some of the extra loot from them. I got a new pair of baggy pants from one of them. I like how these move, so I'll be living in these from now on. Most of that bug meat was for the raccoons, along with 3 topaz. I got a whole jungle fish tank for doing that, which I wasn't all that thrilled about, but I placed it in my house anyway. There was a bit of a commotion as I stepped out on day 175. That means our desert cave is now complete. Before I allow myself to get distracted by that, I had some starfruit to harvest, turn back into seeds, and replant in the greenhouse. Then I made my way through, which was a much shorter walk than I thought it would be. That being said, the cave does come out by the galaxy sword pillars, so to get to the trader it's actually kind of a trek, but it is much cheaper than the desert obelisk, so who am I to complain, even if I was a bit sweaty by the time I got to where I needed to be. It was the perfect day to use that cave for the first time because I needed to be here for the staircase trade, and I remembered to bring some gold bars for a couple more golden carrot seeds. My sweating wasn't over yet. I ended up sticking around out here past sunset, chopping and replanting all the trees for an extra 1.5 stacks of wood. Piers was long closed when I got back to town, a perfect chance to nick some seeds and saplings from him. Day 176 was Claire's birthday. I cleared my trash cans at the bus stop whilst waiting for her to arrive for work, but unlike when she'd go to the Jojo Mark, she doesn't walk to work from here, she simply teleports. I brought Clint my axe for upgrade on my way to break into the theatre. I wasn't going to miss the birthday friendship boost, because that's her friendship complete. I shoplifted from Marnie's while she was out of the store for the day, and got a load more milk I can turn into cheese. Then it was back to the farm to begin working on my next special order, a fairy garden for Sophia. She needs 50 fairy seeds and I don't have any right now, barely any roses either, so I popped the few I had in the seed maker. Obviously this isn't going to be enough, but I do already have a few growing on the farm I can turn into seeds later. That's the part of the request I'm most worried about, the fairy stones I've been saving up and the fairy dust I can handle. Had to get on my island visit for the new week, and brought Alex a gift whilst he was there. Leo got one too, and that's another friendship done with. Those were just some convenient wins. I was ready here to pick out my new key quest, and I guess we're going to Skull Caverns again because I'm not giving away another 600 items, they're mine. I also grabbed my next couple of key gem crafting recipes, as well as a deconstructor in case I need it. Then out on my beach, I dug up a pearl and a walnut hinted by a journal scrap. I call it a reward for remembering to clear the new weeds on the day of the week they tend to sprout. It was a nice surprise to find my first void root and slime berries were done on this farm. Just gotta wait for the other 2 monster crops now for Lance. I had loads of stuff to harvest on day 177. A bounty of 4 crops outdoors, and an abundance of berries and ancient fruits in the shed garden. I got drenched hanging around my seed makers for a couple of hours and turning my ancient fruit into more seeds. Then passed by my bus stop bins where clearly someone's had a really bad batch of cookies. I needed to take the minecarts to the Adventurers Guild where Marlon was inspecting my handiwork from all those bumps. Can't say how well they'll perform whilst waterlogged, but that's not my problem. The real customer arrived shortly after to receive the crate of explosives, and apparently my work could rival Beck's, whoever that is. Anyway, with that sorted, Marlon brought me inside to show me an order ledger of decorations. Okay, do I look like the decorating type, Marlon? I can't even buy these. The only thing that made the trip up here worthwhile was that Lance was around for me to give him a gift, but the next batch of wine being ready in the shed could cheer me up, especially with the prospect of adding another 15 kegs for the next batch. But for today, I opted to make some pale ale. I had a lot of hops sitting around. Piers was my shoplift target of the evening. I'm probably going to come here a fair bit whilst I'm still short on fairy seeds, which he didn't have any of today. On day 178, I wanted to get Clint to open some geodes and stuff, and since I got to his place a little early, I couldn't help stealing from him whilst he was working outdoors. Now I have some extra bits. I left and pretended to enter the store for the first time that morning to collect my gold axe, which I immediately handed back to him for the iridium upgrade, and then unleashed all the loot into my backpack. It was the golden mystery boxes I was most excited about today. I always love getting books for the Mastery XP boost, but from the geodes, I could donate 3 more museum pieces. But really, one of the main reasons for today's mass loot opening was to add to my stockpiles of seeds and deluxe speed grow. The only ones I didn't store were the pumpkins. The artichokes could make way for those. When I reloaded my crab pots with bait for the day, I found another ghost void pendant in the beach trash. Then I made another brief stop at the quarry to smash a few iron nodes so that Clint could inspect the ore. I wanted to reclaim some cash from him considering how much I spent here this morning. To round off my day with some non-Clint related tasks, I brought PS some sashimi and Demetrius a red snapper. There's a little bit more extra gold. My pickles and pale ale were done the next morning, and I'll be going back to doing wine in the kegs. I crafted 4 more iridium sprinklers to bring to the island so I could plant the 122 ancient seeds I've been accumulating. This is gonna be the key to our future profits, and I could harvest the monster mushrooms for lunch that day. Just one more crop we're waiting on now. I passed back through the resort where I stole a seahorse from Pam whilst on my way to the treehouse to ask the parrot for my next walnut clue. Still got a couple stuck in the mussel rocks, but there weren't any today. Not much else to report this day, just refilled my crab pots, and I think I forgot to shoplift. On day 180, I found a starfruit for sale at the travelling cart. Snapped that right up to turn into seeds later. It was convenient that Lewis was home for his walleye delivery because he had a prize ticket for me which I could redeem right away, even if it was just another houseplant. I brought some deluxe speed grow to the island to shave off a few days growing time for the monster fruit, and I think I was on autopilot when I left the island because I just bought another boat ticket shortly after. I wanted to make sure I brought Lance a gift whilst he was there. I then returned to the valley for real to tend to the next starfruit harvest and replanting. Just gotta keep chipping away at the starfruit expansion. It was nighttime when I'd finished that, so Robin was at the saloon for me to bring her a cactus fruit. Then I decided to steal from Pierre today, and I was glad to have picked here because he had 5 fairy seeds amongst the pile of goodies. Some of the others I planted had bloomed the following morning. Those all went in the seed maker, but I knew they wouldn't be enough. To not have to replant as many of those for another batch, I cycled through some mixed flower seeds to grow some more. They all got deluxe speed grow, and thankfully I didn't have to use any of my seed maker seeds. The mixed ones covered the empty spots. The shed harvest was my next task of the day, and whilst I got some more ancient seeds going, I could pick up my iridium axe from Clint. Let's hope this one doesn't get eaten. I also had the coop floor to tidy up. I really need an auto grabber in here. Then, in running around with some gifts that evening, I forgot to shoplift. Day 182 began with an outdoor harvest. I don't know what it is, but there's something about harvesting full crops that just hits different than any other season. Is that just me? I was still panicking about this fairy garden quest, so I did end up planting the 24 fairy seeds I'd saved up with some deluxe speed grow. In addition to the ones we planted yesterday, that should near guarantee that we finish it in time. The raccoons got their next supply package of some mussels and a smoked chub, and in hoping for something useful, I got a red cabbage because I haven't shipped one yet. I do have a couple in the chest, but I didn't have many, so I kept hold of this one too for now. I was excited to see that I could now trade my boring ordinary mystery boxes to golden ones. Now you just know the next thing I did was open them all, and the highlights from these were the Auto Petter, Deluxe Speed Grow, and Fishing XP book, which I read before even walking out the door. As for the Auto Petter, Ember still doesn't know how to take care of a wife, so it's going by Scarlet's spouse room. I was happy with the variety of seeds on offer at PS today, and I didn't go home without refilling my crab pots. I have been doing this pretty frequently recently. On day 183, I gave my iridium axe a proper test drive on the desert trees. This felt great. We melted through all of them in not that much time at all, really. Sandy was outside for her birthday by the time I'd finished the tree chopping, so I could go on with my yearly shoplift. I was hoping for starfruit and beet seeds, but all I got was some rhubarb and cactus fruits. The cactus seeds went straight in the bin. Then I replanted all of my trees in Scarecrow's reach before heading back to town to pick up a new special order. I picked island ingredients because I do prefer the taro version, but I wasn't sure at this point if I'd be able to do it within the next 2 weeks. On day 184, I found out I had 66 taro tubers stored up and plenty of bone frags to trade for the rest, so Project Taro is go. Except it's the Stardew Valley Fair today, so I had to craft an island totem, and I'm very much on a time crunch. Of course, I brought a few new scarecrows to guard the riverbanks, and speeding through all the planting, I got it done by the late morning, so I made it to the festival in time with some of my most prized belongings for the Grange display. I wasn't surprised to claim my victory for the 2nd year running, then checking the prize shop, there was a new recipe that wasn't here last year. I spun the wheel to top up my total to 4,000 tokens so I could learn that recipe, with the rest going into another prize ticket. Being a festival day, I stole a couple of ice cream sundaes from the stand in town. Then on day 185, I had some crops and pickles to see to in the big shed, as well as a decently sized starfruit harvest in the greenhouse. I crafted a couple more seed makers to cut down on the waiting around for them, and the result of today's starfruit replanting was another 55 seeds. This kind of pace made the 200 starfruit goal feel far more reachable before the end of the year. I felt today was a good day to begin incorporating ancient fruit wine into my production, slowly phasing out the cheaper stuff. I still had loads of ancient seeds to bring to Ginger Island for planting, and on my way to the boat, I swooped past Kent and swiped a bottle of Blue Moon wine, one of our best deals yet. It is just +2 luck for 2 minutes, so it's not even close to as good as the age stuff, so this bottle will go to Harvey as a free love gift. There were even more ancient fruit to harvest on the island farm, and the monster fruit was finally ready. Hadn't had that in today. It took me into the night time to set out the new sprinklers for all the new ancient seeds I wanted to plant, and I only remembered after that to pick up a new key quest for the week. Even though I picked the love gifts one, I'll let you know now, I didn't end up doing it, and I really wasn't up for doing keys crop either. On day 186, I turned yesterday's island ancient fruit back into seeds to bring back over there, but before heading to the island, I did a little trash tour through town and recovered a whole aged blue moon wine from Sophia's place. I'm not letting that go to waste. That was part of a long route to the mastery cave where I picked out my 4th mastery. This time, I went for the farming one for the iridium scythe, which can harvest crops, when I remember to use it. Made it to Ginger Island that afternoon. Lance was also visiting today, so I could hand over one of each of the monster crops for his research, along with an extra mushroom as a love gift. I got my next 66 ancient seeds planted, and checked the nearby muscle nose for walnuts. No luck there today. Visiting the dig site, I found it full of resources. I had to make sure to clear all those out so more can regenerate. To keep working on raising my profits, I worked late in the shed replacing some of my pineapples, coffee plants and blueberries with salal berries. I've been enjoying dehydrating them. The cranberries I picked the next morning are pretty good for that too. I wanted to spend this good luck day in the mines for ores and coals towards more legs. More kegs, but I also needed a little extra stone to craft the statue of blessings that I've been hoarding my resources for. I had to get that down on the farm ASAP, and my first blessing was a prismatic butterfly. Those go away in the evening, so I had to prioritise searching for it, and luckily it was just out by the bus stop. I had a momentary panic when my screen changed to the next part of the road, but thankfully, when I turned back around, the butterfly was reachable, and it blessed me with an extra 8 grand. I don't know how Pierre didn't notice, but I managed to steal 3 entire baguettes directly from his pockets without him noticing. I'm not going to ask how those were stored, but if he's ever selling warm baguettes, maybe think twice before you buy them. And checking all the trash cans in town, I found Lewis had chucked out another pair of pants again. I guess that's a part of the perk of being the mayor, an unlimited supply of your favourite underwear. I added those to the grown collection back at home, then added another 20 kegs to the shed ready for whenever the next batch of wine is ready. I wanted to get back to my ore gathering after all those distractions, but not before stealing from Pierre's counter this time. Turns out I can access the counter just fine even when Elliot's standing that one tile closer. An evening of iron mining resulted in over 160 extra ores. Then waking up on day 188, I found Lance on my doorstep thanking me for the monster crops. He was excited about his studies, and as a thank you, he left me a gift in a chest in his house, that right now is not quite enough to entice me into a trip to the Highlands. Gonna be honest, I don't remember if I ever collected it this year. It's the last day of the gifting week, so that's what topped my list today. I finished Alex's friendship, brought Caroline her requested catfish, and stole a daffodil from her. I broke into the theatre to bring Martin some ice cream, and donated a skeletal hand to the museum, which unlocked a new reward I simply wasn't interested in. The crab pots finally had a lobster for me so that I could bring it to Gus for his meal request, then I didn't forget a gift for the henchman. Obviously another jar of void mayo. Now for some gifts for myself from Pierre's, which included a couple of fairy seeds I can put towards Sophia's fairy garden, and once I put all that away, I made a bone meal to get myself some free fertilizers from the extra bone artifacts I've been saving. Much of day 189 was spent working on expanding the starfruit crop again, as well as the next shed harvest, which includes making more ancient fruit seeds. I took the tunnel to the desert in the evening to trade for staircases, and dig up the yellow strange doll which I didn't realise I was hiding under a tree I planted. Then I brought a couple of spare weapons to Marlon to sell. On day 190, the next lot of fairy roses are grown, and popping all of those into the seed maker, I got back 36 seeds. There are still loads yet to bloom in the crop field. We should have this order in the bag easily. There wasn't much else I really wanted to grow this season, so I occupied those spots with fiber seeds to hold the fertilizer. The raccoons were due a delivery for their growing family, and this time they rewarded me with a book of stars. Reading this boosted my mastery by about 1000 XP, but as you can see, we still have a long way to go on this last level. I was off to the island with another lot of ancient seeds when I noticed Sebastian on the pier. He's usually daydreaming out here, so I thought I could pickpocket him, but he heard me approach, so I pretended I wanted to hang out with him for a minute before going on my way, and shoplifted from Willy whilst he was out. I had more ancient seeds than sprinkler spots free on the island farm. I could squeeze in 3 more iridium sprinklers, so I set myself a reminder to make them. With Mr. Key still asking for a few hundred of my items, I'll be hoping to complete the Hungry Challenge instead this week. I don't know why I then bothered to harvest the island crops that were ready, because I carried them all straight into the volcano right after. I did stop off at the forge first, so it could have been that I was only planning to go there to merge a vampire ring with an iridium band, and to enchant my sword looking for Crusader, which I got first time, but then I didn't have enough cinder shards to add another gem to my sword, so then I guess it makes sense that I suddenly decided on a volcano run for more? Despite struggling with a backpack full of fruit, it was still worth it. I found my first animal cracker. I ended up turning around from the second floor once I had just enough cinder shards to forge the topaz onto my sword for the extra defense. On day 191 we have the next major fall crop harvest, and of course it's the fairy roses we've been waiting for. With those, I had more than enough supplies for Sophia's special order. My first animal cracker went to my rabbit so I can hope for more loved gifts, then like last time, I planted fiber seeds in the deluxe speed grow spots to save the fertilizer. I was not expecting to be judged by Charlie the chicken while searching the trash on my way to shoplift some duck eggs from Marnie. Then I dropped off the fairy garden supplies at Sophia's farm, with all that work rewarding me with 35 grand. Over on a rainy ginger island, I harvested the remaining monster fruit and brought the 3 iridium sprinklers with me so I could finish filling this place with ancient crops. Caroline's tarot was done as well. I got some walnuts amongst that harvest, and all that tarot got shipped so that quest will be completed overnight. I don't remember when I got this beet, but instead of it sitting in my chest, I popped it into the seed maker so I can work on multiplying those in the greenhouse for shipping, cooking, and the club card unlock. Then I got some steps in around town and the swamp handing out gifts. When I got to the henchman with his void mayo, he whipped me up a nighttime snack of a void mayo sandwich. He borderline force-fed me, and it might be one of his favourites, but the void mayo is quite simply not for human consumption. Sometimes it hurts to be a don't knock it till you try it kind of person. Thankfully, there was a batch of wine waiting in the shed for refresh to distract me from the lingering aftertaste. So with that, the tarot, and a few other farming products, we made a total of 81,000 gold. On day 192, I gathered up the last cranberries of the season before chopping down the crowfree trees in Cindersat Forest and all around the valley. I visited Pondwood that evening for the trash finds and to help Scarlett with the project she'd been doing over here. I came back to town to collect my 4 prize tickets, getting a star drop tea, a treasure chest, an iridium sprinkler, and another freaking houseplant, then shoplifted from Marnie on my way home for over a dozen eggs. Scarlett had just finished making dinner when I walked through the door, which was awesome. I was starving. I told her I loved whatever it was she made, but she did not approve of the speed at which I dined. Not sure how to feel about her reaction, but then she did ask to take a road trip together to a goat ranch tomorrow if the weather's good. The sun would in fact be shining the next morning, but I'm not heading on that trip today. I dealt with my harvests, both outdoors and in the shed. Then on this amazing luck day, it was Caverns calling out to me. I had Key's Hungry challenge to complete, and a good luck day it was, with all the jump holes and treasure to be found. I finished the rock crab monster slayer goal on my way down, and it was actually a jump hole that brought me to floor 100 that evening so I could receive my key gems. With loads of time left to continue my spelunking, I passed out down on floor 136 for the night. I bet you know what's next! So, my floor 100 treasure was yet another auto-petter, and I bet that's the best rhyme you've ever heard. I got a whole 4 prismatic shards. Kinda gutted we didn't also have the 4 precious stones key quest too, and with 267 iridium ore, I should be set on iridium for a good while, or at some emergency funds. I'll be looking forward to finding out what's in those 13 golden mystery boxes, but as you can see, luck was truly on our side yesterday because I came home still with 54 staircases. I only used 22 all day. I realised that day that I hadn't progressed Project Crosby Gone nearly as much as I was hoping for where we are in the year, and it was now the fibre I was short on, so I cleared a huge patch of land just to plant a couple of hundred seeds which will be ready in winter. I was glad not to have missed out on Susan's incredible pumpkin harvest, all thanks to my homemade fertiliser, and she showed her gratitude by sharing her patented beer and ale making methods, which increases their value, but then she roped me into helping with the harvest. That all made me late to meet Sophia at her parents' place for the road trip. We're borrowing their truck. I was a little nervous, but it seems that Scarlett is a competent driver, so we arrived at Go Goat Farm in one piece. She introduced me to all of her goat friends and fed them some trees, and when she was ready to go home, I searched the trash cans while she was saying goodbye to her parents again. They throw away so much perfectly good food here. I still had time for a travelling cart visit after the trip, and this was the first time I found a Scarlett portrait for sale. Kinda creepy that she's selling a picture of my wife for 30 grand, but I took it anyway. The next starfruit harvest replanting occupied my night, with a quick break to steal some milk from Marnie's. And with the amount of starfruit seeds I gained tonight, I had to go to bed before I could even get the additional sprinklers down. I wanted to get straight on with that the following morning, but I stepped into the greenhouse to heartbreak. I forgot to add one more scarecrow to the bottom left, and so the crows had a very bougie feast overnight of a couple of sprinklers and all the seeds and speed grow that they were holding. Not ideal, but with that morning's smaller harvest, I was able to nearly restore their numbers, and the extra speaker spots I left I'm saving for some future beats. I got some summit foraging in before the season ends, then after climbing back down the mountain, Robin had vacated her workplace so I could steal some mystic tree seeds and driftwood. A pleasing haul from here for once. I then stared into space by the bus stop waiting for the Spirit Sea Festival to begin, and this time I had more than enough funds to cover the rare crow I missed out on last year. Thankfully, the altered layout of this maze didn't hold me up too much. It wasn't long before I could claim my prize ticket at the end, and as for that rare crow, I added it to the others in the greenhouse, just to be sure my starfruit was sufficiently guarded this time. I grabbed any remaining crops in the farm to start the last day of fall this year, and made another few homemade trash cans as part of my binning skill grind, but also because I was going through a lot more trash with the advanced recycling machines. Yesterday's prize ticket rewarded me with a bunch of explosives, then I crossed the bridge to steal some ice creams from the stands and successfully caught Martin in town to give him one without needing a lockpick to get to him. The henchman got some void mayo for the new gift week too, but that was it for gifts today. I visited the raccoons to trade some of my spare mystic syrup for the fairy dust so I could give my fur wax supply a little boost. I'm really regretting not planting and tapping more of these because we need so many for the new buildings. I was, however, now short on stone, so I spent the rest of the day clearing out the quarry by hand. I would bring bombs, but I don't want to destroy the scarecrows. Might as well chop the trees here too. On day 197, I planted a load of powder melons and winter forage because that's all I can grow for crops out here. A little shed harvest could make up for it, as well as some ancient fruit and slime berries on the island farm. I was over here to pick a new key quest for the week. Pleased to find both options were Skull Cavern related, so I picked the invasion again for its higher reward. I brought my golden mystery boxes to Clint whilst he was at home, but far too many of them just contained the worst mystery boxes. I could reread the Book of Mysteries for an XP boost though, and I guess I got a few extra powder melons to plant. On day 198, I was once again horrified by my taxes and utilities draining an exorbitant amount of money from my account. 550 grand! That's like 2/3 of my balance. Clearly the words I had with Lewis last month didn't do the job. I'll have to keep trying to bully him into some sort of arrangement. Thankfully, the wine was ready to go, so I could begin recovering those funds, and there'll be an extra 20 bottles of the good stuff next week too. I chose today to handle some of my new fishing catches and scored a few extra strawberry seeds from Andy's trash on my way to the fishing spot just below his farm. I got payback on the glacier fish, catching up on my first cast now that I'm much better geared for it. Then it was onwards to the sewers to catch the mutant carp, followed by the bug lair for the slime jack, the water grub, and lastly the snatcher worm which took so long to show up. Like it was dark by the time I left the sewers. That did mean that Pierre was done with work, but being winter, there were no seeds, just a sapling and some oil. He didn't even have anything extra for me in his pockets. Having used some of the cheaper fruits in the last lot of wine, I only got 10% back of my tax bill. Then on day 199, I set off another batch of pickles before rushing off to Skull Caverns for this decent luck day. I completed the Mummy Monster Slayer goal pretty early in the day with the power of my Crusader Enchanted Sword, and I couldn't wait till the loot review to tell you that I got an auto grabber from my first treasure floor of the day. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. I can finally stop picking up the eggs by hand. I reached floor 100 that evening via jump hole again, reached my 5th mastery level on the next floor, finished off the Serpent Slayer goal around midnight, and passed out on floor 137. That felt like a really productive caverning sesh. Let's see how that's reflected in our next morning's loot review. Okay, first of all, that's 7 prismatic shards there. Wow. You know about the auto grabber, and I got a galaxy soul from a slime. But then, on the other hand, there must not have been anything better to replace the summer forage seeds or the miners trees. I am happy with the amount of ores and gems I got though. I plopped my new auto grabber in the coop and scooped up the eggs and wool from the floor one last time, thank goodness. Then there was once again some starfruit waiting for me in the greenhouse. The beets were done too. Getting the seeds back took so long that I was partway through replanting when I realised the time. I wanted to make it to Robin's today to ask her to build me a premium barn. This is going in a temporary spot for now. I didn't realise that this will be a whole new building rather than an upgrade, and I don't really want a lot of barn animals, so I decided that this will eventually replace my other barn. I just wanted it to unlock the new animal that comes with this. Got some scarecrows ready for it too. Then getting back to the starfruit, I had enough seeds to expand into nearly 4 new quality sprinklers. On day 201 I had a lion. I was tired. We've been pretty non-stop. I need a rest, okay? Well, that would be a good part of storytelling, wouldn't it? But let's be honest, that's not what happened.
Oh no, I forgot to pause my game.
Even if much later in the day than I was expecting, rolling out of bed that afternoon to a shed harvest is always a lovely way to start my day. And I got to visit the Mastery Cave for the last time to claim my 5th and final mastery in combat. Clearly Grandpa is proud of me sticking to my principles. I will not be beaten by Mr. Key. I could now release my little frog friend I stole from Vincent a while back, though I did forget to shoplift today. On day 202, I brought George a winter route to get a hold of another prize ticket, but Harvey was out to shake my mood, telling me off for trying to salvage stuff from the trash. I tried to pickpocket him in revenge, but he caught me. I played it off like a joke, and there seemed to be no harm done to the friendship. I got 5 mystery boxes from my prize ticket. I stored a couple at home, but brought 3 to the raccoons to trade for a golden one to add to my other 13. Before getting those opened, I wanted to donate an artifact to Gunther, but I thought I should stop for a chat with Martin whilst I still have a long way to go with his friendship. I inquired about his Saturday reading habits, and he told me he'd been poking around some genealogy books, just in case he might find some interesting information about his family since he's adopted. I'm glad the few ice creams I've given him have been working. He thanked me for listening and helping him feel at home here in the valley. I feel like I barely talked to him, but sure. I got that donation done, in the form of a gift I mean, then got those golden boxes open. The winner here was definitely the deluxe speed grow, and the normal boxes I traded up to better ones, and returned to Clint for a second round of farmy loot. I was hoping for more deluxe speed grow, which I didn't get more of, but I was still satisfied with the 20 I did get, which all went into the starfruit. With Robin on my farm, I headed to a store to shoplift some sap and a tapper that I don't have a place for. Then while checking the bathhouse trash, Linus was just exiting the building. He noticed, but instead of the usual telling off, he was happy to see me with a hobby in common. On day 203, I could harvest the unwatered fibre outdoors, as well as the next load of starfruit in the greenhouse. As you can imagine, that meant spending the whole morning by the seed makers, but today, I officially had more than enough seeds to finish filling the place with more starfruit. Not long now. After purchasing some caviar from the travelling cart to ship, I shoplifted some junk from Robin's place and set up a whole load of scarecrows around that area thanks to this morning's fibre. That included the bathhouse and giving Susan's place a bit of extra protection. Then with my last few, I added them to Cindersap Forest. On day 204, the beets had grown again. I harvested a handful of starfruit too, so I could make room for a few more beets. I had some extra starfruit seeds left over from yesterday to go in any remaining spots, and by that point, it was time to head to the Festival of Ice. I don't usually check the shops in the second year, but once again, I'm glad I did, because there was a new cooking recipe here, the chocolate truffle bar. My need to show the townies up outweighed my distaste for fishing, plus I got a prize ticket out of my win, but Grandpa Shed was the real win of the day. All of the wine and pickles were ready. I also had some preserved fruit for a late night delivery to the raccoons. The Star Drop tea was a very welcome gift, and with all the ancient fruit wine I shipped along with a few of the farm goodies, I made over 250 grand in a single night. Day 205 I could harvest the forage and powder melons. The forage I turned back into seeds, which went in the ground with the 16 powder melon seeds I'd acquired through mystery boxes. My premium barn was now done. I was so excited to take my first peek inside. They come equipped with an auto grabber, auto petter, and a heater, except Robin doesn't include scarecrows, so those convenient extra items are gone. I added my own scarecrows to prevent any further theft, then moved my animals and equipment over there so I could use the wizard's podium to move the premium barn to its permanent spot, except I forgot to move the outdoor scarecrows out the way. I got the old barn demolished, then made a quick trip home to move the scarecrow out of the way so I could go back to the wizards to reposition the new barn. Much better. With all of that, I wasn't ready till that afternoon to deal with the shed garden harvest before departing to town to collect my ticket price from yesterday, and to hide behind Clint's till he left for the saloon so I could steal some geodes and coal from him. To finish off my day, more starfruit replanting. I made haste to the island farm the following day. I was a couple of days late for the new week's weeds, so I found one of my crops had been destroyed whilst collecting the ancient fruit harvest. I also needed a new key quest. I wasn't sure I wanted to do another Skull Caverns one, believe it or not, so I picked Keys Cuisine for a change. With my pretty limited resources, this would be very challenging indeed. Any key gems I already had got spent on the hopper recipe and the deluxe fertilizer recipe. Then I was ready to head back into the valley to get a whole bunch of geodes open. I didn't get any new minerals, but I already had a couple of stored artifacts with me to donate. I was closing in on completing the artifact collection, so to help that along, I brought a treasure totem to use just outside the Adventurers Guild and dug up the boomerang I was hoping for. After donating that, I still have some minerals to go later. I was back to my scarecrow project that evening, adding another 12 of them to Cindersap Forest. I rewarded myself with a trash walk all over town, and some pickpocketing, though I did forget to shoplift today. On day 207, I got to work on the Keys Cuisine quest, whilst also trying to tick off as many first-time cookings as possible for perfection. I had to set off a new batch of pickles in the middle of that, and despite spending most of my day in the kitchen, and making some decent headway on the cooking collection, there were some ingredients that I hadn't been producing at home. This calls for a visit to BS to hopefully steal some more. Not that he had any today. Got about a third of the way through the Keys Cuisine quest that day, and continued with it a bit the next morning. I do just mean a bit though. I had a birthday gift to deliver to Gunther which finished that friendship, and I was not missing out on the first day of Squidfest again. This year, I came prepared with some squid bait, so it was only 2:30 by the time I caught the 8 squid I needed to get the iridium target. Give me all of those rewards. The main one I missed out on last year was the Art of Crabbing book, which I cracked into immediately. I popped home to make a bit of room in my backpack so I could shoplift from Pierre again. Still no ingredients, and before I could return to the farm, I had to bring Sophia a gold bar she was after. Stealing a Stardew Valley almanac made my evening even better, but given that I'm maxed in masteries now, I'm not entirely sure why I read it. Habit, I guess. I did manage a bit more cooking that night, which only added another few grand to my quest progress. I might keep trying just a little bit, but I wasn't holding out much hope for actually completing it at this point. I didn't think there was anything I needed from the second day of Squidfest, so I skipped it to spend half a day 209 gathering magma geodes in the mines. I got 12 by the time I was over that task, but no new donations from any of them. To do something I was hoping would be a bit more fun, I brought a fish casserole I cooked but didn't sell because it gives a +3 binning buff, and I'm level 9, so that should put me at level 12. I thought I might be able to use it to access the prismatic trash can on the summit path. No such luck. I was so disappointed. Seems there's a bug preventing this from working, and I'm not sure if or when this will get fixed. To not waste the buff, I ran over to the walnut room to give the radioactive trash can a go. That requires level 10, but it didn't work there either. No fun and exciting loot for me today, I guess. The gas counter wasn't even any better really. Still no cooking ingredients in here. The witch must have sensed my disappointment and dropped by with a gift overnight, then I was back in the mines again till the afternoon on day 210 for magma geodes. I found some ores that Clint asked to inspect whilst I was down there, and from those geodes I got one more donation. That just leaves the big site to go for the whole museum. On tonight's ingredient run, I managed to nick some wheat directly from Pierre's pockets without him noticing, and found a few bags of sugar in his counter. Sure, I could probably do with a mill, but right now, I don't want to build one. On the topic of ingredients, my last task of the day was to bring Gus more eggs for another giant omelette. That special order is always an easy win, and the prize ticket from it earned me a few artifact troves. I kicked off day 211 with a new batch of wine, followed by a visit to Robin to buy all the crafting recipes. I'd already completed both the special orders on offer this week, so I picked Gus's clearly very popular giant omelette again. I'll handle it when I build enough eggs back up. There wasn't starfruit waiting for me in the greenhouse, and now that this place is full, I was trying to be careful about only making enough seeds to replant the harvested spots so I can start setting aside the actual fruit for Aurora Vineyard. I'm already a quarter of the way there. It was also the first day of the night market. There's not a whole lot I need from here anymore, really. I just checked the merchant's boat in case there was anything useful, then I was hoping this would just be more of a quick stop off on my way to visit the island farm, but Abigail wouldn't let me through the door, so I just grabbed my free coffee and left. I was surprised to find Lewis on my doorstep on day 212. He was here to inform me that I can now build a winery if I want from Robin, but apparently it's a pricey one. He's not wrong. It's 200 hardwood, 30 iridium bars, 50 kegs, and an entire 1,000,000 gold. I'd love to have one on the farm one day, even if just a flex. Once I harvested and replanted all of my forage, I sorted the rest of my machines whilst I had the hiccups. I didn't even think about what day it was when I walked into Marnie's for a new animal. I was lucky she was there. I was after a new camel, a new Stardew Expanded edition that requires the premium barn. I'll name you Boba. I just had to go pet them immediately, and I brought a welcome gift of an animal cracker. I made sure to catch the boat to the island before the start of the night market today. I had to replant the ancient seeds that got destroyed by last week's weeds, and to clear off this week's weeds before they do the same. I harvested any ripe fruit there too, then when I was ready to check out the merchant's boat at the market, I was irritated to see that nobody was blocking the door this evening, and the shop was still accessible. It was just Abigail being difficult yesterday. I was happy to purchase the beet seeds the merchant brought this evening, which reminded me to get going on the club card unlock. I brought a battery to the bus tunnel, a rainbow shell to the train station, 10 beets to the mayor's fridge, and the sand dragon its last meal, so I could dig out the club card tucked into the lumber pile at my house. On going to bed, I found out I reached level 5 thieving. I agonised over which option to pick for a couple of minutes, and ended up picking Robin Hood to potentially prevent the friendship loss when pickpocketing. On day 213, the now enormous raccoon family were in need of their next meal delivery. Some simple veggies got me another star drop tea. They are the most amazing little furry friends. I then tried my hand at some magic tricks. I showed this guy a card and made him disappear. And for my next trick, well, that was my only trick. I was not expecting Mr. Key to have a go at me for checking the casino trash can, but I ignored that and bought just 100 key coins to get away with the bare minimum for the slots. I wasn't there long before I had the idea to warp home to grab a lucky lunch. I couldn't remember whether this actually affected the casino at all, but I wanted to try, even if it just worked in my brain. I bet 10 at a time till I had about 1,000, then spammed that 100 bet until I got a big win. Or 2 apparently. With that, I could afford the rare crow I needed, and I just had to get myself the statue of treasure. That needs no explanation. Any remaining key coins I spent on farm totems. The best part though, that alien rare crow gave me another noggin on which to display a trash hat. Starfruit duty occupied much of my evening, but I did of course loot the trash cans through town on my way to check out the final day of the night market. Didn't find anything of interest there, what a shocker, except for the free cup of coffee. For my less than legal freebies of the day, I picked Clint's which just had some frozen geodes I'm not sure I need anymore. On day 214, I found out that Boba the camel was all grown up and started shedding hair for me. I spun one into yarn and the other one into the shipping bin. Being a Thursday, I made some trays at the desert, mainly after the magic rock candy, and I couldn't resist grabbing a couple more golden carrot seeds whilst I actually remembered to bring the bars. I got my artifact trays and mystery boxes open just because I felt like it, then decided it was finally time for me to begin putting any amount of effort into the farm decorating, even if it meant just starting a sort of decking area behind the house. I didn't get it all done in one night, just to make sure I left a little bit of time to shoplift from Robin before bed. I was going to spend day 215 decorating again, but after finishing the wood decking, I checked the travelling cart where I found 5 triple shot espressos for sale. Along with a great luck day, I took this as a sign that I need to be in Caverns today, but I didn't even bring those triple shots. I ate a dewdrop berry which lasts all day, and drank a super Jojo Cola that I can't remember whether I stole from someone or found in the trash. Either way, this is something you can usually only get by doing the Jojo route, so I was going to take full advantage of this all day buff. I had the 4 precious stones key quest to do. There's one. After passing out down on floor 145 that night, let's see if I got the other 3 I needed in the next morning's loot review. I only got one more Prezi. Maybe that +2 luck on the Super Jojo-Cola was false advertising. I did get hundreds of Iridium, and ended up swapping my trinket to an ice rod I got in there, because when my frog was eating the monsters, it was also eating the loot. And we can't have that now, can we? Still, we got hundreds of materials and a couple of seed makers, so whilst I didn't hit my 4 prismatic shard target, I'm still decently happy with the haul. Those extra seed makers would come in handy for the next Stardew harvest, even if I'm not needing to make quite so many seeds anymore. Instead of waiting for the next batch of wine to be done, I set up 42 new kegs a day early so they'll be ready for tomorrow. It was another afternoon of hunting magma geodes in the mines, but I only got 8 by the time I was over that job for the day. I came home to add a few more paths to the farm and got in a nighttime robbery from Clint's before he gets home from the saloon. On day 217, I brought my geodes to Clint to open and got the big sight on my very last magma geode. That's the museum collection complete again, and another star drop in my belly, again. I got my mystery boxes and troves open for potential gifts as well, then warmed up for a bit in the desert where I traded for 87 more staircases and 44 artifact troves. Given the museum collection, the troves might seem a weird choice, but I wanted them for the potential of pearls, golden pumpkins, and the treasure appraisal guide, which triples the value of artifacts. Now I should get a bit of extra profit selling the spares. Plus, I'd been hoarding some in my chest for this very reason. The extra book I'll keep hold of for now. After an empty trip to the travelling cart, the wine was just finishing up in the shed. It was kind of satisfying turning it over right as it was becoming ready. I was ready to shoplift from Pierre that evening, but he'd been to Ginger Island, so I'll have to put that off until he removes the box from his counter. In the meantime, I could drop off the next 24 eggs for Gus, pickpocket some stuffing from Sam, bring Lewis some truffle oil, claim a star drop tea from the price ticket machine, go back to Gus with a coconut I forgot to give him, and to bring the henchman a rabbit's foot as a gift. A goblin friend wouldn't let us leave without an unlicensed potion brewing class. I wasn't expecting it to be quite so violent, but he taught me how to make a marsh tonic, which I probably shouldn't share my knowledge of with the townies, but it takes quite a lot of ingredients in exchange for a small speed boost and a much bigger attack and defense buff. That could come in handy one day if I remember it exists. All of that made me forget to shoplift, but between the wine, spare artifacts, and a few other bits, we made almost 280,000 gold. Day 218 was the Winter's Community Day. It's the first one I've actually remembered about, and the main pull for this event for me was that Sandy would be attending, and therefore away from the store. I still had to wait for 9 AM for the door to automatically unlock, but all that waiting to gain entry was pointless. Her stupid magic note is still keeping my hands out of her counter whenever she's out of the desert. Back in town, the bookseller also happened to visit today, so I brought a few spare books to trade. I took an extra monster musk and some deluxe bait, but I wasn't fussed about the spicy eel for the artifact book, so I'll just ship that one for cash. Given that I've forgotten about this event every other month of the year, I thought I should probably show my face at the community centre, especially since they're enjoying all of my hard work, but I wasn't up for socialising long. I was in the farm decorating mood. I don't tend to use the paths made out of refined quartz very often, but since we have so many from the recycling machines on this farm, I thought why not give them a second life? Also had to get some extra scarecrows down so they don't get eaten, and as much as I wanted to get this project finished in one evening, it was just not possible. During the night, the adoption agency dropped off a baby girl. I went with the name Raven, along the same thieving lines as Seagull, even if that is potentially a myth. Charlotte doesn't need to know how the name came to be. I wanted to bring Lance a gift whilst he was in town for day 219, but when I got to the Adventurers Guild, I didn't find him, I found Gunther. He was apparently asking for something that was too dangerous for Marlon to even consider, so he offered to put my neck on the line instead. I'm not scared. I'll happily show them that I'm the better adventurer here, so I told Gunther I'll happily escort him through the mines at some point. We'll set off on a future day. Marlon's going to need to teach Gunther a bit of combat first, and I really just wanted to get this tropical curry to Lance. I still got so far to go with his friendship. It was time to harvest the ancient fruit on Ginger Island and do the weekly weeding. Seems I've forgotten about the muscle rocks here for a while too. There were loads to break. Good thing I did. I got 2 more golden walnuts. Both this week's key quests are Skull Cavern related again, so I picked the invasion for the higher reward again, and then took a quick peek at the perfection tracker whilst I was there. We're over halfway, but yeah, I don't know what I was thinking at the end of year 1 when I said I wanted to reach perfection this year. That was never gonna happen. I paused work on that grind though to work on the pathing again. This little section, I'll be honest, I put down and picked up multiple times trying to figure out how to align everything, because with the way I'd done the pattern, it just kept on not looking right. But this night, I just settled for the fact that it was never going to quite look perfect, and that's okay. In a funny turn of events, considering I've been doing some sort of decorating, Pierre had left a catalogue out for me to steal. I mean, it's just for flooring and wallpapers, but hey, they're free and unlimited. Then, I got even better news that night. I'd finally hit level 10 binning! I'd been eyeing up the environmentalist profession much earlier, hoping for the friendship boost, but I didn't realise it was just 10 friendship points for every 1,000 trash. That's not worth it for me, so I'll be opting for more personal gain instead with the salvager profession. I took advantage of day 220's good luck with a trip to Skull Caverns to take on the invasion again. You know how these go by now. I did complete the Pepper Rex Monster Slayer goal as an extra win. With the help of a few staircases, I made it down to floor 100 in the early evening, then carried on down the floors looking for iridium nodes for their precious stones. But instead of passing out down here, once again, I can't remember why, but I left from floor 150. Let's have a look at the loot review a little early, I guess. There are the other prizzies I needed. I also got several trinkets I had to throw away, but I kept the parrot egg, and you might have already spotted that I got a fairy box. It's probably my favourite of the trinkets, it just makes life so much easier. I found another animal cracker, and I couldn't turn down the cauliflower seeds for next year, but the other notable finds are the auto grabber, which I no longer really need, the crystallarium, the extra seed maker, and the iridium sprinkler. I left with a couple of hours left to go in the day, and we got all of this? Amazing. On day 221, I had the shed and the greenhouse to harvest whilst waiting for the big feast in town to begin. I was relieved to see there wasn't another recipe to purchase at the event today, then after saying hi to a couple of people I need friendship with, I walked behind the stall. Not to steal, but to give Pierre a plate of fried calamari because he was my secret friend this year. My gift giver was Penny, who wrapped up a jade for me. That's great actually, it will go towards another staircase. On day 222, I could drop off my 4 fresh prizzies to get my key gems, and it was my first time entering this room with level 10 binning, so I checked the radioactive trash can, but all I got was an acorn and a scolding. I can't believe it took till almost the end of year 2, but it was this day I bought Pierre's missing stock list. I had no idea why I didn't prioritise this one. I think it just slipped my mind to be honest. I also grabbed the bluegrass starter recipe, the last one I needed. I caught my first clownfish whilst I was there for the collection, before bringing Lance another tropical curry up at the volcano. Then it was back to the valley for me to return that stock list to Pierre. Hopefully now I can steal seeds all year round. For dinner, I cooked myself another fish casserole. I wanted to know if the binning buff didn't quite work right because I wasn't level 10 yet last time. I really wanted to get into that prismatic trash can, but again, I still didn't have any luck. Not much I can do about that now, so I just foraged at the summit and raided Pierre's store, delighted to find the stock list already hard at work providing me some out-of-season seeds. On day 223, I harvested some more starfruit. I'd stopped replanting it at this point because I now had more than enough to drop off the 200 demanded by the Junimo living somewhere around here. Nothing immediately happened, which was weird, so I left to make some more ancient seeds on the farm and replace some of the paths by one of the south exits because I missed a scarecrow down here and a portion of my work got munched. I added some more stony paths up by the greenhouse for some variation, then decided to just line that section of the path by the bridge with the rest of it, which meant redoing the vertical section for... I've lost count how many times now. I do often still value settling for good enough when spending the extra time isn't worth it, but you gotta admit, this does look better. To pat my back for a job well done, I stole some flowers and mushrooms from Pierre's, then carried on pathing just past the bridge, because I might as well stay up just a little longer waiting for the wine and jelly to be done. We're going all ancient fruit where possible now, so that night I added close to 400 grand to my balance. I woke up on day 224 with a sense that something was going on at Aurora Vineyard. I was expecting a beautiful refurbishment, but when I walked in, it was looking just as run down as ever. In the basement, there was a sleepy looking Junimo that I didn't mean to startle, but they expressed their happiness from my having given such a wonderful gift. Gift? I was hoping to take over this place to grow more ancient fruit and produce more wine. I spent all year on making decorations? I guess I'll have to win over this Junimo's trust over time. Next year, we've got a very important friendship to build, but for today, I need to focus on preparing the farm for the new season and the new year. I began planting some sacrifice winter seeds to hold the sprinkler spots for me. I know they won't grow, but it means less tending and watering tomorrow. Then I still wasn't quite where I wanted to be with the pathing, so I handled that, which included adding some stones to the animal area so I always have a walkable route without having to wade through the long grass. The farm decoration is by no means finished, but I'd made enough progress today to be satisfied for now. For my last shoplift of the year, I swiped a variety of seeds from Pierre's. This year has been packed with milestones and shenanigans, but now I think I'm ready for bed. Out of our 5 goals, we did unlock all the masteries, we reached level 10 binning, got married to Scarlet, and got the key to the town. We did not, however, build any of the obelisks. I suppose I could have afforded one on the last day, but this is me we're talking about. I ended up forgetting I actually had enough money. Plus, I do need to have enough for taxes in the next couple of days. 4 out of the 5 isn't bad at all though, and as for the other perfection requirements, we're almost there on the friendships, even if we do get some new ones next year. I do still have a lot of fish to catch, and gold to make and spend, but that just means we're in for a 3rd year of mischief. We'll actually be striving for perfection this time. Like last year, we've got a brand new twist coming up, which I'm not going to spoil just yet. Trust me, it'll be worth it. But anyways, as always, all the mods I use will be linked in the description. Grandpa's certainly believing in us from his assessment here. And now, let's get into it. Stepping out into the fresh spring air on day 225, we begin with a beautiful sight of all 4 candles being lit at Grandpa's shrine. Gonna be so honest and let you know now that I forgot that I could collect a statue from the shrine, so leave your best bets in the comments as to when I remember it exists. I carefully cleared out the sprinkler spaces since I don't have a huge amount of seasonal crops to plant really. My main focus when it comes to crops this year will be the berries and the ancient fruit that I've mostly already got. Sure, I could plant more ancient fruit outdoors, but I hadn't yet finished filling my greenhouse, so that'll come first now that we're done with the grand starfruit grind of year 2. Speaking of starfruit, I could now bring one to apples, except apples was nowhere to be found. I did panic a little for a moment in case something went wrong, given that they didn't even show up in the friendship tab, but for right now, I just wanted to wait to see if they'll be back tomorrow. With the taxes due tomorrow, I had to make sure Lewis knew I had dirt on him. Dirty pants, I mean. Hopefully that'll do the trick to stop me being ripped off quite so much. Then it was over to the island to gather up the week's ancient fruit there, except it wasn't ready yet, so I'll save it for next Monday so that they're all done on the same day. I'd have to come on Mondays anyway to clear the weeds, and to check the key quests, but to my surprise, Mr. Key was missing from his walnut room, and there was a new warp that doesn't work for me yet. I wonder what that means. The key quests were not what I wanted this week, and we might as well check that perfection tracker to see where we're starting this year. We've got many milestones close to being done, but some of them like the obelisks, golden clock, and crafting were what troubled me the most in that moment. The as counter was my first shoplift target of the year. I still wouldn't mind being able to plant more, but for today, there wasn't much here. Thanks to our daily dehydrated ancient fruit, our profits look like this most days, and then on day 226, I was shook to see that I only got taxed 153 grand and I had no bills. Wow, I must have done a number on Lewis yesterday. This mail doesn't even make sense. The reality is, I had to get up and quit my game before starting this day, so I guess something went wrong with the fact that there was a restart the day my taxes were due. I don't know what happened, but hey, I'm not complaining for now. I was relieved to see that apples had officially taken up residence at Aurora Vineyard today, so I could start the slow game of bribing them with my leftover ancient fruit. I wasn't expecting to get an immediate gift myself of an ancient seed though, thanks. And I got to make a warp in the basement to and from my nexus so I can waste less time on the log-on walk. I wonder if Apples knows what they're getting into. My next stop was the Adventure Guild to check what was left of my Monster Slayer goals, and I completely forgot that Gunther would be waiting for me here after I agreed to escort him to the mines last year. We did in fact find some interesting stuff down there, which I really wanted to take for myself, but I have appearances to keep up. I thought obliterating a slime with my bare hands might spread the word that it would be a bad idea to mess with me. It was worth it. I'll also get a bonus payment for my show of bravery. With that sorted, I could get into the guild to bring Lance a tropical curry whilst he was there. And checking the monster eradication board, I found I have just one more void spirit to go, as well as 94 magma sprites, so I might as well get the easy one done today. Pam then drove me to the desert so I could trade for a couple of golden carrot seeds, and I wanted to check the casino to see if I could afford any more farm totems to keep me going throughout the year, but as I arrived, Mr. Key had something to say to me. Kinda weird that he's treating me as if we've just met again. What's going on? Or is this him saying he wants to talk more? He was saying some nice and also interesting things to me, and maybe I could use this. If I gain his trust, maybe he'll stop trying to ruin my life? Not that he can ruin my life. It would just be easier in the long run not to keep getting sent back in time, you know? Yes, I've added a friendable Mr. Key mod. It's the light version of the mod, which, despite his name, is still packed with content, but we're gonna have our work cut out because these are his loved gifts. I mean, what do we expect from one of the most mysterious beings? I do need to figure out a supply of those things ASAP, but in the meantime, I got back to my original plans, which was to see if I could buy more farm totems. I couldn't right now, though we do have 30 to keep us going for a little bit. Back in the valley, I had been pickpocketing people without much success. I do this quite often so you won't always see it, but I can almost always guarantee I find some kinda decent stuff behind Clint's counter. The wizard waited for me to wake up the next morning to tell me he'll have a new apprentice arriving in the valley tomorrow. Another one to befriend? Ugh. The 20 grand check in the mail from Gunther for my combat finesse could cheer me up. Then I fished a sea sponge out of Willie's pockets on my way to the volcano for the day, where I plan to chip away at the magma sprite goal, and hunt for the dragon teeth I'll need for crafting and the obelisk. It would probably help if I didn't let the local monsters blow the teeth up, and whilst the hot Java ring I found in a chest absolutely lifted my spirits, it is one of my favourites after all, that one lost dragon tooth really did hurt because after today's gathering, I was now just one short of building the island obelisk. I took my frustrations out by dragging Clint out of bed to open mystery boxes, hoping to find either the Book of Mysteries or the Book of Stars as love gifts for Mr. Key, but I had no luck there either. I raced straight back to the volcano on day 228 to merge the hot Java ring with an iridium band I crafted. This will replace the one I merged with the vampire ring now that I have a fairy to heal me. I was excited about all the free coffee and triple shots coming my way, and the dragon teeth too, but I did forget to bring my watering can this time, so I took my leave from the 5th floor exit and dug up the ostrich egg with a golden walnut just outside. I wanted to confirm that this was my last walnut to find, but apparently I've still got one left. According to the parrot, it's one I need to harvest with a crop. You can't get it from regrowable ones though, so I'll come back another day with some taro. As for the ostrich egg, I debated just shipping it as is, but since I need to craft the incubator for the Craftmaster achievement anyway, plus the need for an extra profit source, I thought I'd better hatch it this time. For today's shoplift, I was after some seeds from Pierre's counter, but there was nothing in season here today either. At this point, I was beginning to regret returning the missing stock list. It's great for winter, but I didn't foresee having a harder time getting the other seasonal crops right when I want to grow them. Day 229 began with a shed harvest, and I wanted to take a little forest walk with the travelling cart out there today, and stop to chat to Andy at his farm where Scarlett was working. I begrudgingly agreed to lend a hand with Andy's jam business. He did say he'd pay me after all, so I get to cut into his profits, plus it seemed to please Scarlett. I could eventually be on my way to the travelling cart where I met Morgan. How convenient. I was going to pop over to the wizard to bring them a void egg anyway. I didn't find anything of interest at the travelling cart, and to be fair, meeting Morgan there didn't exactly prevent a visit to the tower really. I still had to go there today to get my first obelisk built. I went with the island one for easy access to the volcano and my bigger ancient fruit farm. With one more gift to hand out, I visited Aurora Vineyard next, but apples was nowhere to be found indoors. I thought they might be just outside, but I got distracted by the sense that a new hidden path had opened up. It led to this magical place known as Sprite Springs, and I think you're meant to get a cutscene introducing you to some thankfully non-friendable characters, but it didn't trigger for me for some reason. You can bathe in these springs once a day for a random buff, and over the other side there are often a bunch of flowers, ancient fruit, and sometimes sweet gemberries to forage. And the crows don't seem to eat the stuff here. There's a hidden cave in this waterfall too, containing some mushrooms and more forageable ancient fruit. I love this place. Apples was back indoors to receive the starfruit by the time the distraction was over, and after getting a deluxe bait supply sorted for the remaining fishing I need to do, I finally got a handful of seeds from Pierre's that I can grow, in the form of kale. I had the year's first batch of wine to handle the following morning before a day planned in the Highlands. First to bring Lance another tropical curry, which reminded me to collect that reward he told us about last year. It's a diamond wand. This thing is kind of ridiculous, and I'll show you how it works later. Aside from the gift, my main goal for this trip was to catch the regional fish here, today handling the fiber goby, the highlands bass, and the gemfish took me a few attempts as I had to keep stopping to swat the swarming bats, but I did get a hold of it that night. Any monster crop seeds I got I planted in the greenhouse. I decided that I wanted to leave a good amount of indoor space now in case there were any emergency crops I might need to grow, and believe me, I'll be thankful that I did. This wine day's profits came in at about 370 grand. Then, on day 231, I continued checking off new fishing catches, starting off in Cindersap Forest where I caught the king salmon. At Sprite Springs, I brought some flowers to make a walk to my nexus, and it was here that I could catch the glowfish and the meteor carp. That was all the fish I thought I could acquire for now with the locations that I'd unlocked, so it was on to a new task. To kick off the new gift week, I brought a purple slime egg to Mr. Key I forgot I had, and of course apples got their starfruit. Then it took me hours to track down Morgan and West Cindersap so I could be rid of another void egg. I chose to shoplift from Harvey that evening for a change and just got a sports drink. I don't tend to get much here, so I won't be here often. I got a better beverage pickpocketing a bat on the farm, another Super Jojo Cola. This, alone, is good enough reason to steal from people, and monsters directly. It's like a drink version of the Dewdrop Berry, so you can combine them for all-day buffs. Camilla kidnapped me first thing on day 232. She just took me to my nexus for an inspection of sorts, but she thought it could do with a little something. She then whisked me off to a brand new location, an outpost in Galdora by the Crimson Badlands. Words simply cannot do this place justice. Vast expanses of wastelands in every direction, and in the daytime, honestly, stepping into an oven probably would have cooled me down. This was apparently prime adventurer territory with all the hazards around, so Camilla challenged me to exploring the place and uncovering its secrets. To make it so that I can actually get here, she gave me a swell stone to activate a new warp, the last location to complete my nexus. But honestly, the biggest perk that got me today was access to Lance on his birthday, or I wouldn't have been able to get to him. I first noticed a new chest which I couldn't help claiming the contents of, but it was just a shop schedule. I can't buy from these, can't steal from them either, but I will still be checking these in case there are recipes I need. Anyway, I handed Lance a key season tropical curry which finished his friendship, so yeah, I really did unlock this place at the most perfect time. I was gonna have a little look over the Badlands, but chatting to Alessia and Isaac in the tunnels, I realised I probably wasn't quite ready just yet. I wanted to get the remaining weekly gifts done instead, but was surprised to find Lance waiting for me on the farm. He told me to meet him at my island farm at my earliest convenience, so I headed straight over. I couldn't see him there, but then he materialised right next to me on the beach. Kinda creepy if you ask me, especially when he told me that he's basically been watching what I've been up to over here. He lent me a blink relic so we could admire the waters from a usually unreachable vantage point, but apparently that was just a test and I had to give it back. He then asked me to accompany him to the first/guild hall to show off the monster crops I grew for him. We walked from somewhere deep in the jungle that I couldn't ever find again to a new little island called Fable Reef. Stepping inside the guild hall, Lance's friends marvelled over my work. I wasn't really sure what would come of this research, but I definitely want to find my way back over there one day. Being a Monday, it was time to harvest the ancient fruit and clear any weeds here. And as for this week's key quest, I challenged myself to finishing Key's crop this season, in the hopes that maybe the key quest might help me with Mr. Key's friendship, whilst I can't easily get his love gift. I did have some for apples though, though I also gave a Star Drop tea for an extra boost because they don't have a birthday. Morgan and the henchman got a little something too. Then for some gifts for myself, I stole a whole bunch of mossy and mystic tree seeds from Robin. I found Camilla out by the broken bridge on the farm on day 233. She told me all about the breathtaking lands on the other side, which she must know would pay me whilst I can't get over there. She can, however, use her magic to repair the bridge if I bring her a bunch of stuff. And when I laid my eyes on the list, I was flooded with a sense of dread. Some of the materials won't be too bad, but how the heck am I going to get 25 red slime eggs? As far as I was aware, they were pretty rare, and I wasn't entirely sure if I was going to get these together by the end of the year, though I won't give up without a fight. The wizard waited until Camilla was long gone to visit me next. He'd heard I'd met the First Slash Guild members yesterday, and would now allow me to use his basement warp over there. We now have an easy way back for whenever I'm up for a trip. That won't be today. I wanted to handle my next mystery trade with the raccoons, some veggie-based goods in exchange for another red cabbage because I still haven't shipped one. I guess this was my sign to get it done. The rest of the day was out in the desert chopping and replanting the trees. It wasn't just for the wood. This is a decent way to get some starting key beans, though I got to plant 45 of them in the greenhouse the next day. A lot of that wood went into 25 more kegs, 12 of which I broke in with some potatoes for Pam's Strong Stuff special order. That's the shed now full, but any remaining ones I'll start lining the house with, the best kind of furniture. It was Robin's turn for some carpentry skill. Had to order her to build me a new premium coop to allow me to own a goose. Then I was ready to return to Fable Reef that afternoon. There was some new beach forageables here to ship, as well as, of course, some new fish to catch. I spent my afternoon catching my first daggerfish, a legendary turret fish worth a good chunk of change, an awesome looking viper eel, the stripy torpedo trout, and finally, the seemingly elusive arrowhead shark which took into the nighttime to show up. I could not wait to get out of there, but on the bright side, I did fish up 18 more key beans to plant. On day 235, I made a couple of slime egg presses in a mild panic about the bridge materials. Probably goes without saying that neither of my first 2 eggs will be red ones, but I might as well try for the purple and tiger eggs that Mr. Key loves as well. I was short on some of the other bridge materials, so today was for foraging in the swamp and slaying the purple flying things for their swamp essence, though any dragon teeth were a nice bonus. I gathered 46 swamp essence over there over the course of the day, bringing my total to 55. The bridge needs 40, and the other 15 will be saved for crafting the marsh tonic for perfection. On day 236, I brought Clint my mystery boxes to open in desperation, still after books for Mr. Key's love gifts. You'll see I brought some normal mystery boxes as well. I didn't bother trading them to golden ones because both books are extremely rare. The golden boxes technically have about double the chance of finding it, but double a tiny number is still a tiny number, so I'd rather just have more chances. And yeah, still no luck today either. Speaking of books, Marcelo was in town today. I still can't buy any books from him, nor can I steal them, but I could trade some of my spares to him for some useful items like deluxe bait, hardwood, and sea jelly. I didn't bother with the coal for the mining monthly. I already have hundreds of the stuff. I stole a very disappointing single pizza from the saloon on my way home, where I placed an additional 25 kegs around the house. The next lot of wine was ready. I had 134 bottles to sell this time, and next week there'll be a lot more. It was then back to fishing, in the Highlands again. I really thought I got them all here, but I'm gonna be honest, I had to look up the location of one of the new fish because there was a cave I didn't notice, and therefore haven't visited before. It's in the area just below where the dino boss lives, and it's called Diamond Cavern. Can you figure out why? I got the diamond carp catching out of the way first, then rewarded myself by picking the new flowers and mining every last diamond. I guess this would have made the dwarf's 36 diamond request last year so much easier if I knew this existed. On day 237, the fruity stairs in the greenhouse indicated our first key fruit harvest. Instead of just shipping all of these and hoping for more beans later, I put every single one in the seed maker. This is probably the easiest way to accumulate the 500 we need, but it is still pretty time consuming. I had to pause work on that to attend the egg festival. Even found Mr. Key hiding away from everyone in town so I could say hi for some friendship points, and something extra apparently. I'm not sure what he did to it, but that unexpected interaction led me to finding only 8 eggs during the race, so Abigail stole my crown, and my prize. I'll find a way to get my revenge. Didn't have much time to dwell on that tonight. Had to get back on with the key fruit replanting. They're now overflowing outside, so these sprinklers will actually get some use. On day 238, I made a few geode crushes so I could get some extra minerals to craft with or sell from home. I kind of forgot about this for a while, but being a Sunday, I could trade for some staircases in the desert ahead of the upcoming festival. Then with some luck on my side, I wanted to check out the Crimson Badlands for the first time. I was delighted to see that we could forage red slime eggs here, and now Camilla's bridge list makes a bit more sense. But just like those diamond caverns the other day, I wanted to get the fishing out the way first. I almost died trying to catch this undead fish, but they're done now. Thank goodness for the life elixir. I traversed the scorching sands and used the diamond wand to swat some of the bigger serpents out of existence, but I wasn't anticipating the scorpion stings being quite this potent. Camilla was looking all smug when she rescued me, but thankfully, all I lost was the coffee I'd got from the monsters out here. I healed up and headed back out west, much more carefully this time, aiming for a particular cave tucked in the corner, guarded by I guess some corrupted mummies. I don't recommend doing this section without the Crusader enchantment on your sword. If I had to stop to put bombs down, that would probably have ended me too, but I eventually made it through and found all of this treasure waiting for me. There was a voice talking to me in there, which sounded a lot like Camilla, but I didn't care about that. I wanted my loot. If you've not entered this cave before, make sure you bring a prismatic shard with you. You need one to open the chest inside to claim the Galaxy Slingshot. I am, however, terrible with slingshots, so I never ended up using this thing. Coming back outside, I used the diamond wand to tell the monsters to give me some space to continue my exploration, but the only thing I note was this awesome looking gate which keeps us and the monsters out of Castle Village. Marlon appeared on my doorstep on day 239 to inform me of a meeting at midnight tonight that I need to be at. Sounds important. I had to keep busy to distract myself from the suspense of all of this, and thankfully, it's a Monday, so I have a load of ancient fruit to harvest. But it's not just any Monday, it's the first day of this year's Desert Festival. This first free outfit was way cuter than the first one I had last year. Let me know if you remember, but other than keeping the watermelon band because I actually do like it, I've been the other pieces. They just aren't really me. The cactus man picked a spiky friend that apparently looked like me this year. Maybe on a tired day, I suppose. I don't know, what do you think? And I was in a bit of a rush today since I can't be late to the midnight meeting, so I scarfed down a sour salad, left my cactus to guard this cave, and dived right into Skull Caverns to take advantage of the good luck. My Adventurer Guild quest was to reach floor 30 today, which I passed within a couple of hours and found an auto petter right after. I carried on caverning to improve my egg rating and hunt for more loot, pickpocketing from monsters the second each cooldown wore off. We've got a long way to go to max that skill. With all the treasure down here, I could easily have gotten carried away today. Yes, that's another auto petter, but I did reluctantly get out of there just after 11 PM from floor 131 to make sure I get to the meeting. Why don't we check out the loot review? So, you already know about the auto petters, but I was pleased to be leaving with 333 calico eggs, a whole bunch of ores, and a few golden mystery boxes amongst the rest of the stuff. I did immediately throw out the cinder shards, because with an egg rating of 56, I'd wowed Gil with my skill, and got 500 more calico eggs, and a magic rock candy for my efforts. Ended up being a little late to the meeting. Kinda awkward that Marlon was there waiting for me, and told me off for checking the trash, but let's see what this urgent matter is, shall we? He informed us that there were a trio of legendary monsters for us to hunt. A purple mushroom crab in the marshlands, a golden slime in the highlands, and a diamond sand scorpion in the badlands. You just know they're going to have some fascinating drops. The 3 targets were divided by the other adventurers in attendance, and as for me, I get to assist with all of them. In other words, I have to do all the work by myself. And to add insult to injury, this task tells me I don't even get to keep the hard-earned loot. I will still be helping on future days, it does still sound like fun. I caught Robin at her shop just before she left on day 240 to task her to build me a slime hutch. I'm not sure if I want to raise a load of slimes yet, but this way, I'll have the chance of getting slime eggs as a drop from slaying slimes once it's built. Yesterday's auto petters got added to the house. The more the better. Then I brought Morgan another void egg on my quick trip to the wizards to build the desert obelisk, and to move the old coop out of the way so that the premium one can take its spot. I had to keep the old one, because the crows ate the incubator, auto grabber, auto petter, and heater from the scarecrow-less premium building, so this was the only way I could have the choice to hatch more eggs if I want to. I ignored the desert festival for most of today. I don't need a huge amount more eggs, and I had a key fruit replanting to tend to, but I did pop over there briefly in the evening. I wanted my free outfit. The camo shirt is not my thing, but I kept hold of the trousers, and I picked up the 10 mystery boxes from the egg trader here, having forgotten to do this yesterday. I then took the bus back to town to drop off Pam's potato juice at the trailer for a payment of $3 grand, and a treasure chest from the prize ticket, which I'll definitely sell. More key fruit appeared the next morning, so I dealt with that before moving all the animals and equipment from the old coop to the slightly more spacious new one. That meant I was ready for a new animal from Marnie, but when I got to her door, the bear stepped out in front of me. I hope they haven't eaten the whole family. It was worse. They called me Jungus, but the family was still alive, well, and maybe friends with this bear? They've got more bear friends who wouldn't mind living in the premium barn. Having already got a new animal last year, the camel, I was not expecting another. I suppose I better get hold of one, except Marnie already left for the desert festival, so that's not going to happen today. I stole some milk for compensation, and prepped some scarecrows for the soon-to-be-finished slime hutch on the farm. I then pushed forward with more keys crop progress, placing a couple of extra iridium sprinklers I had in the chest. I'd now filled out all the spaces on the farm already, and had some extra fruit I could turn into extra beans, so I might as well utilise them to speed things up a little. I didn't go to the desert festival till the evening again. I did not approve of this outfit making me look like a fisher, and to spend some of the rest of my eggs, I traded for some strawberry seeds from Maru, along with the magic rock candy from the mysterious egg trader. Any remaining eggs went on 9 mystery boxes, but I couldn't just leave this last one all on its own here. I completed the Scholar's Easy quiz for another 50 eggs to come away with the last mystery box, and any leftover eggs then got spent on hardwood from Leah. Once I made it back home, I found out that the crows or the weeds destroyed one of my scarecrows by the farm entrance, so a portion of my paths were missing. The scarecrow I replaced with urgency, but I'm sorry to say, I couldn't be bothered to fix the paths for a little while. On day 242, Marlon showed up at the farm to congratulate me on my new slime hutch, and even brought me an extra green slime egg. That was my cue to pick up the scarecrows I prepped to put inside. The incubator that's usually here was obviously already feasted on by one of the valley's well over 100 crows. Not ideal, but I could just craft a couple more, and got my first 2 slime eggs incubating. I didn't forget a sprinkler for their water supply either. Stay hydrated, friends. I could then take the minecarts to get Clint to open all of the mystery boxes I got from the festival. I got some okay loot, but no important gift books. I blame Clint. I don't know how it's his fault, but it is. You might have noticed that I brought some bombs and staircases in there. I have the Danger in the Deep key quest to do, which should be a much easier win than Key's Crop. I don't usually use all that many staircases on this quest, but even though the Statue of Blessings was trying to help me out with a luck buff, and I snacked on a dewdrop berry, it was still a bad luck day, and I didn't want to spend the whole rest of the week on this quest. The only piece of loot of any real interest today was the iridium needle from one of the blue special slimes, though that being said, I didn't use it at all. I don't really use daggers unless I have to. On this first day of descent, I pushed my way down to floor 75 before warping home so I could make it to bed, and as much as I wanted to resume that progress the second I woke up the next morning, I had too many other tasks to get through today to make it to the mines. Like we had the next batch of ancient fruit wine and jelly on the farm, and I had to get my gift rounds in. When I got to Apples at Aurora Vineyard, they wanted to show me all the starfruit that were growing through the rotting floors of the house. They were kind enough to share a good few starfruit with me, but then they said they made plant friends and named all of them. I am concerned. The ones Apples just gave to me? What were their names? Did they just give me their victims? Is this some kind of a threat? Like when you give Apples starfruit, they say, and I quote, "Yummy. Please don't eat your friends." Fig apparently doesn't like me though. Maybe I should eat Fig. Never thought I'd say that a visit to the henchman felt far less cursed. It also took till today for me to realise that I still hadn't finished Jazz's friendship yet either. That was easily fixed with one last fairy rose. Then for the rest of the day, I had to channel my focus into the next key fruit harvest. With all my sprinklers full, I could finally start shipping off some more significant amounts. As for my next shoplift, I went for Pierre's for a variety of seeds, and the grass starter recipe I didn't know I still needed. A nice little win to end the day, plus the almost 500,000 gold we got overnight from all the ancient fruit products. Another harvest of mostly key fruit started my day 244. The green beans were important too. I've been slowly working on harvesting 100 for a special order throughout the season. It just worked out that I already had a decent amount of them planted. Another 73 key fruit went into the shipping bin today, then I had some gifts to get done for the last day of the gift week. I started with apples this time, and when I stepped outside the vineyard to enjoy some fresh West Cindersap air, they popped out of a bush and asked if we could play. I didn't want to get eaten, so I obliged. But then Andy walked up on us, which was kind of embarrassing, especially because Andy isn't magically inclined and can't see apples. So to him, it looked like I was just jumping on the spot, out in the woods, alone. I'm glad we're max friendship with Andy. It probably would have felt a lot worse if we'd just met. Now that that's over, I could get to Marnie's for the new animals. Well, I was only planning to get a goose today for the new coop, but I forgot about our last chat with the bear and got reminded I need to buy one of those too. I went with the goose first as planned. I know these lay eggs and I was only allowing one of each non-egg laying animal, but I've only got a golden egg at home which I don't think you can hatch, and I'm not sure I could otherwise get a hold of a regular goose egg, so our new feather friend Chai is a necessary addition. I did get a bear too because they have a special type of honey I need to ship, and for a honey-based drink name, I went with mead. It was kind of weird though. Like, isn't this one of the forest bear's friends? Do they not already have names? I mean, I suppose the other bear is just called Bear. Anyway, I'm rambling some nonsense, so let's move on. The henchman got a second weekly gift. Then I kept him company in the marshland for a bit whilst he was foraging to make a living. He still hasn't got his job back from the witch. He finally admitted that it was not my fault that the witch fired him. A lot had happened before I came along, and accepting that bribe was really just the last straw. I got a sense that I should say that I hope he gets his job back, but that last big offering was not nearly enough, so we'll have to find out what grand gesture he'll need to pull off to make that happen. I got round to fixing the Crow-Eaten Pass that evening, which killed enough time for the theatre to be closing so I could bring Martin an ice cream, and since I was nearby, I delayed my bedtime a bit to shoplift a measly 4 gold ore from Clint's. I think it goes without saying that I worked on the key fruit grind the morning of day 245. That took until midday, so I really had to put the pedal to the metal if I wanted to get this Danger in the Deep quest finished. It's deadline day for that one. Despite the bad luck, again, I didn't need as many staircases as I thought I would. I went more than 20 floors without using any, but then used them a little more liberally after that because I didn't want to pass out down here, and I wanted to guarantee success. It was about 10 PM that I made it back down to floor 120, so now I have access to the harder mine shrine if I want to use it at any point, but unfortunately, completing key quests seems to have no effect whatsoever on our friendship with Mr. Key. That means spending all of this time on the Keys crop quest has been kinda pointless. Sure, we get 100 key gems for completing it, but I don't really need them anymore. The problem is, we're too far through now, and I'm too stubborn to give up, so I might as well see it through. I do this almost every morning the next few days, so I might just not mention it. You know it's happening. Monday also means it's time to harvest our other blue important fruit, the ancient fruit, and once all of that was dealt with, I took a long sunset foraging walk in what should be the foresty areas hunting for leeks. I have the Gifts for George special order to do. I found myself wandering through a more narrow passageway that night in West Indisap. Usually not advisable, but at the end, I stole a bottle of maple syrup from the forest bear who lives here. He didn't seem to notice what I took, but I did have to wake him up to check on his shop. I'm glad I did. I had to buy the baked berry oatmeal recipe and the flour cookie recipe for perfection. On day 247, I went out on my way to say hi to Mr. Key whilst I still don't have a good supply of love gifts. He's not having my tea set, plus I have the extra friendship blessing today. After selling some extra gear cluttering my chest, I took the opportunity to rob Robin while she was at the exercise class and got a surprise find of some fairy stones. Other than that today, I just foraged some more leeks. Having harvested some more green beans with that morning's key fruit, I completed the big crop order overnight, and as part of that reward, I got a mini shipping bin in the mail on day 248, which I plopped down outside the big shed. It was Flower Dance Day. I was grateful to be able to earn some extra friendship points from Mr. Key hiding out by the entrance, and since there wasn't anyone I could dance with that would give me a needed friendship boost, I defaulted to my wife, who was probably expecting me to ask her anyway. From the massive key fruit on day 249, I made sure to only replant in the spots containing deluxe speed grow so they'd grow in time. The rest can be shipped. The end is near. By the time I was done with those, the kegs were ready for more wine. Then I could finally leave the farm in the evening to shoplift from Pierre, mostly for saplings I can sell, and to drop off the leeks for George so I can get another big quest off my list. From that one and Lewis's crop order, I had 2 prize tickets waiting for me, so I claimed an iridium sprinkler and another pig painting from the machine. I was excited to be able to hatch more slimes on day 250, even if I was disappointed that they hadn't produced me any harvestable slime yet. You'll be pleased to know that my knowledge of the Statue of Perfection from Grandpa's Shrine finally made its way to the remembering part of my brain today, so now we'll have a slow and steady trickle of iridium ore ready for us each day. I tracked down Apples, the henchman and Morgan to bring them gifts, and passed the rest of the day in the volcano whilst I still need dragon teeth to craft with, and quite a few magma sprite kills for the last monster eradication goal. On day 251, I pulled out the eggs in the coop ready for Gus's next omelette, which reminded me to check the barn for any new animal products. I noticed the new ostrich hatch when I got in there. Not gonna lie, I forgot about this, so I have no idea how long it's been chilling waiting for a name, but welcome Slushy to the barn. In the auto grabber, there were several jars of honey from our bear. See what I mean? It's different, and valuable at $1,000 each. It's not even a love gift for anyone, so I can safely just sell it. Thanks to yesterday's volcano run, I had enough dragon teeth to craft my very own mini forge. I was very overdue in changing my galaxy sword to look like the Meowmere. I just adore the look of this thing, and I love having a little touch of Terraria in my game too. Plus it makes a cute little rainbowy firework animation when you kill monsters, and that's enough of a draw for me. I was back in the volcano again to keep chipping away at the magma sprite kills, but warped out of there in the early evening to make sure I get in the last of the weekly gifts before some of these peeps go to bed. Apples beat me back to the farm to invite me to some sort of party, which I'll try to get to at some point in the future, and of course our last gift of the day goes to Martin right after he finishes work. The good thing about these sorts of hours is that it's a perfect time to pickpocket from Clint and get in my next shoplift, which added to my seed supplies now that summer is just around the corner. On day 252, I gathered up all the key fruit on the farm to chuck in the shipping bin. This giant one I'll leave where it is though. I've never had a giant key fruit before, plus there's more than enough from the smaller ones to definitely complete the quest. For this decent luck day, I felt like giving the Crimson Badlands another go with the power of a dewdrop berry to help me. Camilla was selling some wares at the outpost today, but no recipes, so I won't be buying anything from her. I was there for a matter of seconds before I turned around and headed back to my Nexus. I'm not chickening out, don't worry. I just forgot to add an extra buff from bathing at Sprite Springs first. You do have to sit in it for a good few seconds to feel its effects, and from that, I got +3 attack. That's pretty perfect. Exactly what I was hoping for. I needed to collect some more void souls and slime eggs for the farm bridge, and I spent pretty much all day trying to hunt Apophis, the giant corrupted royal serpent, for its loot, and I don't mean this measly little minion. I covered all edges of the map and came to the conclusion that I'm obviously too powerful today and it's chosen to hide from me, but the legendary diamond sand scorpion wasn't afraid. I was expecting something other than a smurfified little scorpion, but this thing took a good smacking. I was really careful about chugging a life elixir the second I took any amount of damage, and after a multi-hour battle, I finally squished that bug and claimed its treasures. The item of interest here is the magic lamp. Annoyingly, I do have to give this one to Marlon, but it's a love gift for Mr. Key, and I need to ship it, so you'll be pleased to know that the legendary monsters can be fought once per day. And to wrap up this season, I received my key gem reward overnight for finishing the Keys crop quest on the very last day I could. Waking up on the first day of summer, I was notified about the new season's weeds, but also that the next 2 slimes attached. They're both male again, so I wanted to get another 2 going in the hutch right away, only to find out that in those few seconds, the whole building and all of its contents got stolen by the crows.
Okay.
Oh.
As you can see, a few tiles of the building weren't covered by any of the scarecrows, and that's all that's needed for something to get taken. Give them an inch and they'll take the whole darn building. That's how the saying goes, right? I added a deluxe scarecrow to be 100% sure the gap is covered, then I could get back to what I should be doing on the first day of a season, which is planting a bunch of crops. Most of what I have on hand is corn, but that's good because it will see us through fall as well. It was then over to Robin's to get her to build me a replacement slime hutch. She doesn't need to know what happened, and she didn't question me placing it in the exact same spot as last time either. I saved the weekly ancient fruit harvest till afterwards to try and lift my spirits from this rocky start to the season. I wasn't even going to let the island's miserable weather bring me down, and I treated myself to a couple more galaxy souls from the key gem shop to add to my one at home so I could upgrade my galaxy sword to the infinity blade.
No.
Don't get me wrong, the damage upgrade is necessary, but now I've lost the unbeatable aesthetics of the Meowmere.
It was fun while it lasted.
To at least partially redeem this day, I brought Gus those eggs for the omelette, and I suppose the mega bombs from the prize ticket were fine. Then I paid an extremely overdue visit to Krobus and some of their friends, who have been expecting me for, honestly, weeks. The Void Spirits wanted peace with the humans, but some wrongs must be set right first using magic. For that, I need to bring 5 dozen Void Souls, so there'll be plenty of Badlands adventures this year for sure. On day 254, I had almost 1 million gold removed from my balance for my bills and taxes. Now, whilst it was our highest bill yet, it was actually a lower percentage of our income from last season. Remember, we did build 2 obelisks and some expensive buildings, and at the rate that we now have money coming in from the artisan goods, I wasn't worried. If I didn't threaten Lewis with those pants, it would have been way worse. I used some fairy dust to help me make some more raccoon supplies instantly in the shed, but my thank you gift was just a repayment of fairy dust. I shoplifted from Marnie's while she was out, and Shane was watching his food spin, then as I entered the main part of town, I found Mr. Key admiring the community centre and all of my hard work restoring it again. He actually gave me some good food for thought, which I'll be keeping in the back of my mind. Strangely enough, I was headed to Clint's to open some more mystery boxes, and at long last, I got a book of stars from one of them, a loved gift from Mr. Key. I wasn't going to wait a single day to hand that over for the friendship boost. Progress on this one is really slow going. I refreshed myself in Sprite Springs and got another handy attack buff which I put to good use in the marshlands. I have the legendary purple mushroom crab to fight out here, but as the name suggests, they're disguised as purple mushrooms, so I used my cursor to help me identify it. If it shows a plus sign, that's telling me it's a forageable, but when I saw just my normal cursor, that's when I knew I found it. It did still take some hitting, but it was far weaker than the scorpion, and I had a better sword, so it took barely any time at all to take it out for its mega purple mushroom. That leaves just one left for the legendary trio, which I was to wipe out on day 255. It's the golden slime in the highlands, which only emerges from the ground once you get close enough to it. I chopped this thing into many slices, and from that I got one of each slime egg, including a new golden slime egg which is the quest item. I don't think you can hatch these, but the fact that I can get both tiger and purple slime eggs from this boss might just be our answer to Mr. Key's love gift. Instead of safely storing my loot at home, I went straight to Galdora, first to check on Alessia's shop, who doesn't sell any recipes, and then to hunt Apophis again, or the Blue Scorpion to get another magic lamp. I couldn't find either of them that afternoon, so I just walked home again. My backpack kept overflowing. My replacement slime hutch was now built, so I added a couple of deluxe scarecrows this time, another iridium sprinkler, and another 2 incubators to hatch a red and blue slime egg. I then reluctantly handed over all those valuable legendary monster goodies to Marlon at the Adventurer Guild, and not only did I single-handedly complete the entire quest without help from the other guild members, I wasn't even paid for my efforts. Marlon's just gonna pocket all of it. Apparently, I was wrong about the lack of reward. Isaac showed up the next morning to inform me that my prizes are waiting at the Galdoran outpost. I had to get another batch of wine going first, but I made haste to check them out as soon as I could. In the first chest was this hefty weapon named the Monster Splitter with some insane stats. It's big and slow, but the damage is wild, and in the other chest was a heavy shield for extra defense when holding it. I prefer to just have my actual weapon out though, so I don't make much use of this one really. I just had to test out the Monster Splitter in the Badlands immediately, and yeah, it pretty much does what it says on the tin, but just as I was a bit panicked about taking on Apophis, I found out it also works a bit like the clubs and hammers. If you've not tried this weapon before, you should know that I use the fast animations mod, so my weapon swings are about double as quick as they are in just vanilla, so be careful in dangerous locations like this one, or you might be stuck taking damage mid-swing. I don't know how I survived this next bit. I took a hit that brought me down to 1 HP and fled the scene by a warp totem in one piece somehow. A very battered and bruised piece, but I was alive and that was all I cared about. I healed up and headed straight back. This enemy has taken far too long to reappear, and I wasn't letting it get away that easily. I was after the void shard it dropped for shipping, and I couldn't find another blue scorpion today, but I could come away with some swell stones which I also need for shipping and stuff. I dumped one of each into the shipping bin, and with the second swell stone, I brought it to the Adventurers Guild because I was sure that Marlon wanted to see it, but nothing happened when I got there. It's the void shard he's after, not the swell stone, and annoyingly, I shipped that one first so I can't even recover it. Let's hope Apophis returns to the Badlands soon. I'm just gonna blame all the summer heat. That screen showing the available cutscenes, by the way, it's the event lookup mod, linked in the description with the rest. I would have missed out on a lot without this one. Can't recommend it enough. I found the henchman when I got back to the farm after I just visited him with a gift. He told me I should come see him tomorrow so he can show off his new tribute to the witch, which cost his entire life savings. I'm curious, we'll soon have to see if it was worth it. I brought Morgan a gift on day 257 when I was at the Wizard's Tower to build the 2 remaining obelisks, so that's the water obelisk done, and finally the earth obelisk, which, I don't know where to put this one, so I shoved it behind the old coop in the hopes that it might look a bit like a silo. I chased down Mr. Key with a tiger slime egg. He's gonna hang out in the forest today. Then Apple's gift was next on my list, but I found them just waiting there, alone, for that party. Either I missed it, or they ate all the attendees. It was neither. Apparently, the other Junimo said that Apple's claiming this home as their own was a mistake. The normal Junimo way is to rebuild a place after someone makes an offering, but they kept the lot. I have to agree with the other Junimo. This place should be mine, but I think trust is going to be the key to this one, so I just said they didn't do anything wrong. Looks like I was the only one to turn up to the party, so it was cancelled. That wasn't until we stepped outside to find the bear was just arriving, having overslept. It's not the farmer who saves the day this time, it was the bear. I handed Apples another victim and left to see what the henchman has been up to. We followed the new pathway up behind his house to find some brand new shrines. Seems he had a little inspiration from within, but that doesn't matter. These look really cool, and they're functional to us as long as we make the right offerings. The witch flew overhead, seemingly delighted by these new additions, so I left him to finish begging for his job back and took a closer look at the shrines. There's one that prevents moss growing in exchange for a golden carrot. Nah. Armies of monsters can invade the rest of the valley if we bring an ornate chest. No, thank you. There's a shrine of betrayal which simply stared through me. This one apparently ends the piece with the void spirits, which we haven't yet achieved. Then there's 2 others around. A dark shrine of life where we can trade for more life elixirs, which I'm not sure is worth it. Then finally, we have the shrine of money. Now this I'm interested in. If we bring 20 supernatural goo from those big ghosts, we can get a tree coin to grow a money tree. I popped home to grab the necessary materials because some of you might remember that the one the Frontier farm usually comes with got eaten by the crows in our first year. This one will go in the greenhouse where I can keep a better eye on it. To continue the wins for this day, I took a trip to the highlands to search for another golden slime. They don't always spawn in the same spot though, and it quickly grew dark, which meant I was mobbed by void slimes and void spirits. It was satisfying smashing them all with a monster splitter, but I had no luck finding the golden slime tonight. I successfully caught Martin in town on day 258 for his birthday. An ice cream and a Stardrop tea completed his friendship, so I can officially ignore him. I had to go to the desert just to say hi to Mr. Key because I had the friendship blessing again to squeeze out as many friendship points as possible. Not that he said anything back. Apples and Morgan both got their second weekly gifts before that resets tomorrow. Then I was back in the Badlands to fight Apophis again for another void shard ready for Marlon. Day 259 was this year's green rainy day. I began cutting down some of those weeds, then decided I didn't want to do that and fished in the forest lake. Not for fun, I promise, but I had to catch the gar here, the final fish for the Master Angler achievement. Who cares about the weather? The fishing is over! The town had become accustomed to the weird yearly downpour by this point, and so Clint was able to open my mystery boxes for me. I got a few books today, but none were what I was after. Back on the farm, I started depositing the weird array of bridge materials into the stone chest left by Camilla, but I do still have several things to go, most of which I'd find in the Crimson Badlands. It was a bit eerie seeing this place looking not quite so crimson, kinda made my foraging efforts a little easier with the void souls and slime eggs standing out a little better. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't also hoping to find the legendary scorpion here as well, but it stayed hidden away from me this time too. Things were looking brighter for day 260, and I don't just mean that the sun was shining again. I got my final star drop in the mail from Willy, another perfection milestone complete, plus the weekly ancient fruit harvest is always a good time. I got round to bringing the void shard to Marlon, who seemed more concerned than impressed. He said we had to bring it to the wizard right away, who was not best pleased by the energies he felt before I even showed him the shard. He tried to figure out its origins and its maker, but it ended up self-destructing. I knew I should have just sold it. I guess now I know I would have had to kill it twice anyway for the shipping collection. Anyway, he couldn't figure out everything, but he knew that someone or something made it on purpose, and he had to inform the Ferngir Republic Ministry of Magic at once. He made us follow him down to his warp, only to tell us we couldn't come with him, so why did we even come down here? He disappeared off to his meeting, and that was the last that we heard on the matter. From him at least. That was not enough to scare me off visiting the Badlands again. I still need bridge stuff, and the Diamond Sand Scorpion was up for a rematch this time, which I won again. Obviously, so that's the magic lamp dealt with for shipping. They're worth 15 grand by the way. I wanted to get another ticked off today, so I chose the gold slime despite the hour and persisted through all the extra monsters to track it down and defeat it again about midnight. Not only for the gold slime egg to ship, but for the Mr. Key gifts too. In a strange turn of events, Mr. Key mailed me a different type of egg the following day, a dino egg. I already have loads of these. Maybe it's a hint if he knows what I got hold of yesterday. I have more materials ready for the bridge, so now all that remains are the monster fruit which I have growing in the greenhouse. They do take a while to grow though. You probably won't be surprised to hear that I sought out the purple mushroom crab in the marshlands that day to get another mega purple mushroom to ship. Then I stole a prismatic pot from Sandy's pockets in the desert as I passed her and brought Mr. Key a tiger slime egg to let him know I got the hint, but it seems he was already waiting for me. He'd seen all of my recent triumphs out in the Badlands, and apparently I'm the first one to ever successfully take down Apophis. He told me that Marlon and the wizard were a bit dramatic about the Void Shard, but wouldn't tell me more about his origins. Not suspicious at all. I would just back the heck out of there, but I still had his friendship to earn, so I still wanted to hand in the slime egg, but he'd disappeared from the casino. Whilst I was here, I used my leftover key coins to spin for more of them so I could get a top up on farm totems, then found Mr. Key hanging out by Skull Caverns so I could be done with his gift. Not many steals can top the prismatic pop today, and the contents of Robin's counter wouldn't either. Just 5 torches. Rubbish. No luck in Maru's pockets too, and getting that prismatic pop actually reminded me I still needed to cook one myself, along with several other dishes despite my ingredient struggles. That blueberries pie there is a recipe from Mr. Key. It would be just like me to make perfection just a little bit harder for myself each year, wouldn't it? Day 262 began with more gifts. I noticed Pam was off for the day when I took the bus back from the desert. I haven't messed with her sign for a while. With the next batch of wine ready, I added 50 more kegs to my house to grow the next lot. We got 184 bottles this week, already over 400 grand. I then shoplifted at Pierre's. Despite not planting as many seasonal crops now, I'm still hoping to avoid building a mill by shoplifting flour and sugar, but I have to say, that strat is not going well. Overnight, Yakult gave birth to a baby cow who I called Milo. That stuff's delicious. Then on day 263, I set up some more deluxe scarecrows in Cindersap for Project Crows Be Gone. Hopefully this will help turn it back into an actual forest again. I wanted to take a quick break in the Junimo woods as I passed the warp when I spotted Abigail playing with apples out there. They're friends? After Abigail stole my egg hunt crown, I'm not sure I can have this. Plans will be hatching, just you wait. I got all 8 scarecrows placed with plenty of time to make it to the luau. I had to make sure I said hi to Mr. Key on the pier who will not be partaking in the soup, just observing what specifically I put into the pot. Not weird at all. I brought a gold cauliflower this year, a surefire way to get the governor jumping for joy again. I was feeling a Skull Caverns run for the amazing luck the next day with a couple of magic rock candies. My main goals for this day were a buttload of iron for kegs, and a buttload of iridium for cash. And maybe I could also happen upon some purple slime eggs if I'm really lucky, which apparently I am. I'm not going to spoil the rest of the loot yet. My long mining day took me all the way down to floor 203, which is where I passed out for the night. Let's check out that loot review. I genuinely cannot believe my luck. I got a second slime egg. Always happy with a free crystallarium, and as for the iron and iridium, I was satisfied that getting over 300 of each could qualify as a buttload. Anything else I got yesterday was really just a bonus. On day 265, I squeezed out the last few gifts for the week and officially became besties with the henchman. He had to go to work right after that and took his place again guarding the witch hut. He joked about accepting another bribe, but really, he's a changed goblin. Lucky for me, the witch made an exception to allow me to pass through despite stealing the magic ink last year. He said this might not be a good thing, but I'm not scared of her. She's usually full of joy when she sees me, and she has left me several gifts over the years. Returning to the farm, it turns out that yesterday's iron wasn't just for kegs. I also had to use a whole 50 bars on crafting an anvil I'll never use. I do eventually end up deconstructing it, but I hunted for more of the stuff in the normal mines for the rest of the day and came out with another 273 ore. I brought the raccoons and fish on day 266, but all I got back were 25 summer squash seeds I simply did not care about. I was far more excited about the 32 kegs I added to the house with all the iron we just got. Whilst I was in a crafty mood, I wanted to start tackling any recipes I hadn't made yet so I can see where I stand with the Craftmaster achievement. The lockpick one confused me because I was sure I'd done this before. Then with the hematites I'd been saving up for the magnet rings, it turns out I'd really underestimated how many I would need, and I used all 5 in just one recipe. I just know it's going to be a pain to get more, and you can't usually just deconstruct rings either. Still, I'd made a load of progress with the crafting today, and I guess that's all I can ask for. I do still need to work on some of the remaining materials though, so I headed to Clint's, first to open mystery boxes, still looking for special books, which I didn't get this time, and to open a load of Omni geodes looking for at least one hematite. I know I have geode crushers at home, but they're far slower than the mass smashing here, and I usually reclaim that cost directly from Clint by selling anything I don't need whilst I'm still in there. No luck on the hematite today, sadly. I did pop home for some more geodes, but by the time I made it back to Clint's, he'd already left for the saloon. I considered getting revenge by shoplifting from him, but decided against it because I was still in desperate need of cooking ingredients. Pierre had some flour today, except I accidentally hit escape on my keyboard and closed the menu without having taken it yet. You can't get back in once you leave that menu, so there's no flour for me. What am I like? I still had some crafty bits to do that evening, like making a couple more fish smokers to cook up at least some of the valuable fish I've been hoarding, and I set them up with some hoppers so I don't have to keep refilling them. I might as well get the income boost rather than them sitting in my chest for eternity. I also sold off some of my combat gear clutter, and on my way home after a slightly more stressful day, I could go to bed happy because I pickpocketed a tiger slime egg from Marlon. Day 267 and it's Monday again. Probably goes without saying that my priority was the weekly ancient fruit harvest, then with Clint back at work, I could get a load more geodes open and found a hematite within my last few. That's going in a crystallarium. I'm gonna need a few more. Not much else to report this day. I thieved from Pierre's again, but the flour from yesterday was gone. On day 268, I needed to forage for more void souls when I happened upon the blue scorpion pretty early. I was going to try and look for it again today. I'm happy it came to me instead. It did almost kill me again, but it was nothing some spicy eel couldn't fix, and I got my hands on its all-important loot again, the magic lamp I'll keep for Mr. Key's gifts. I also ventured way out to the northwest area to fight some fallen adventurers I'd previously been avoiding. I needed a rusty blade from them, which is a monster loot item in this case rather than a weapon, and that's needed for the shipping collection. I escaped the scorching heat once I got what I needed, then decided I just needed to bite the bullet and ask Robin to build me a mill. It's just in case I still keep getting unlucky with not finding the cooking ingredients I need at Pierre's. It was then over to the saloon with another 24 eggs for Gus's ever popular omelette, but I was mainly in it for the prize ticket, which got me another 5 mystery boxes. Despite just putting in the order for that mill, I still shoplifted from Pierre today, and the continued lack of flour and sugar cemented my confidence with my choice to build one. I woke up to the newest batch of wine being ready on day 269. That meant I could clear the entrance into my recently completed basement, where the casks had all been crowed as expected. But that was fine because I was planning to house more kegs down here anyway, and scarecrows of course. Not that I added any kegs down here just yet. I was low on oak resin. Even with the growing wine production, I still had a lot of ancient fruit stockpiled, so I made another 8 dehydrators to double my daily dried ancient fruit income. To solve my oak resin supply issues, I wanted to build another tree tapper area. There wasn't anywhere on the farm I really wanted to put this, so it's going to be situated at the quarry. Clearly I've not been here for quite some time, so I picked up all the scarecrows to give myself an easier time clearing the rocks with mega bombs. The trees I was happy to remove by hand, or by axe, and I didn't end up covering the whole quarry in oak trees. I think I planted 27 of them, all of which got tree fertilizer and some paths surrounding each tree so I don't get blocked whilst collecting the future tappers. 27 more resin per week should be plenty. On day 270, I found out I'd completed the shipping collection. I must have forgotten to ship that rusty blade till yesterday. I waited outside the oasis for Mr. Key to emerge so I could kick off my gift rounds with a purple slime egg that Michael might just be allergic to. Apples and Morgan got their gifts too. I'm glad I don't have many friendships left to work on, so I have plenty of time on a gifting day to do other things, like hang out in the volcano. I'd taken quite a long break from slaying magma sprites and started off this day with 22 of them to go. I didn't get them all today, but I found a prizzy with this iridium node, got a double tiger slime egg drop from slaying a slime, and in the floor 9 chest I got a dragon tooth shiv, which I will likely just sell. When I got home, I started planting some beets in the greenhouse ready to turn into sugar, and was pleased to see that the remaining monster fruit had grown. That's the last of the bridge materials. I can't wait to see what's on the other side, and Camilla got right to work on the magical repairs the following morning. When I crossed the bridge, I found a new place called the Ferngale Republic Frontier that adds an enormous amount of extra farming space that I have absolutely no hope of filling in this playthrough, but it does look like it's not been completely ravaged by crows for some reason. Here's a screenshot so I can actually show you how expansive this place really is. And aside from the extra farming space, we also have a much bigger mining cave with more of a variety of resources than the tiny one on the farm. Don't worry about the holes in the dirt, the place seems to be free of duggies. There are thankfully a few minecarts to get around the place a little easier, and off of one of the paths is a kind of secret exit that leads you to your very own hot springs, and this one gives a buff just like Sprite Springs. This is the only time I come here though. Sprite Springs is much easier for me to get to when I use my Nexus. We also have our very own beach, and there's a secret woods-like area that houses a giant harvestable crop. This is the only time I come here really. There's not much of a way for me to use all of this space. I just wanted to show you all in case you've not seen it before. Other than that today, I just pilfered from Pierre's and got not very much at all. On day 272, I skipped the trout derby. I don't want to fish, and I don't really need anything there. I instead ran around the whole valley searching for the prismatic butterfly. My hunt was unsuccessful. After giving up on that, I had a couple of gifts to get out, and when I arrived at the Wizard's Tower with Morgan's gift, I walked into a lesson of transmutation which was not going well. Perhaps Rasmodius is just not a very competent teacher. All I had to do was give a quick little demonstration, and that was enough for Morgan to effectively complete their spell. I handed over the void egg like a reward, then it was off to the desert to see Mr. Key at the casino. I had a little look at the bear machine that displays all of our stats, and tried to ask him how it works, but he brushed me off. Apparently I asked too many questions. I thought he would have appreciated my curiosity. As much as I hated that response, I still gifted him the purple slime egg I was carrying for the sake of friendship points, and now that I have a good few hearts with him, I could have a little nose around his home through a side door in the casino. There are several interesting and recognizable artifacts on display in here, but there are also a couple more doors we're still locked out of until we gain even more friendship. I kinda love these gradual evolving unlocks. I got straight to more gifting on day 273 for the new gift week, and finished off both Morgan's and Apple's friendship in the same day. I still got quite a ways to go with Mr. Key, who got another purple slime egg, but he should be our only friendship to work on now. My afternoon was free for me to gather more void souls in the Badlands for the void spirits, then I shoplifted some seeds and saplings from Pierre, just for fun, and took a late night trip to the desert to trade for some more staircases. As you might be able to tell from the over 100 geodes, I'd forgotten about this for several weeks. Morgan was at my door bright and early on day 274 to ask me to observe their big magic test which would take place in West Indisap. Given how the recent transmutation lesson went, I got to see how this plays out, and their warp skills could do with some brushing up as well it seems. In my mail today was a new cooking recipe from Mr. Key for a rice bowl which sounded delicious, but I won't be cooking that just yet. I got ancient fruit to harvest. It was time for Morgan's big test after that. I had no idea what they were trying to achieve here, but before long, they started to become surrounded by various forest creatures, which apparently was proof of Mother Nature's faith in Morgan. I suppose I could have asked Morgan to tell the crows to leave me in these lands alone, but they're obviously still inexperienced, and I didn't want to get something lost in translation with the crows. It could have just made matters worse. However, I did somehow gain some knowledge that'll make my animals produce higher quality goods, so that's cool. Coming back up through West Indisap, I noticed another little Junimo entering the vineyard. Is Apples getting their friends back? This new one is called Peaches. I wonder if they eat their friends too, but it looks like this is the only Junimo who isn't shunning Apples for growing the starfruit here. They headed over to the Junimo woods together. I'm not sure where I'm watching this from, or what exactly is even going on here, but there was a lot of hopping and dancing, so I could only assume this was good. Apples brought everyone over to the vineyard to meet their starfruit friends, and I followed them in there shortly after because it's clearly not a party without me. The last stop on the party house tour was the mother starfruit tree in the basement. I'm glad I came here today, kind of. The Junimo shared their special knowledge with me, and now starfruit are more valuable. Shame I can't really grow masses of them, so I can't really benefit much from this. All of that meant I couldn't get my planned visit to the Crimson Badlands done until almost evening. I still gotta get those void souls, but even adding those 12 to my storage at home, I still don't have enough. The void spirit needs 60 of them, then I need more to craft with, but I did get a bonus slime egg out there. Day 275 was spent in Skull Cabin searching for iron, iridium and loot. I had plenty of staircases I could burn through this time, so I could race down to the lower floors where the iridium nodes should, in theory, be way more common. Now I was expecting to come home with more ores than usual, but it was floor 200 that filled me with joy because there were not one, but 2 treasure chests waiting for me. I didn't know that was a thing. I don't think I've ever seen it before, and one of them had an auto patter. I carried on with my ore grind, passing out for the night all the way down on floor 241. Let's see what that meant for our next morning's loot review. So I am happy with the 288 iron ore I came back with, but the iridium vision took over. I focused more on that, but there's over 500 ore waiting for a smelting. You know about the auto patter. I didn't find any slime eggs today, but the main other find I was pleased with were the 14 golden mystery boxes. Let's hope that at least one of them has the books that Mr. Key needs. I had to keep carrying all that loot weight whilst I spoke to Apples on my doorstep first thing that morning. Sounds like Apples and their Junimo friends ate all of the starfruit friends, so now they're giving me the option to either restore the vineyard and go back home, or they can carry on living there. I don't really need the space at the vineyard, but I still asked for it to be refurbished so that Apples will be harder to find for Abigail. This is how I get my revenge. They asked me to come and check out the building, but I had to tend to all the ancient fruit, wine and jelly first, with another 14 kegs added to the house. Then I could go visit the vineyard, which Apples and Peaches were just finishing up their work on. They didn't seem sad to be leaving either, which is a win-win really, but they asked me to visit them at their new home in the woods with the other Judamo sometime. They weren't over there today, but it did remind me to check out Peach's store because they recently let me know about a new item for sale. Not that I can buy or steal it, but I wanted to see what it was. It's a superstar fruit, and you can use this to ask Apples to move in as a roommate, a bit like the Void Ghost pendant for Krobus. I did have another purple gift to hand out though, a slime egg for Mr. Key. I checked to see if he was in the Skull Caverns entrance where he sometimes hangs out, and he was just stepping out of the mines there. He asked how I'm enjoying the caverns, and I have to say, it's been really fun exploring them. The iridium is nice too. Obviously it's Mr. Key who leaves the loot in there for us, so I'm surprised it isn't just full of purple slime eggs. But hey, he's right, I never get bored in there. He vanished off to his home before I had the chance to go give the gift, so I handled that. Then I brought some gold quality corn to the donation bin in Pierre's for the Prime Produce special order. I was happy I had loads of corn planted, and it's a nice cheap veggie, so I can still make a profit from him. He always pays 2,500 gold for this, so don't be giving him things like pumpkins if you can help it to avoid a massive loss. Getting a single fairy dust from the prize ticket machine was kind of rubbish at that point, and it was only on my way home that I remembered to shoplift. I was always going to steal from Pierre today because of the quest. I just got distracted when I knew there was a prize ticket waiting for me. All of this morning's ancient fruit products and a handful of other bits brought in 673 grand overnight. Then on day 277, I found a new challenge in the mail from Mr. Key promising even more gold if I'm able to complete it. He's after 100 iridium bars. I've got almost 500 of them, and it doesn't look like I need to make them fresh, so I waited just outside the Oasis shop for him to emerge for the day so I could hand them over ASAP. I got 155 grand for them. I don't have the blacksmith profession at the moment, so that's a huge profit over selling them as they are. I've got no idea if this amount changes if you do have the blacksmith profession, but even if you did, it's an extra 5 grand for some spare materials laying around. And actually, I think that completed our friendship, arguably a more valuable reward than the gold. That's all the friendships now completed. Over in the quarry, my oak trees were ready for their tappers. Then it was time for another Adventure Guild sell-off, which did include that heavy shield. It's awesome and all, I just know I won't be using it, so it's going with the rest of the clutter. To get another perfection milestone checked off today, I took aim at the magma sprites in the volcano again. I only have 4 to go this time, so it wasn't long before I'd slain the rest I needed, but I carried on in there for a while longer. I think I was on complete autopilot in there, and I didn't realise at first that I got them. Like you can see here when I got to floor 6, I used look up anything to give me a little status update, and once I noticed I'd more than met the goal, I was out of there. Despite now having the mill on my farm, I feel like stealing from Pierre's store has become something of a habit. Today would be no different, except he was holidaying on Ginger Island today, so I foraged at the beach to kill a little bit of time, and just lurked behind the store waiting for him to return and remove the box. Could I have gone somewhere else? Sure, but I was feeling stubborn about it today for some reason. I got a new wallpaper for my patients, perfect for Raven's room to replace the dino wallpaper because the only ancient thing in here should be the ancient fruit wine. Day 278, and Mr. Key was so impressed with my general being that he now trusts me to go into his office to access a special store, which I need to check out. But ignoring the other mini shipping bin, I got an even more interesting mail which shows us that Mr. Key isn't completely infallible. He's only gone and lost his briefcase, and he's sending me off to track it down. He said he might have left it somewhere dark and secluded. I mulled that information over while setting up another 25 new dehydrators. I won't have nearly enough ancient fruit to fill all of these out each day, but I've been accumulating quite a lot of other fruit from the trees and the shed garden, so I might as well boost its value. When I was clearing my bins at the bus stop, which I still do most days, I thought it would be worth checking the bus tunnel for the briefcase. That's dark and secluded, and we know that Mr. Key has previously been in here even if a long time ago to leave notes for the club card quest, and what do you know? There it is. I used a piece of fibre as an umbrella as I made the trek through the forest to return it to him. He wouldn't tell me what was inside, but I got 7,000 gold for my troubles. I knew I wouldn't be spending any of those funds on his shop, but I still wanted to have a look. He was already waiting for me in that office to shower me all compliments, but after all of that, I found nothing for sale whatsoever at the store. You can't steal from here either, and I'll let you know now that I did check this shop several times throughout the rest of the year, but it was always empty, so I'm not sure what we're supposed to see. The full friendship also means the other door in his home is unlocked, and in here is a private museum. Some of the pieces are familiar to us, but there are some extra things that I guess the rest of the world just wouldn't be ready for. After having a little poke around in there, I checked the warp just next to that door, and it does in fact take us to the walnut room. There's a little perfection progress update whilst we're in here. All that stands between us and perfection now is the golden clock and some cooking and crafting bits I need to finish up. Seeing that prompted me to chop some of the island's wood towards even more future kegs, before popping off home to sell off my spare slime eggs I don't need anymore, and some treasure chests I had stashed. I then brought some materials to the island trader to learn the deluxe retaining soil recipe and the banana pudding recipe before shoplifting a single bag of rice from Pierre's place. That actually came in handy. I used it to start making some vinegar in one of my kegs to replace the one I used from my fridge as part of continuing to work through the cooking and crafting. I even hurried the crystallarium along with producing the hematite so I could get the last 2 magnet rings done and dusted. The crafting isn't quite done just yet, but we did get close. Mr. Key wrote to me again on day 279, this time with an extra reward for one of the tasks I did for him. It was a key fruit mask and 5 more fairy dust. I guess that's kinda cool. I had to get out to the desert to get the warp totem recipe. Yeah, this is still one I forget almost every time till near the end. Then it was time for a major mystery box opening again, from which I got 2 books of mysteries for Mr. Key, right when I don't need them anymore. I also accumulated loads of artifact troves, mostly thanks to the Statue of Treasures, and even though I don't need these artifacts for the museum, I should definitely make a profit selling all of them off, especially with the power of the treasure appraisal guide tripling their value. I spent a good few hours around lunchtime cooking up some first time meals. Not that any of them were for my lunch, and we did get through a lot more dishes, but I'm still missing a few ingredients for the achievement. The garlic was one of them, and I also need an extra 10 to craft the oil of garlic, so I'm grateful that they only take a few days to grow. When I shoplifted from Pierre's counter, I thought I'd try my luck with his pockets too, and his response might have looked particularly aggressive, but I didn't get anything anyway, like I often don't, so I just act like he's making a joke. Same with anyone else who catches me. Before turning in for an early night, I pulled out a bunch of extra monster loot, gems, and other excess materials from my chest. I rather than go towards the golden clock than collect dust, and it was so worth it. Look at all this gold. I started off day 280 with a little more cooking. Still not quite done with that one, but I could complete a request from the raccoons of a diamond and some bat wings. I get so much fairy dust on this farm. I cleared a couple more journal quests today too, like a very overdue starfruit for Kent and a battery for Pam. Then spun the casino slots to top up my key coin balance so I could keep up my farm totem supply. I'm loving these where I can't have the return scepter. I still have several hours to kill before tonight's Moonlight Jelly Festival, so I shoplifted from Pierre who only left me a few mushrooms. I took a trash walk around town, but even with that, I still waited around for a while till I could gain entry to the beach area. I don't have anyone I needed to talk to here, but I wanted to know what Mr. Key would have to say about the event, and it sounds like he finds it about as boring as I do. Though to be fair, I was just grateful to have one of those events where I get to keep up my appearances without anything expected of me. I get to just be. Now that I don't need the starfruit anymore, I decided to dehydrate it for a good cash boost. I'm still desperately trying to outrun these taxes. We have 1.5 million being deducted tomorrow due to how much we made last season. As for the crop planting, I supplemented the corn with a small amount of full crop seeds I'd saved, and not planting all that much on the turn of a season meant I had loads of time to handle the weekly ancient fruit harvest. At this point, I think I was just shoplifting from Pierre's for sport, and for this week's special order, I was happy to take on Robin's resource rush. I could always do with the wood. Waking up the next day, I wanted to get that tax bill mail out of the way but found a letter from Mr. Key at the top. He's got a new quest for me for 5 magic rock candies. I think I ate 2 last season, so this will take a bit to put together. Anyways, here's the enormous tax bill, and this season gave me the idea to try something new. In terms of golden clock funds, I mean. I was determined to achieve 100% perfection by the end of the year, and the only thing I thought that would cause any amount of delay were those taxes. So for this season, I'm hoarding a large portion of my significant money makers and leaving them in a chest to keep my next tax bill super low. Then once I think I'm ready, I can sell all of it at once and get the clock done in the hopes that I won't even need to see a tax bill the month after. Fingers crossed that makes any sense and that it even works out. Robin's resource rush couldn't come at a better time. The farm was in dire need of a cleanup, then it was about now that I was starting to panic a little about the thieving skill. Reaching level 10 on its own isn't a requirement for perfection, but there were still some recipes from the remaining levels that I do need to unlock. Even with the amount that I was pickpocketing, the grind was extremely slow. I was still at level 6 after a year and a half, so I decided to triple the overall amount of XP. I don't usually do this sort of thing, but it didn't make sense to me to prolong everything for a skill grind that is slowed by a cooldown between steal attempts. You'll soon see that even with this massive boost, it does still take a long time to max out. With the greenhouse garlic now ready, I could get the oil of garlic crafted, and my first rice bowl cooked up. Then it was time for the next round of ancient fruit wine. I added 50 more kegs to my no longer empty basement, and all 246 bottles of wine this week will be put in the chest for future selling. I do have another bunch of materials and treasures towards the golden clock in here too. I will still be selling off some smaller batches of stuff though, like the cheaper of the dried fruits and some other random bits. If the farm made no money at all, I think that would raise suspicions, and we're really trying to avoid that. I still had a few more bits of crafting I could get done the morning of day 283. I will say, at this point, I knew I had some cooking recipes to unlock for the thieving skill, but I didn't know I had any crafting ones. I thought that some of my unknown recipes might be at Isaac's store in the Badlands, and I haven't checked that one yet. He won't be selling stuff again until Monday, so I got a reminder into my journal. To make some headway on the magic rock candy for Mr. Key, I wanted to collect some more golden mystery boxes to trade with the raccoons. 20 golden boxes gets us just one magic rock candy, but it's guaranteed this way, and it gives us an extra boost rather than getting just one a week from the desert on a Thursday. I don't have any of those at home, so I chose to take out some monsters in the Highlands, and also cleared out the Diamond Cavern as another source of golden clock money. I was hoping to slay the golden slime for some extra loot too, but fought the dino boss instead when I couldn't find it. Sadly, I only got 2 mystery boxes all afternoon. I even tried using up the spare treasure totem from my chest, but I only dug up 2 regular ones from that. On day 284, I forgot to record, but according to my notes, I went to the Highlands again and slayed the golden slime and the old dino for profit, as well as some other monsters for some golden mystery boxes. I also remembered to trade for the magic rock candy in the desert. Another place for lots of monsters and potentially mystery boxes is Caverns, so that's what I got up to on day 285. At first, my hunt felt quite a bit better down here, and the iridium certainly wouldn't go amiss, but passing out on floor 205, you can see from my hotbar that the mystery boxes didn't go well for the rest of the day. Let's have a look if the rest of the loot review makes up for it. So yeah, I did think I'd come up with more than 6 mystery boxes, but I've come home with plenty of iridium, and I found 4 prizzies to pay for another desert trade, so that's something. Also, peep the new shirt. I got that from a monster, and thought it would suit Ember's ice cold heart. It's perfect. On day 286, I set 4 of my iridium sprinklers back up in the rain. I had so many artichoke seeds in my chest, and a few other crops I missed, and it would just be silly not to plant them. Those weren't enough to occupy every spot, so the rest got planted with mixed seeds. I couldn't remember why I never chose the blacksmith profession, but I decided today that I'd visit the sewer dog statue to reset my mining skill for it. I don't really see this as buying something. It's an offering to some strange power somewhere, and that's not the same. Funnily enough, my prize ticket from Robin's Resource Rush gave me 5 more iridium bars, which will go into my selling stockpile, especially once they're worth more. It only felt right to shoplift from her today, where I got a bunch of fibre for future scarecrows, and a pomegranate from Demetrius's pockets added to my steals. Then, for my evening, I foraged and fought things in the desert. I still don't have the void souls for the void spirits. I hope they won't be too angry with how long it's taking. I had some time on day 287 to make some progress on Project Crows Be Gone. I hadn't done anything around the main parts of Pelican Town, so I made 10 deluxe scarecrows and got the whole community centre zone covered, with a few left over to start off the town square area. I definitely had fun finding spots that meant they weren't just plonked in the middle of the pathways. It was another afternoon scooping up void souls in the Badlands, then I spent the evening looking for blackberries in all of Cindersap towards the baked berry oatmeal. I completely forgot the blackberry season starts tomorrow, so they're about to be widely available. On day 288, I could visit Isaac's store at the Galdoran outpost for the first time, only to find no recipes for sale whatsoever, and just like the other two, he has some incredible stuff for sale which I can't buy nor steal. I handled my usual Monday harvest duties, and whilst I was at the island for that too, I bought a few hoppers from the Key Gem shop to settle with some of my mayo machines. With blackberry season here, it wasn't long before I had all the blackberries I needed to cook the baked berry oatmeal, so now my remaining cooking recipes, I'll unlock with the thieving skill levels, which I'm still very much chipping away at. Day 289 was a wine day, with a whopping 42 more kegs being added to my basement. The ancient fruit jelly happened to be ready at the same time, and those I've been selling when they're ready as part of my totally not hoarding my profits cover. I was really hoping for more mystery boxes from the raccoons in exchange for some fish they'd asked for, but I got a book of stars instead. Where was this when I needed it before? I then gathered void souls in the Badlands yet again, but I'm pleased to report that I finally had the 60 I needed after that trip, and rushed over to the sewer to hand them to Krobus. They didn't even acknowledge them, so we'll just see what happens I guess, and I shoplifted from Clint's this time on my way home. I still targeted him the following morning and removed a big honey jar from his pockets. I remained hidden whilst waiting for a shop to open because the inner loot goblin got me, and I chose to just open those 17 mystery boxes instead of trading them. There is still a teeny tiny chance of finding a magic rock candy in these, but luck wasn't on my side in this batch, so this was just a massive waste and I instantly regretted it. Taking my axe to the forest was a great way to blow off some steam. I had Robin's Resource Rush again, but I carried on a lot longer and got almost triple the amount of wood simply because I felt like it. Krobus was waiting on the farm when I lugged all of that home to summon me to the mines, but I was exhausted from all the chopping, so that's not happening tonight. On day 291, I could trade for my next magic rock candy in the desert, so now we're on 3 out of 5. I didn't leave the desert without picking a golden carrot from Sanding's pockets, then given how long the shadow spirits had already been waiting for me, I thought I'd better make haste to visit them in the mines. I wasn't sure what to expect, but they used the void souls to perform some sort of magical ritual to bring back some void spirit children to their families. With the return of their loved ones, the humans are officially at peace with the shadow people, and we won't harm each other anymore. I can't tell you how much easier this made it to run through the Highland Caves where I was hoping to find some mystic nodes. There was only one, but it got me a Prizzy, so I could leave happy. On day 292, I wanted to try another magic rock candy strat, which was to hit the quarry mines to smash some haunted skulls, because those have a chance of dropping them too. It's only a 0.13% chance, but I also have a chance for more mystery boxes this way as well. I didn't find one in there today, and I think they only respawn daily, so I can't just keep going in and out of this cave to farm them. But if I'm lucky, I might find a floor in the normal mines that gets transformed into a level like the quarry cave for the day, and those I can keep resetting in the same day. This would work best if it's on a level close to an elevator to reduce the travel time between resets. And after searching a lot of floors, I almost couldn't believe it when I found what I was looking for on floor 61. I still have to find the magic rock candy, but this will be my best chance for today at least. No YouTube luck at play here though. I stayed past midnight and didn't get a single sweet treat, but I did find a few cursed mannequins to guard my mine's chest for me. I had reached level 7 thieving that day, but I didn't get the notification overnight, so I guess I didn't unlock anything. Then on day 293, I went back to the golden mystery box trade route instead via some monsters in the highlands. I know I'm dedicating a lot of time to this quest, but I'm at a point where I'm really just waiting for money and thieving XP, so this is a great way to fill our time. Some days will probably still be shorter though from here on out. Anyway, I brought a ginger ale with me and a few lucky lunches, because the drop rates of the mystery boxes do actually improve with luck. I also happened upon the gold slime again, pleased to get the loot boost from its drops, and after a day packed full of monster slaying and a nighttime dino kill, I came home with 13 more golden mystery boxes in a single day. After some farm chores and some crop harvesting on day 294, I wanted to mix things up a bit by adding some more pathing to the farm, and I rewarded myself for improving the place by shoplifting from Clint. On day 295, I installed the Better Crafting mod to help me identify the missing crafting recipes. This is when I found out I was yet to learn 4 of them, all of which come from the thieving skill with levels 8 and 9. Was I worried about this? Kind of, but there wasn't much I could do about it other than keep grinding away at every opportunity that I could, and with that in mind, it was on with the ancient fruit harvest first. My trip to the highlands a couple of days ago meant I had enough golden mystery boxes for my next magic rock candy. Just one left to go now. Then I did some chill mining in the mineral cave at the frontier area because hitting rocks without getting attacked was pretty therapeutic. Then I headed into town to shoplift from Clint, pickpocket from Gunther, and had a few more regular scarecrows around the place. I rushed through the winemaking on day 296 because the Stardew Valley Fair had rolled back around for the year. My selection of rare and expensive goods were plenty to secure the top prize for the 3rd year running, and prize-wise, all I really wanted this year was the prize ticket, but I did reward myself with some ice cream sundaes in town for my performance today. After tending to some artisan goods, I was headed for Skull Caverns on day 297. I was after the iridium as a good source of income, plus I just like it here. It was a pretty chill run, and I passed out on floor 185 this time, but let's see what we've got in our next morning's loot review. I got just over 600 iridium ores there. That'll be at least 120 bars. More if we're lucky, and I got a few whole ones down there. The 6 prizzies in particular were an awesome added win, because half of those got spent on day 298 on my 5th magic rock candy from the desert trader. That meant I could finally complete Mr. Key's request. I handed them over to him at his home, and he'd said he'd give me a whole pile of gold for them, but I was expecting more than 33 grand, especially considering this is less than the cost of the 15 prismatic shards they would cost, getting them all from the trader. I was hoping this might mean that there would be some more stock now at his store, but it's going to continue to remain empty. I'm still not sure what was ever supposed to be in here. He was now over in his museum. I wanted to ask him about that shop, but I just had to hear about this room first, so he gave me a tour of his personal collection. We only get to hear about the prismatic shard and the orb of creation. I do wish we get told more, but I understand it would have just been a really long cutscene. Our time over there was apparently interesting though. Still nothing at the store after that either, so I was out of there to tackle some of my farming to-do list. On my way into town to collect the prize ticket from the fair, I added to my collection of garbage hats outside Lewis's. The ticket machine only spat out a Stardrop tea at me, now useless with all the friendships complete, and yet I still can't help but hoard it. I chilled out for the evening adding some paths around the slime hutch I barely take care of, then shoplifted from Willy for a change. Just a cork bobber and some seaweed. Kinda wish I hadn't bothered. On day 299, I got some extra gifts from Mr. Key for the Magic Rock Candy quest of 3 Iridium Snake Milk. These don't work the same as the first one we get in Skull Caverns. They do get some decent buffs, especially the +4 luck, though they do cost energy, even if not enough to pass out. That would be easily repaired with food, however the buff effects only last for 4 minutes, so all 3 of these wouldn't really even last a game day. I therefore don't end up drinking them. Much of the rest of this day was spent using cherry bombs to gather stone from a few locations. I had the stone version of Robin's Resource Rush, and Skull Caverns took me over halfway, but I wanted to finish it off. The quarry and its caves are an awesome place for this, and it was there that I could collect my payment. I had to go back into town for the prize ticket and couldn't help shoplifting from Pierre along the way, but this prize I was a little bit more excited about. It was a treasure chest to sell for another few grand. On day 300, I made 15 more deluxe scarecrows to add all around the valley. I had some gaps in the forest and a few more other zones that needed decrowing, but even with those, Project Crows Be Gone isn't quite complete yet. I'll come out with more in a future day. I was feeling confident that our saved up artisan products would soon approach what we need for the golden clock, so out of impatience, I wanted to test something. I checked my current tax bill, then sold off some spare gems from my chest directly to Clint to see if that would count as taxable income. I was really hoping it would only count the income from the shipping bin, but they've thought of that, so I'll keep holding out on the big purchase until winter. On day 301, I topped up on some staircases before running around the island and the town with laser focus on my thieving skill practice. I still have 1200 XP to go till level 8. See what I mean? It's still pretty slow, even after tripling it. By the afternoon, I was thinking that the bad luck day might even influence my lack of success, so I just pathed the farm a bit more. With the thief skill being pretty much my only concern, I'll be spending a considerable amount of time over the coming days running around and squeezing in pickpocket attempts, though I did also welcome the next ancient fruit harvest on day 302, and got showered with cash by the prismatic butterfly waiting for me at the bus stop. I could also claim the 2 jack-o'-lanterns outside the community centre, and despite the crowds inside the building for community day, I did manage to make away with a blueberries pie from Marnie without anyone noticing. I couldn't help shoplifting from Pierre at an earlier hour whilst he was out of the store too, and by the time all of my targets went home for the day, my next batch of wine was ready. I think I stopped adding kegs here each week. I knew I'd have enough money in time. All I did on day 303 was repeatedly try to pickpocket the same bug in the mines. You can't pickpocket the NPCs more than twice a week because they work like gift attempts, or potentially reverse gift attempts, but the monsters, you can steal from the same one as many times as you want, with the limit just being the cooldown. The cooldown's duration seems to be somewhat random, but out of 16 attempts on this one bug, I was only successful 5 times, so about 31% of the time, though one of them was a treasure chest, worth it on its own. I wanted to test my luck theory on day 304, so this time I brought some lucky lunches with me because the daily luck was similar to yesterday. I spent a whole other day on this. I killed the slime so it wouldn't bother me, then on this day, I gained loot on 6 out of 15 attempts, or about 40% of the time. It wasn't enough for me to definitively say that luck affects the loot chances, but I did get a Super Jojo Cola today, and I can't complain at that, even if I still haven't reached level 8 thieving. Despite the worst luck on day 305, I wanted to know if I'd be more successful just focusing on the villagers, as failing to steal gives far less XP. I lurked in various locations around town waiting out the cooldown, and made sure to speak to anyone who seemed to catch me to make it look like I'm just a klutz bumping into them trying to say hi. Out of today's 12 attempts, I pocketed some items just twice all day, but it did give me enough XP to finally reach level 8, which not only increases my chances a little, but I also unlocked 3 of the 4 missing crafting recipes. Just 1 crafting and 1 cooking recipe left to unlock now. Day 306 had some better luck, so I boosted it with a lucky lunch to see how different things would be on the villagers. I tried to pickpocket 13 people today and scored some loot 6 times, a huge improvement. Our new level would have helped a bit there, but it was only a 2% increase from that, so I was pretty sure the better luck contributed. As much as I adore the loot, the extra success will really help with the XP grind. On day 307, most of the villages were inaccessible whilst the town was setting up for Spirit's Eve, so I hung out on the farm to do chores there, whilst dipping in and out of my slime hutch to practice my thieving on them instead. I also wanted to get those new craftables done, and thankfully had enough marble left over to do the dark floors and the matching dark brazier, but the scary brazier says it requires a certain houseplant, which was weird. This just so happened to be the one the house came with, but it didn't work, and the quantities were kind of odd. Like 388 coal? What? It turns out there was a missed number in the recipe. The materials were a little out of whack. I will fix this on a future day. When the Spirit's Eve festivities began, I was surprised at just how different the maze was looking this year. It took me longer to reach the usual spot, and despite what Mr. Key said about the prize, it certainly wasn't here. I'm not falling for that though. There's got to be treasure around here somewhere. And sure enough, a little more persistence led me to a new path where my prize of 3 golden pumpkins were hiding out. No loot left behind. On day 308, I fixed the scary brazier recipe. I don't actually know what the recipe should have been, but the houseplant I replaced with a golden pumpkin because the description mentions a face, and I was envisioning almost a golden jack-o'-lantern on a post type of vibe. I know the 388 coal was probably part of the error in the recipe, but I thought it was kind of funny, so I kept it, and the copper is as it was before. This day was much like yesterday, dipping in and out of the slime hutch to loot them, in between some little farm tasks, in an attempt to stay productive whilst grinding the thief skill. A delivery to the raccoons helped mix my day up a little, even if I'm not going to be in need of the star drop tea, but once I'd exhausted all the farm tasks, I did just wait out my cooldown outside the slime hutch. It was just easier than chasing people down around town, though I did leave briefly to shoplift a single duck egg from Marnie's, and as rubbish as that was, my slimes made up for it with 3 Grumpleton orange chickens as a little last win for the season. Thanks to hiding most of our wealth in a chest last season, I was notified that tomorrow's tax deduction will be less than 500,000 gold. That's so much less of a setback for the golden clock. I had to handle the new week's ancient fruit harvest, squeezing in pickpocket attempts where I could of course, and after getting a portion of those fruits into kegs, I retrieved all those saved up goodies from my sort of piggy bank chest. That's loads of treasures, hundreds of iridium bars, hundreds of dried fruits, and 1,418 bottles of ancient fruit wine, plus a few other little bits, all going into the shipping bin in one go. I don't know how Lewis is going to carry all of this, but I can't wait to see the big wiggly number tonight. Do I need these right now? No, but I shoplifted from Pierre anyway, then kept Mario company on this bench for a while so I could stealthily run off with her jades. I squeezed in a couple more failed attempts before going home to my slime hutch, but instead of having to keep waiting in the cold and dipping in and out of the place, I had the bright idea of just putting on my slime charmer ring so I could huddle with them all indoors. I mean, I can't imagine this is much warmer really, but it was certainly easier. With the amount of XP we still need to gain, I was still kind of worried about getting this done before the end of the year, but I'm gonna keep soldiering on. At least tonight, I could lift my spirits seeing the sudden influx of cash roll in, and look at that! That's almost 7 million gold! I dread to think what that would do to our spring year 4 taxes, so the pressure's officially on to reach perfection this year. That being said, I did check the expected bill first thing the next morning, and it was only reading like 10 grand. I hadn't changed any of the settings, but I did have to quit my game between days there. I couldn't tell if something went wrong, or if we found a ridiculous loophole in the tax regime here, like maybe they don't count it on the first day of the month, not that they'd tell their citizens of course. With 12 million gold in my wallet, I wasn't bothered about the 458 grand that just got deducted, and I wasn't going to spend another minute without that wildly extravagant golden clock on my farm. Now, literally all I have to do is commit enough thievery to learn the remaining recipes to see that beautiful 100% perfection. I trekked around the whole region targeting the townies while searching for today's prismatic butterfly who showered me with another 50 grand. I grew tired of all the running around though, so I retreated to my slime hutch with a bunch of lucky lunches to improve my chances, and therefore my experience gains. I'm gonna need to remain focused if I want to beat this goal in time, and remain focused I did. I'm not joking when I tell you I spent the entirety of that afternoon and the following 4 days doing nothing but steal from my slimes in the hutch. By day 315, I felt the exasperation creeping in with how I still haven't got to level 9, and despite the intense tunnel vision, I'd only gained like 1000 XP that whole time. I took the early morning to ponder my next move, and began to wonder if the gains were that slow because I was only targeting monsters. I'd been trying to avoid running laps around town, but I felt I didn't have much to lose by at least trying the more laborious method of hunting down the townies, or whatever's in their pockets. Like Shane here, I got like 100 XP from him alone, and in somehow scoring 4 farmers' lunches from Marnie without her noticing, I got about the same. This might just be the ticket. I managed to locate another target most of the time before my cooldown even wore off, and honestly, I felt like I was seeing a significant higher success rate in general here today, and got to come home with some incredible finds, though I will just be sending them all. I don't really need any of this. The grind was worth it too. I got well over 800 XP in this one day, as opposed to the 250 per day I was getting from the slimes, so this accelerated me into level 9 thieving, unlocking my last 2 recipes, the burglar ring and the carrot cake. Needless to say, the first thing I did the next morning was craft them both for the first time. I started with the burglar ring, but was baffled by the lack of craftmaster achievement. Scouring the menu, I found one more uncrafted item. The lockpick? I've definitely done this one multiple times by this point, but I did it again, and there's the achievement. That was weird, but I didn't care. I raced into the kitchen to whip up a carrot cake, but when I struggled to find it with my brain going too fast, I went into the categories and added a filter for not yet crafted to make my life a bit easier. There's our carrot cake, and now I'm officially a gourmet chef. I ignored all the wine and the next ancient fruit harvest to book it to the walnut room. There we have it. 100% perfection. I celebrated by pickpocketing from Mr. Key in his own home who caught me, and despite his yelling, he didn't seem to actually care. See, like he says I don't always avoid danger. As tempted as I was to go straight to bed, I decided to attend the Festival of Ice so I could beat all these losers one last time. I thought there's no better way to end off my pre-perfection era. Slight issue. I woke up on day 317 awaiting those lovely perfection messages to make their appearance, but I was met with silence and confusion. What the heck happened? I returned to the perfection tracker to find the crafting completion was back at 99%. How? I had one single suspect, and my suspicions were unfortunately correct. The lockpick. You've watched me craft this darn thing numerous times now, and trust it to be that, of all things, ironically, locking me out. Unfortunately, crafting it again won't solve it. I don't know why, but the crafting progress on this one resets every single night, so we'll just be in an endless loop. The only thing I could do was remove the mod entirely, reload my game, and check the tracker again. He was back at reading 100%, and I could have been impatient and gone straight back to sleep, but I savoured the day a little. I collected my prize from the Festival of Ice, located another prismatic butterfly, then spent until the evening stealing from villagers who seemed to be directly calling me out more than usual. I'm not sure if I can continue to fool them. I thought it best to head to bed even though it was before 8 PM, so we can finally be summoned back to the summit the morning of day 318, Grandpa beaming with pride. It's not just the Empire Farm, the legacy of the new Empire Farm is eternal too. The fairy and I joined Scarlet to appreciate the frozen view and reminisce over the past few years. Every day really has been a wild adventure. I mean, being thrown back in time will do that to us. Not that Scarlet knows about all that, I'm speaking for myself. Not only did Mr. Key fail to crush the inner thieving goblin, it seems he's made up with Grandpa. Huh, that's interesting. I wonder if that's why Mr. Key allowed us to befriend him too. We've still got a few weeks of the year left to go, and we're going to be seeing it through. I've got plenty in store for you all, so stick around for some mischief and chaos. I will say, it has been lovely having Scarlet keep us company through a lot of this journey. She's really cool, and I have just the grand gesture to thank her. Yes, divorce. It's out of kindness, I swear. You see, now that I've achieved perfection, I don't care about what the town thinks of me, and I don't want to get her wrapped up in that reputation. I've hidden that side of me from her pretty well, but there is one person who it would be insulting to keep believing that he doesn't really know what we've been up to. You might have noticed that Mr. Key is actually dateable, and I just felt like it would be rude to ignore exploring all the heart events he has to offer, even in this light version of the mod. I didn't even wait for Scarlet to move out to bring him a bouquet. Clearly, he's been intrigued about me, to say the least, this entire time. I stuck around whilst he chatted to me about his houseplants, then handed a parting gift of a slime egg before resuming pickpocket practice around town because it would still be nice to max the skill before the year's over. I wasn't even brushing off the accusations anymore. Lewis isn't going to do anything about it whilst he knows I have a collection of his shorts I could parade around town. Scarlet had vacated the farm on day 319. I'll admit, I'd been considering this for quite some time, but I wanted to hold out for perfection to avoid this friendship reset because we are obviously now at 0 hearts again, and that's where we'll remain so she can keep her distance from all my shenanigans. Now that I don't really need the money, I'm no longer tending to the ancient fruit or artisan products, instead focusing all my energy into the thieving skill. I was much more bold with my pickpocket attempts now, and I wasn't even shoplifting anymore, just basically mugging people for sport. Once it was getting towards nighttime, I wanted one last ditch attempt to get to 10 hearts with Mr. Key and brought him a Stardrop tea, even though I was pretty sure it wouldn't work. I did also just want to know what he'd say, and you don't lose any friendship, he just doesn't even take it. Apparently he'd rather I spit in a cup, so yeah, that's why I'd not bothered doing that all year. Day 320 was the start of Squidfest. Not that I care, I'm not going. Honestly, all I'm doing till I max this skill is running around pickpocketing, so I'll just skip over those parts for now. We'll just talk about anything else interesting that happens. Like today, I did also scatter another 15 deluxe scarecrows around town, with the last 2 of the day going to Ginger Island. I used a rain totem on day 231 because it was Mr. Key's birthday. Shame it wasn't after marriage, I'd have got a much bigger friendship boost, because I only had less than half a heart to go to get to 10 hearts anyway. But with the rain tomorrow, I'll be able to get the mermaid's pendant this season. Just in the nick of time too. The night market will mean it can't rain even with a totem for all 3 of the days, and I'm, for lack of a better word, impatient. Or efficient. You decide. Getting the bus back to the valley, the prismatic butterfly was waiting at the Pamela's bus stop. It was definitely dropping hints about the sign. This has to be the best one yet. I couldn't help having a quick chat with Key on his forest walk. Did you notice, by the way, that he calls me Lil Goblin now that we're dating? Just perfect for me. You can actually set this in the config to be whatever you want. Out of sheer curiosity, I paid a visit to Sophia's house while Scarlet was visiting to see what she would say. She basically just didn't want to talk, as expected, and as for Sophia, she just asked what happened between us, but when I brushed her off, she just went back to regular old conversation. And since Scarlet no longer accepts gifts, I can't pickpocket her either. I sprinted straight to the beach in this winter rain on day 232 to purchase the mermaid's pendant from the old mariner, and it took a few hours for me to locate and chase down Mr. Key with it. He gladly accepted, though he did say he never pictured himself in a situation like this. Settling down, I mean, and to be honest, neither did I. I'm excited to see how this plays out while settling into my new reputation as the lovable town thief. On day 233, Mr. Key was studying my twice restored and expanded museum collection. There are many more artifacts than what he has at home to suit his constant pursuit of knowledge. He told me he was proud of my work here, and he was excited to see what I focus on next, as if he doesn't know. I got my free and legal coffee from the night market, but I'm still very much on my quest to become a pickpocket master. For a quick progress update, I'm now about halfway into level 9, and being caught so frequently is not helping. Nothing much to report till nighttime on day 324 when I appeared to be interrupting something undeniably shady going on in the walnut room. I really wanted to ask all the questions, but I wasn't sure if that would be safe, so I just asked if the stressed looking Mr. Key was okay. It was apparently just business, but something didn't seem right, so I checked on him again at home where he seemed in better spirits. It was his iridium Typhon snake's feeding day. These are what go towards his iridium snake milk, but to get enough of the extremely deadly venom to consume, he actually owns several thousand of them. The one in his house, called Indigo, is his favourite. She's unusually docile for a feisty species, which is why she's allowed to hang out without a lid on her tank. She is admittedly a very pretty danger noodle, who even likes to be held. It looks almost as good on him as the mermaid pendant in his portrait. I wonder if she'll move in with us too. Day 325 was wedding day. We're holding it in the flower dance field this time. Just thought it would be fun to be here in a season other than spring. It was kind of weird though, like Lewis had to speak as if we've not done this before, and Mr. Key and I weren't quite standing next to each other, so I awkwardly kissed the air, and he kissed my kneecaps. The town seemed less than excited too, but I guess now I'm officially Mrs. Key. Moving on from that slightly disastrous ceremony, seems Mr. Key is happy enough enjoying the farm from a whole new perspective. I gave him a gift to welcome him to his new home, and was surprised to see a mail arrive from him apologising about that weird meeting yesterday. I guess he couldn't just say it to my face. Not surprising. We're married, and I don't even know his first name. Another day of thieving followed, and when I stepped into the saloon on the prowl for my next victim, I was joined by my new husband, who I found out only made himself visible for the wedding. I didn't know he was essentially invisible to everyone else till he told me to stop talking to avoid judgment from any witnesses. He just wanted to hang out with me, so we headed to the side room away from everyone to chat. I couldn't not ask why he wanted to stay hidden, and I suppose it makes sense that he thinks everyone else is a waste of time. Apparently they could see him if they wanted to, but none of them were on my level, so that probably won't happen. It then took me by surprise that he asked to play pool with me. Like, sure, I'm down for a game, but if he's concerned about how I look talking to apparent ghosts, wouldn't a floating pool cue be 1,000 steps further? Anyway, coming home after a fun evening, we get to see Mr. Key without his hat for the first time. Isn't that a sight to sleep to? Whilst I bring him a gift the following morning, you might also notice that Raven has somehow become keyfied. I have no idea how that happened, I'm too afraid to ask. With another couple of pickpocket-packed days, my grind was finally at an end on day 328 with a clownfish from Leo. I could finally do something else, so I took myself to the Highlands to hunt for the golden slime for more key gifts. I was running low, but it must have known I was coming. I couldn't find it anywhere today, so I turned in for the night to pick my level 10 thieving profession. I went with Rogue here to increase my chances of success. It doesn't say it here, but it is about a 10% boost. Without much left to prove anymore though, I could put in a few days of my free time into rearranging and redecorating some of the farm. Well, it was really just the east half of the farm, because it didn't feel authentic to fill out the other half when I haven't used it at all in this entire playthrough. Even ignoring the fact that I didn't have much time or brain space for this recently, I didn't want to place any fences until I had the golden clock so they don't decay, and despite the giant key fruit disrupting the symmetry, it's staying put. I'm never getting rid of it. I'll unveil the finished farm at the end of the video, but it was nice to have this little break. I was however getting sick of the sight of the farm by the second night of decorating, so I wanted to take a walk in town whilst it was quiet. I joined Mr. Key at the fountain. I guess he had the same idea, but he seemed to have a lot more in his mind, so I asked him what was up. I got nervous there for a minute when he spoke about never imagining having a true relationship with anyone, until he revealed that he's never been quite so content before. I have still been giving him gifts each morning to see what else we can learn about him in between all the decorating, but nothing of note really happened for day 332 besides my successful game of hide and seek with a prismatic butterfly, so it's on to Winter Star Day for day 333. Mr. Key doesn't really care for these festivities, but I gave him a magic lamp anyway. He even gave me a triple shot espresso in return. And hey, I forgot to look at his spouse room till now. I wish we could peek into all of these mystery boxes, and Indigo has in fact moved in with us. I waited on the farm till the feast began in town, except I kinda zoned out for a long time and very well could have missed it if I didn't notice.
Oh shoot.
I made it in time to bring Olivia a nondescript bottle of wine, and my gift giver this year was Andy. What's in the box this time? A glow ring? Do I not shine enough, Andy? Rubbish. On day 334, I'd officially run out of love gifts for Mr. Key. Okay, fine. You can have the tea set off my own table. Now I really am out of gifts, so it was off to the Highlands where it didn't take me all that long to find and squash the golden slime for its eggs. Back in the valley, I was hoping to keep my thief skills sharp with some library victims, but found Mr. Key browsing for some new reads. I'm not much of a reader myself, and he'd probably have an easier time getting some recommendations if he knows the townies, so I asked again why he has to keep hidden from everyone. He didn't appreciate the having to repeat himself, but to him, everyone else lacked any substance and ambition, so I used Maru as a point. Not only is she a nurse, but she invents cool stuff all the time, and he couldn't argue with that. Sure, I'm a thief, but according to Mr. Key, I can still notice the best in people, and clearly he just hasn't looked hard enough. As of today, he'll allow people to see him, and he'll actually make an effort to socialise. We thought it would be a bit much to just go right up and introduce him to everyone, so for now I just hung out in the open area at the library with him whilst he read to me, so people could just observe the new blue man from a distance, and see that he's not that scary. I checked in on him in the forest a little later. He had nothing to say about this new step he's taking, but informed me that the wizard didn't approve of us. I needed to know what Resmodius had to say. Not sure what sort of agreement they have between them, but I wasn't shaken by his attempt at intimidation. Him watching us is not exactly new, and it's no surprise that several of the townies are equally uncomfortable. Now that I don't feel so restricted by the bounds of this challenge, I decided to add movie tickets as an allowable purchase. I just really wanted to see what Mr. Key would think about the movies, and was curious about his snack tastes. Looking through them all for today, I was unsurprised that the black licorice was the favourite amongst them all, but the showing of the Zuzu City Express bored him almost to sleep. The snack woke him up a bit, but that was actually his description of a movie that wasn't too bad. I escaped to the island with nearly 30 deluxe scarecrows. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about Project Crow's Begun, even if I am cutting it close, but I managed to finish protecting the entirety of Ginger Island, and filled in the few remaining gaps in town to finally call this project complete. Mr. Key cooked me some spaghetti to refuel after all that hard work. Then for day 336, the last day of the year, I took a quiet stroll around the farm to take everything in we've been through over the past 3 years, and used the abundant grass to refill my empty, forgotten silos, knowing that all of this grass will regrow again soon. We didn't quite manage to reach 14 hearts with Mr. Key in time for this last day, but I just know we still have some cutscenes left with him that I didn't want to miss. Those will take us a few days into spring, so let's head to bed to find out what these next few days will bring. On day 337, I brought my last few mystery boxes to Clint for one final hit of loot. A book of mysteries would have been nice, but I wasn't bothered about not finding one. I pickpocketed Clint just because I can, especially now that the town's accepted that being a little thief is just who I am, and then I brought the raccoons one last veggie delivery for old time's sake. I don't even want the carrot seeds. Even these fried eggs I nicked from Shane, I just dumped on his floor. With a new showing for the new year, Mr. Key and I kicked back and watched The Brave Little Sapling at the cinema. He liked this movie a little bit better, and a Star Drop sorbet was the snack of choice this time. Like I said though, he's hard to read. It looked like he was having a good time, but his debrief after suggested otherwise. Maybe it's just a cover. Either way, that's now max hearts. I slept through day 338 intentionally, then on day 339, I found him conversing with Leah in Cindersap. I didn't quite catch what exactly was going on. Leah just so happened to be leaving as I turned up. I asked about their little chat, surprised to hear he was taking an interest in the flower dance. More specifically, they shared an interest in cooking, so Leah suggested that Mr. Key speak to Gus about helping provide food for the festivals. I gave him a little encouragement for integrating with the town, and it seemed to be going so well that he'd not really given it much thought. Being who he is and all, I was surprised that he took that bit of praise to heart. I didn't think he'd care, but he'll carry on as long as he thinks it makes me happy. We took a walk around the forest together talking about all the dishes he might cook, and I love talking about food. I'll let you in on a little secret. I was absolutely originally planning to learn all of his personal mysteries, then divorce him to ruin his life in revenge for sending me back in time. But this day changed my mind. I stood and watched the golden clock for a while to be alone with my thoughts, then joined Mr. Key in the secret woods, which is where he wandered off to after a walk. It looks like he was conducting an interview with a bear. I knew better than to ask what he was up to, so I just said I enjoy the peace out here, once the slimes are gone that is. My remark once again caught him off guard. I guess it makes sense for him to enjoy the fact that I can be unpredictable, even in the nicer ways. Back on the farm, he asked me to meet him at the bus stop tomorrow afternoon. I'm not going to say no to that, but I was worried that the rain forecast might ruin our plans, so I crafted and used a sun totem to shoo the clouds away. I woke up on day 340 to tell Mr. Key I was excited about the afternoon plans, and he told me that he wasn't looking forward to the saloon this evening as he wasn't feeling very social. Hopefully I don't count and it won't kill the mood, but then I came outside to find a letter from him sending me off to retrieve one of his lost hats. He could have just asked me to my face, so I wasn't holding out much hope for later if he had to put that request in a letter. I wanted to avoid making things any worse, so I retraced our steps from yesterday through Cindersap Forest, followed by the secret woods, where I spotted it laying in front of Old Master Cannoli. It was still the morning when I returned that to him. Apparently it's his special occasion hat, so perhaps he wanted it for whatever we're doing today. I stood and watched time pass by at the golden clock. I met Mr. Key at the bus stop as soon as 1 PM hit. We won't be taking the bus today though. He told me to close my eyes, and once I opened them, we were in a new deserty area I've not visited before. It's Mr. Key's personal oasis, and he set us up a lunch date. I'm not sure how I felt that I only got a brief exception to be here, but I couldn't deny that this place was pretty full of wonder. After enjoying some good food in the sunshine, I especially chose Abigail for my final pickpocket target for my egg hunt grudge. Then I could crawl into bed, satisfied with everything we've achieved. Would you look at that, we've done it again! Leave a like on the video if you enjoyed the additional 3 years of Ember's antics with all the extra twists and turns. But with her determination for mischief, loot and chaos, we made it through to the end. Let's hope she doesn't get sent back in time again. Subscribe to the channel to keep up with my future videos too. Thank you so much to my channel members, and I will see you in the next video. Bye!